Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Roll Game Saturday. If it's a Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or next week where it's going to be Friday, or varying times depending on what it is, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness when the log week is ended. Tonight we're going back to Bakugan Defenders of the Core. We're playing the Xbox 360 version, but it's also on the PS3, the Wii, the PSP, and the DS. This was our viewer request from last month for Suika Theme Rondage, as I'm also showing off what I didn't show last time, which is the intro. If you leave it on the title screen for a little bit of time, it shows this fight between Drago and Ingram. There's a little bit of a good preview of what we're going to be doing tonight because we did complete the story mode in one show last time. I'm surprised it took that short of a case. The chat asked, said, I think you're close to the end, you can get to the end. They believed in us. I said, all right, let's do it. We did. We had a great time with this underrated 2010 mixture of arena fighting, tower defense, and stealth game that maybe I never knew I wanted. And something that seems like it is going to be a satisfying one to all the Bakugan fans out there for sure, including Suika Theme Rondage, who requested it, and also James Games 230, who's in chat last time. So for this one, per the request, as far as the scoping, this is we want to show off everything in this game. So what we're doing tonight is, with the main story completed, I went off screen the day after we did that show, and I unlocked all of the extra Bakugan, all of the ability cards, and every upgrade. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to take a look at the 100% completion of this game, and we're also going to take a look at the Battle Arena mode, which means that all the Bakugan we unlocked, including Maxis Helios, let's say Maxis Drago. We got Maxis Drago going through the main story the first time. We play story mode the second time after you've already beaten it. You unlock Maxis Helios as well as much of other things, and thanks to a trick that Suika Theme Rondage indicated last time, and we showed very briefly last time, you are able to go to the last section of the game when you're running around with Parkour Man, as we created our character last time. You're able to grind the core energy you need for all the upgrades, and it gets a really easy way to get the achievement of unlocking everything as far as it. I will also go over the achievement list for the purpose of this, which also is going to be the case for the PlayStation 3 version with its trophy support. Here you go. We do have all the Bakugan ready to go. We got all the upgrades. And we're going to be showing off the Battle Arena mode. So that's going to be tonight's show, really. I'll go through the entire collection to show that we have everything. And I guess I might probably pop into the story just to show off the fact of all the upgrades, which I don't think they go into factor on the Battle Arena as far as I know. But that being said, I'm looking forward to going through this one more time. It was a shorter case as far as going through this game. I thought 4 months. I was like, well, okay, I overestimated that one massively. But hey, that's what you do on the show, what we do. Make sure you overestimate a game rather than underestimate it so you have enough time to go through it. Because we get a viewer request, we love going through them, and we love showing the love to it completely, doing everything off of the game that we can. So, what we're going to do is we're going to start with Battle Arena. It is just myself, by the way, tonight. Dollyfin was not able to make it for the show, but that being said, she might still be in the chat as far as how that is, because usually she comes by ever so often as far as that. We're going to show off the Battle Arena because it does allow you to play 3 modes. It allows you to play Duel, Free-for-all, and Destruction Battle. This game has a maximum of 2 players, but it does let you run player versus computer. And I also show 2-player with another controller just because I want to show off what I was actually questioning before I started this, or before I got ready for the show tonight, which is, how's frame rate on this game work in 2-player? And is it a case that they couldn't necessarily do 4 players? I don't know if there's a story for that, because there's not much I found as far as much of a background for this game, despite the fact that it's 15 years old this year. You think, well, it's not that old, so you'd probably find something. But apparently not. In fact, even what Suika Theme Rondage mentioned, saying, hey, when you go through this, that trick for able to grind out all of the core energy you need. You're in the last quarter of the game, by the way, as far as the story mode. And so I had to go through the story mode again anyway, which does not change outside of the fact that you're unlocking Maxis Helios at the end of it. They add extra item boxes in the areas as you're going along doing stealth to find. So I did find them all. But as you go to that last area before you fight the last 2 battles of the game, you're able to just get all of the core energies on the floor. You go back to Marucho's plane, and then you rinse and repeat, and it doesn't take that long to grind it out. And after a million or so core energy, you're able to unlock basically everything. So I did that. That's a great trick that, honestly, I don't know if that's been documented very well. So you gotta thank Suika Theme Rondage for giving that indication, and also for making the requests for the show, as we always love doing. Like I said, we got the dual mode for that. We have free-for-all mode, which does have options for Bakugan all over the place for team play of 1 to 2 players. Oh, actually, no, it's fine. Actually, yeah, I think, no, it's basically just one-on-one on one-on-one for 1, 2, or 3, or 4 players. But yeah, only 2 human players. Yeah, it's max 2-player on every console. Yeah, although, from what Sweet Theme Rondoge was mentioning last time, the PSP version does sort of have an online in the sense of how you can play around with the PSP's ad hoc multiplayer method. I believe it's almost like how on GameCube you can trick Mario Kart Double Dash, Kirby Air Ride, and 1080 Avalanche into playing online, because basically you pipe the broadband network connection on and you're able to use that to kind of trick things going online and then set up the IP addresses to make that go as far as an online case of itself. I think that's how that works with that one, and only the PSP version does that. Not PS3, not 360, which remember, Xbox Live, or Xbox Network is called nowadays. You think, oh, that's going to be a factor. And it does say on the box, fine, the only things as far as Xbox Live that are indicated on the back of this box, I will show the picture of it here when I edit, are items in orange being Friends List, which you get in anything on 360, and achievements, which you also get in anything on 360, unlike PS3, although this era, everything on PS3 had trophies. But yeah, we're going to show off the free-for-all, the duel, and the destruction battle. And destruction battle with that is you're basically going around, and I believe you're causing as much damage as you can. Because to do this game complete, I do the instruction manual, so I'll go into that briefly. Yeah, the duel is a one-on-one against 2 Bakugan, either computer-controlled or player-controlled in both cases. Free-for-all is you're going for point battle, and each hit you get points, and at the end of the time limit you get the most points, you win. And destruction battle is you destroy the Vexos crystals, which you did see in the main story. Each time you hit, you get points, and bonus points are awarded for destroying the crystal or beating opponents along the way. And they do give you aspects as far as your options for this. So you have a computer level if you're running computer Bakugan of easy, normal, hard. Time limit of 200 seconds, 300 seconds, 100 seconds, and I believe the duel lets you turn off time limit completely. Items, which you can turn on and off to getting the upgrade items and things around the arena. And that round number, which I guess they turn off for this. I don't know they turn that off as far as that mode. But I think to start, what I'm going to do is we also, by the way, what we're going to do for the purpose of this, since I did go to the trouble of unlocking, or fine, not trouble, the case of we're going all the way, we're unlocking every Bakugan, every ability card, and everything we can. We're going to show off all of the Bakugan, for sure. We're going to have every one of your favorite characters, and my favorite characters as far as just what we've seen of the play of the game so far from last month. And of course, last month's play is in the link list below in our Bakugan Defenders the Core playlist, because of course what happens, just to give a spiel, anytime we have a game that's running multiple parts on the show, or we come back to it more than once, there'll be a playlist on our YouTube site to have all of the shows dedicated to it, or with it connected tangentially in some way, all in one place for your viewing pleasure. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to start the duel mode. As I mentioned, the ability cards and Bakugan you get from going through the main story are unlocked here. And you also have your options for handicaps of a health of 50, 100, or 150. Also, I'm going to go back briefly. I'm going to take a look at my options in the battle arena for duel, which is right here. Okay, so fine. They have the same options for any of the modes, but I guess they turn some of them off. So for this, you have 1 round, 3 rounds, or 5 rounds. So basically best of 1, 3, or 5. Items on field to keep those on. Time limit, you can have unlimited, or you can have 100, 200, 300 seconds. I'll show each of those as it is. Okay, easy, normal, hard. I'm going to stick with normal, but I'll show all the difficulties as it goes on. And then we're done with battle options. We got all battle options. We set that way, you're all set to go. And for this, oh shit, I keep hitting the A button to go back into this. Yeah, just hit A once. There we go. Now go to player versus computer. But I will show how 2-player works for all the modes, just to get a sense of how's frame rate, because it's pretty smooth. The point where I'm thinking, hey, they could have done 4 players. Maybe they do in other games based on this, including the one from the people who are playing the game we're playing next week. Yeah, Way Forward, who's playing a game, who made a game we're playing next week. They did make a Bakugan game on Switch, that being Champions of Destroya, which was in 2020. So we got that specifically down the line, and also Bakugan Battle Brawls with the same people who made this one, now production. But that being said, we're going to get started with our battle. So we have our selection of Neo Dragonoid, Cross Dragonoid, Ingram, Master Ingram, Elfin, Dual Elfin, Percival, Midnight Percival, Wilda, Magma Wilda, Nemesis, Mega Nemesis, Mechanical Helios, Maxis Dragonoid. Maxis Helios, you do have to go through the story mode a second time, which is unchanged aside from the item boxes that are lying around. A second time, when you do, you're able to get all the parts you need for Maxis Helios for play in the story battles and also in the multiplayer here. You also have the enemy Bakugan of Brontes, Elico, Primo Vulcan, Hades, and Altair. And for that, we're going to go through every one. We are also going to show off all of the ability cards because I did go through them, unlocking them. Chat, if there's a request for anything you want to see specifically, I will take them. But that being said, if not, I will start from the top with Neo Dragonoid. I'll also show all the ability cards, and something that when we select Bakugan for this, I will go through, I will show all of the ability cards, what they are, to show what they do. Hit the X button, hold it to show what they are. Which is Dragon Fire for shooting massive fireball, Dragon Rush for the combo attack, and then Dragon Shield for absorbing shots, and Fire Spirit, which means all your shots are bigger and stronger for a short period of time. So the green ones are your support, as mentioned last time. The blue ones are for combo attacks, and red are, generally speaking, for projectiles or for doing shots that are stronger than your normal shots. We can go into as is, but okay. And of course, you can select any of the other Bakugan to fight against. You can also hit random, which means that you'll have them going on that way. And for the purpose of this, I will start going random. But of course, if you ever want to see any dream Bakugan matchups, feel free to hit me with them, and we'll definitely do them. For now, Mega Nemesis, and we do, I believe, still have the attributes of the Bakugan that are still in effect for this. I'm pretty sure. Well, no, we do as far as the battles. But as we showed last time with the story, if you're strategic and careful and good with your blocking, and are good at doing counterattacks and counters, and also, I guess, combo breaks, that's something that can also help. Because, yeah, we do have Neo Dragonoid, the take on Drago over there. He is a Pyrus type, which is strong against Darkus, but weak against Aquos. And then we have Mega Nemesis, who is of House type, which is like the light form. Strong against Subterra form, but weak against Darkus. This is actually not that bad of a case of itself. But as far as his ability cards, take a look at that. He has Orion's Belt, because he's good with shots. Mega Nemesis showed how good he was with shots when we played last month, as well as Sun Shield for combo attacks, deflecting of shots with the barrier there, and then Flood of Light. I'll try both of them on the side there, and we'll go. That means that I'm not in a Mega Form, so it's going to be interesting to see, but we'll see. Mega Form's going on soon enough. Alright, so that's the case, and when you select the character you want for both players, select any of the stages that go from the battle arenas from the main story, those being Inner Space, Japan, UK, China, Egypt, USA, the Vexos base, and then Earth's core, which is the last stage of the game. You hold the Y button to do a random. We'll start from the top. I'll start where we started last time. We'll start at Inner Space, and then eventually we'll get through all the stuff for that. We'll just show random. Alright, so let's get going. A nice fight tonight for sure, as far as this. And yeah, we want to see a clean fight, Dan Kuso. And every time you have the characters that go with the Bakugan that go with them for the story mode, and also from the anime it's based on, they'll be out there to toss out the Bakugan trap, saying, Bakugan Brawl! Alright, so off we go. So it is kind of like what we saw in the main game. Not too much of a different case. You're still hitting the A button to do the jumping, right trigger for your dash. Your strong attacks are on the Y button. X is your, I guess, quicker attack, not necessarily weak. You have blocking, which is on left trigger. You can hold A when you're in the air to do hovering. If you time it specifically, as Sweet Theme Rondos mentioned last time, you're able to get the fight going on mostly infinitely, or pretty close to it. Whereas you have shots, that's on B button. You can also hold up, charge it when it goes in the circle like that, and when it's fully charged, and like, oh, boom, it shoots off. But if the enemy's off in the distance, that's gonna be trouble. Especially with Nemesis, who's running shots, and Jesus, those shots hurt. As I mentioned last time, you can also pick up items as far as that. The lightning there increases, I believe, your attack power. And you also have ones that increase your defense, let you get health back, and then other cards that will help you out as well. As I said, like last time, I'm not the expert of this game, but that being said, I did find from the purpose of our play of the game, and also just from my own play for this. This is a pretty underrated game that actually, as I mentioned, the reason I didn't play at the time was because I hadn't much of a frame of reference on Bakugan, and when you have your ability cards activated fully like that, hit left or right on the D-pad to use them, and with the combo card, you have to make the first hit like Mortal Kombat games of recent. And you hit it, yeah, it gets him going, and I got Brawl complete by hitting him. So yeah, he's down, but it is best of 3, so we gotta keep going. As I said, the reason I didn't play it, because I didn't have much of a frame of reference of Bakugan, but I'd seen or heard the name. And it's also something that, fine, at the time, I was focused on Rock Band 3, because that came out the same day that this sort of came out. Because fine, this was staggered release, as mentioned, based on the retail you purchased from. But October 26, 2010, I was buying that game as far as it, and like having a great time. But that's not to say that, hey, there weren't other stuff. And fine, as far as what Activision had at the time, in 2010. It probably was a better seller for them than Tony Hawk Shred was. Remember, that was the sequel to Tony Hawk Ride from the PlayStation 3, Wii, and Xbox 360 that was taking an actual skateboard peripheral and saying, hey, we can do that with Tony Hawk on the back of the balance board that the Wii had. But it didn't work very well. But then they made the sequel, Tony Hawk Shred, which sold really badly, like 3,000 units within the first month. Yeah, that was not good whatsoever, but apparently it's better. At some point, we probably should show that, because fine, it's enough of a, I don't know, joke, but also an interesting case of playing a game. But Activision, who published this, they definitely probably had a better return on investment on this one, and fine, better than Ride at least, I would say. So like, hey, you can play this game easily, and it controls pretty well, and it has a lot more depth and diversity than I think I expected to see out of it. Because my thought was, okay, thinking about, I'll talk about this since we're going into this as is, and of course any of your thoughts and insights as well. Feel free to lay them on us, and we're all good to hear that, which are as, yeah, you get the gate card. Yeah, you got to be careful when you get the gate card, or fine, when they get the gate card, because it lets them have a lot of attacks that can cause trouble. But if you get it first, you have your element attacks going on first. Basically, stay on the ground when that happens. Stay out of the area of those light beams, but because Nemesis is so good with shots, I'm getting paralyzed, so I gotta be careful on that. And see if I can't go, but after enough time, it'll come out. But I said, I was surprised, as mentioned, when it came to this game, because, okay, I was thinking, alright, fine, it'll be like a battle case, like a Pokemon, or a Digimon, or a Beyblade, or something like that. But I was kind of surprised that, fine, the arena battle thing, that maybe isn't much of a surprise, as far as the kind of game it is. Yeah, it was a good job, Neo Dragonoid, and yeah, that is all she wrote. So, we're gonna try again, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to the Bakugan Select. I'm gonna pull out the other two cards for Drago here. Fine, I gotta say Drago, it's not Drago. It's the Saiyan thing from Dragon Ball Z, which is like, fine. Japanese pronunciation, it's not right, but as far as the show's element of it, it is right. So I have to be giving respect that way. Fine, not giving respect, just getting a sense of making sure that I'm saying that right. So in this case, I'm going to be a little more defensive this time, saying Generate Shield to absorb shots, and Fire Spirit to make all shots bigger and stronger for a period of time. So I'll take that. I'm going to make things a little interesting myself. I'm going to try and be weak. So let's, yeah, because remember, in the show, Dan Kuso and Marucho are good friends. So fine, let's make it a little interesting here. It's like, fine, let's give Marucho the advantage here as far as Elfin. So yeah, let's see how this goes. Elfin versus Neo Dragonoid. And let's go to Japan, why not? Because it is a series that's set in Japan. Yeah, but I was saying, for this kind of game, I was maybe surprised how much depth it had. And in that way, I think it is something that's really underrated. If you've never played this game, or even if you don't know what Bakugan is, because I didn't have much of a frame reference myself, most people I know had maybe heard the name, but said, I don't know what this is. Even last time when Crochet Nerd 64 and Kazan22 were in the chat with Edwack, as was the case. Because they were doing stuff with that. As unfortunately, oh, I got the gate card. Never mind, we're good. Although, fine, I'm on a weakness case as far as Elfin, so I gotta be careful on that. So that's not gonna hurt Elfin too much. Ouch. As you get this great heavy metal guitar stuff going on for the purpose of that. But they're saying, hey, they told me off screen, it's like, he kept thinking this was Beyblade. Fine, no, it's like, Kazan22 is like, he just keeps thinking that's Beyblade. Well, yeah, I know, easy mistake to make, maybe, but then it's also something that if, depending on which of these, which side of the tracks you came around when it came to, you know, the case of collectible monster or creature, I guess, games, anime, card games, maybe all of them, depending on what it is. You sometimes would have a frame reference one way for something, but not in another. And it was an interesting kind of cross-section we got when we played this last time, or just in general when it comes to stuff like this, as I'm going to be a little more strategic here. Get my shots powered up. Yeah, so yeah, in that case, my fireball's way bigger, as is my blast radius on my charge-up shot. But yeah, the idea that sometimes you'll kind of apply what you know of another Enterprise into maybe the one you don't know that much. Because that was my case. I played more Pokemon as far as my experience with that. I'll give this so I have protection against what Elfin shots are going to be. And I guess I'm doing okay, so maybe I gotta put this on hard. Otherwise, you know, it's going to be not a fair fight. But it's something that it's been interesting to see where the minutia is kind of going for all these series, but also what does Bakugan do differently that something like Pokemon doesn't. And then fine, comparing that against other series like this, like Digimon, which I don't have much familiarity with either, but I know stuff out of other people. I know Nocturne's been on the show, has mentioned having experience with Digimon. A lot of people sort of having experience with it to a degree. But then also cases of this. Beyblade, which she also had experience with. And then Monster Rancher, which honestly I think the experience I know of people with that one comes more from the games than it does from the anime, because there was an anime of that one too. And also, by the way, when you're in a battle mode situation like this, you don't have to worry about collateral damage like the main story. So bust those buildings up good, and you'll be fine as far as that. Whoa. Alright, check out. Do a break. And also, by the way, if you're trying to go for the achievements, you can unlock them in the Battle Arena mode. I did unlock one of the ones for using every combo on your Bakugan's list during the battle. If you do that in story or in Battle Arena, you will unlock that. I do have the achievement, actually, I did during my audio tests. I'll stitch it in here. Yeah, but that was going back as far as Monster Hunter. Monster Rancher. Monster Hunter's something different. I don't think Monster Hunter had an anime, but Monster Rancher is something where the games seem to be more known, and also the killer gimmick of that one, which is saying, hey, take any DVD or CD you own, and then create your own creatures. Oh, I gotta get out of the way of her combo, but yeah, I unfortunately got hit by the combo. And you have Dan and Marucho giving their words of support to the Bakugan. But I can also combine them, so in this case I should be able to get a good shot going on. Whoa! Yeah, come on, Elfin, I'm coming for you. Oh, fine, there's the gate card. Okay, so fine, the idea of, you know, Elfin going back in the water, so fitting as far as that, but also the idea that, wait a second, Elfin's supposed to be strong against Dragonoid. It's like, wait a sec, that's not right. To the point where I'm gonna put this on hard, actually, next.
Did you think I'm the #1 rated brawler for nothing?
I probably can get the combo achievement doing this. Which is everything in the air, find everything on the ground of that.
You're better than I thought. No mercy, Helios. A formidable opponent. We're going to lose this if we're not.
Yeah, they're saying about stuff with that, and then all Ys and then X's. I don't know if this goes in multiplayer. Oh, no, I hit guide on that. No, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, problem of having other controller over there and not doing it. Wait.
I am not losing this battle.
1, 2. Oh, that opens the achievement. Black belt. Okay, there you go. So fine, multiplayer you can totally get the achievement, so you can... Okay, you can totally, spam the achievements for doing all combos on a combo list in a single battle. That includes multiplayer, so yeah, I just unlocked that on my audio tests.
I can use core energy I've collected to upgrade my Bakugan's abilities.
Yeah, I guess so. Fine, I'm gonna go back to the main menu. I'm gonna put that on hard. So yeah, I guess maybe I am doing pretty good at this as far as it, or all my practice from last time from playing for the story also did. Oh, fine, let's make it a little more interesting. Let's put it hard. Let's turn off items. Let's make it 100 seconds, so at that point we gotta get moving. So let's go player computer again. And fine, next on the list, well, that'll be Cross Dragonoid, but you know what? Maybe make it more interesting. Let's go down the list as opposed to left and right of the list. So in that case, let's pull Elfin out. Why not? Okay, and since we did show Elfin's other skills, fine, we have Rain Torrent, which is what Elfin has of an explosive energy ball. We have Water Wall, which is good for combo. That's probably the best combo attack you want to run with Elfin, I would say. The shield for absorbing shots with Water Singularity, and Water Pillar, that is right here. Summon a Violet Plume of Water at an opponent's feet. I'll start with these as well, and then let's random it up. Alright, Ingram. And Ingram's cards, we'll see him later, but we have Cyclone Storm for Barrage of Energy, Raging Tempests for combo. They're kind of the same as far as what the cards are, but they do have unique elements that go to each of the Bakugan. I think it's interesting. Yeah, the Wind Blast for Shock Absorption, and then the Tornado Vortex for stuff on feet. And just to go into aspect of the attributes, because I don't think we talked about that enough last time. Elfin, as I mentioned, is Aquos. That's strong against Pyrus, but fine. Last battle sure didn't show it. And we against Ventus, as far as Ventus is concerned. Oh, that's this. That's what Ingram is. So this is going to be interesting, too, which is strong against Aquos, but weak against Subterra, which is kind of the ground case. Ingram, by the way, as far as Ventus, that's like the wind case. So at that point, that'll be worth checking out, especially because I'm running on hard. And then, so we did do Japan. Yeah, let's go to the UK. Why not? All right, and also doing mic pulls because I just want to make sure everything is set as far as it. Because we had audio issues last time with the newer mic we used. I said we're putting the old one in, which is fine. And here's Marucho. The mentioned voiced by Melissa Hutcherson from The Walking Dead, as far as her voice is Clementine and 9 Volt in the WarioWare games nowadays. And we're gonna hear her actually, next month when we start The Wolf Among Us. But it's gonna be a YouTube site only thing because I have to censor nudity out, which I've already done at this point. But that being said, good case as far as that. I'm doing mic pulls so I don't have audio problems going on for this because it can sometimes happen. It's happened enough, like, no, where I'm not having that happen again. Whoa. Yeah, Ingram is definitely kicking my ass, especially because we don't have a whole lot of time. And fine, if I have low time, so this is going to be interesting to show. Low time and not much power, really. Or fine, I'm weak as far as him. That's going to be the case. And also the fact that we're running hard. Whoa. Yeah, if nothing else, yeah, give Marucho and any of the combatants credit. They do still believe in their Bakugan, so much like Pokemon or the other franchises, that bond that they have with their creatures, it is a case where, yeah, you could look at this, or fine, people have looked at this series not as intensely as Pokemon or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something like that, saying it's all aggression with no societal value to itself. But I don't know if I've heard that play with the Bakugan, really. And when you really peel back the layers, like we said with Pokemon, it's, hurry up. It doesn't really seem like it applies that much because, yeah, you do get the sense of how much they missed them, and honestly, the story of this really emphasizes that strongly, saying, yeah, they really don't want them to be corrupted, and they're going to do anything they can to save them. Whoa. Including relying on Popcorn Man, that being herself. All right, so let's do the combo. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that if I don't die, the way this is going to go is when time runs out. Well, okay, unless that negates my ability. Whoa. It's probably going to be, yeah, I lose because I had the less health. Or lower health, I should say. There you go, just destroy the bridge. But yeah, Ingram's blocking a lot. So actually, maybe I shouldn't have put it on low time. I'll put it on more time, and then I'll try and see what I can do as far as showing a victory off as far as Elfin as well. There's nothing else I will want to show a victory, but I'm not going to say, like, no, I'm just going to take an easy victory. I'm going to challenge myself enough. Although, fine, normal is not, you know, unchallenged. It's just a case like, wait, if I was beating Elfin with what Elfin's strong, or what Elfin's weak, or strong against, I should say. Like, yeah, maybe I gotta set, like, break. Ugh. Yeah, I'm about to break. Going on the Linkin Park case of itself. Whoa. I guess it's more a 2000s thing than a 2010s thing, but either way. Yeah, still having a good time with it. Oh, there we go, break. Yeah, because you do time that hit when it comes to the left trigger when the enemy's attacking you. You do have 3 levels of when it goes, and I believe if you hit it earlier, you do get more of a benefit. But you do have to time it right. So yeah, it's not just about hitting buttons. You could argue, like, hey, in an arena battle game like this, as far as how we're seeing it, just do button hitting. Or button mashing. Maybe a little, but yeah, that's not going to get you completely far. Not that this is going to demolish you the way that something like Virtua Fighter does if you're running button mash and something like that, or Killer Instinct, God forbid, because the game is insanely tough when it comes to understanding its stuff. Yeah, you have that raging thing. I'm going to counter your thing with another one. Boom. Yeah, because I remember the building cards, they will overwrite. So if you use one and then the opponent uses one, it overwrites yours, but the same is true in a reverse. Ah, you son of a bitch. Well, yeah, you're pulling out that way. Oh, okay. Okay, I did win because I did do enough damage as far as... Alright, so this is going to be close. Final battle. So, yeah, we're getting into that. I guess good as far as this, because fine. This is, Fine, since we're at the first weekend of May, the case that, you know, summer movie season kicks in. Fine, it's not summer yet for another month and a half. Usually the idea, like, that big ticket movie, like, fine, we mentioned stuff like Godzilla or things like that, where you have all these massive creatures just fighting around and doing stuff. The idea that, fine, audiences want to see something like that, like, you want a good fight as far as that, and fine, we'll definitely give you a good fight tonight. Whoa. Alright, in that case, I did block a shot by, fine, he shot at me, and then I blocked his shot. So yeah, again, there's a lot of nuances to the battle system in this that you think, it's like, oh, no way this has that kind of thing, but you realize, no, it does. I said, it's now production to develop this, and clearly they had something on this more than just, you know, getting the license represented well. I get the sense it represents the license well. Outside of the thing with the voice acting, not that it's bad, but the case that they don't have the anime voice actors who were in the Battle Brawlers game they made the year before. It seems weird to me. But that's sometimes a question when it comes to a license game, saying, okay, capture element of license, step one. If you do that well, you're good. That's to start. And sometimes you'll hope for that as best case scenario. But another case is saying, well, alright, what's it going to do as far as gameplay to keep coming back for more outside of the fact that, hey, you like this enterprise? And this game, I think, does a really good job of that. I mean, it definitely does it better than some other licensed games that are on this console, of which I'll have to look over my wall soon and say, what do I have on 360? Or of that era that's based on a license, really. Actually, I don't know if I have a whole lot of licensed games from 360. Okay, fine, let me rephrase that. A whole lot of licensed games on 360 that are on disc. Alright, time's up, boom. But, yeah, he won because he had more health. Yeah, sorry, but we'll show you one, and in fact, to get an indication of that, I'm gonna go back to the menu. I'm gonna change...
It was a good effort, but you still need more training.
You're right, I guess I do. I'll go back to the main menu. I'm gonna change the timer thing, because 100 seconds seems like it's pretty tight, honestly. But if nothing else, give a sense as far as what is basically go the whole way, as I mentioned, which I do love doing. I'll keep it on hard, but I'm going to turn the time up. I also turned items off, so that's the other thing. If you're one of those people like, hey, I play Super Smash Brothers without items on, which you could do in every single one of them, yeah, you could do that here. So at that case, you know, maybe that made it easier. Well, you know, let's give that a shot. Let's keep it on hard, but turn items on just to see what that does. And then we'll give Elfin another time in the spotlight. Okay. So with Elfin's case, I'm going to take these two off, because you use like 2 of the Bakugan ability cards to run in a battle. So we'll run Water Singularity and a Water Pillar, which is actually very useful. So I'll run that, and then for the purpose of the battle, let's see, what does it give me on random? No, fuck no, like, oh, actually, I was going to say, I'm strong against Max's Dragon, let's try and reverse then. Although, yeah, this could be a death sentence, even going this way. So fine, let's, fine, shooting out 2 fireballs, combo attack, lava barrier. Fine, I'll be sort of fair. I could say, you know, put the volcanic blast, because maybe just me, but volcanic blast isn't that useful. Oh, maybe more in the multiplayer will be useful. Alright, let's go to China then. Actually, yeah, why not? Yeah, if we're going against, you know, Max's Dragonoid in a volcano with our water frog, so why not? There you go. I do love those intros, and I do like the way this game looks as far as the visual design. It is kind of a cel-shaded thing, but also the way they set the models up, so it does pop really nice. As I said, maybe that's my thing, and I'll, of course, when we're done with this show tonight, I will go into final thoughts on this game again after, you know, giving the full look at the battle mode on top of, you know, the single player last time, the story, I should say. Basically just to kind of go into like, what am I thinking and why is this something that, yeah, if you might think, well, yeah, I don't like, well fine, I don't know Bakugan if you like this game. I don't know, if you don't like Bakugan, I don't know if you play this game if you don't, as I get another one of those gate cards that can help me out. So we'll see how this goes, but yeah, Max Dragonoid is still hitting hard. Even with the gate card open, that's something where, yeah, the shots are still hurting. Yeah, listen to Not Clementine over there, please, or fine, Marucho. I'll have her element to that when we get to Walking Dead. Okay, fine, licensed game on this era of console that captures license and also does something interesting in gameplay, or just lots of interesting gameplay to make you want to keep playing it. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from that lava barrier. Yeah, the Walking Dead games, they definitely do that. As far as the whole choose your adventure concept. Fine, we got Wolf Among Us, we're showing off one of those next month. Although I'm using the Xbox One edition as it is. But still, same era, because it was on 360 and PS3 as well. Let's see. I guess we showed a couple of them in the listed Xbox Live show. We showed, We showed, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. That's really good. We showed The Simpsons. That was really good. Fine, Simpsons as far as the Konami game. Although there's also the Simpsons game that EA made that's on the system and on all the consoles at the time. Ouch. Unfortunately, yeah, Elfin's getting knocked down. Yeah, we're gonna have to take this without a fight as far as it. But yeah, I will also show every character winning at least once. But yeah, in this case, I do have my work cut out for me. Whoa. And if nothing else, I guess maybe it'll show this, which is fine. My skill when it comes to this game, which, fine, isn't as much as other people. I understand that, or I acknowledge that. But also that, fine, what characters go well for you? We've had that discussion last time, too. Whoa. Yeah, keep your guard up as we're getting cornered. And remember, when you go in the lava with something that's not of a Pyrus type, you're in trouble. Yeah, fine. Elfin might not be weak to the lava as far as it being strong, but Elfin will still take damage going in. Look. And it is like Smash Bros. In the sense that then that shield can bust, and you do a shield bust, that means you have sword-free hits. Yeah, except unfortunately I'm dying this way. So fine, I'm not going to take that line down. I do want to show her winning, so in that case I'm going to go back to normal. Maybe that's the idea. I'm good with Dragonoid, so that might be the perspective of that.
Oh yeah, that was all us, baby.
Yeah, it was. So fine, I'm going to do that because I do want to show everybody winning at least once. Okay, so I'll go back to do normal, but I will also change character, and then we'll also show the other modes. I guess I'll kind of focus just to start on the dual stuff, and then we'll kind of go crazy when it comes to everything else with like tons of Bakugan on screen, especially for the free-for-all thing. Okay, so next up we got Elfin right there. I'll keep the same cards I had before for Water Wall and Rain Torn. Actually, fine, I'll take Rain Torn off. I'll put on Water Pillar. And then let's run something random. Fine, you know what? We'll have this rematch. Neo Dragonoid versus Elfin. So fine, I defeated Elfin the first time. Maybe change the scenery. Maybe that'll do. Let's go to Egypt. Alrighty. Also, whilst it's loading, I can also take a look over there as far as what I got. Licensed, I mean... Actually, the only licensed game... Oh, fine. The only 2 games... Or 3 games. 4 games. Okay, let's keep going. That I've licensed over there on 360, on discs at least, are... 2 Batman Arkham games, that being Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. Fantasia Music Evolved was by Harmonix. That's really good. I don't know if I can show that because of the licensed music. Even the stuff that's not licensed, I don't know if I'd be able to get away with that either way. And then Alien Isolation, which is on... Yeah, I have the 360 version, but it's also on other systems. Come to show off on that show of that game. I might use the more advanced one for that, potentially. Yeah, but I think that's about... Yeah, those are really the only ones I had as far as disc. All this stuff is downloadable, because they had, like, downloadable games. I'll tell you one that's not as good as this, specifically. Fine, one I'm going to show off in the Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 in November, that being Iaris, which is actually a freebie. That was a free game from Backbone Entertainment, which is actually a tie-in to the Toyota Iaris. They just announced that car, unveiled that car semi-recently at the time. Yeah, we can still win. I'm going to do a combo, so let's go. Yeah, it's this weird... kind of driving, shooting game. It's like Stun Runner from Midway, which we're also showing next year, by the way, when we do Midway for Treasures 3 for the annual May compilation program, which is going to be next year's entry. This year's is Title Legends 2. That's going to be in a couple of weeks. But, yeah, that one's not good, but it was a freebie, so, like, can you really complain? Well, I guess so, because I showed Doritos Dash Destruction. That was better. It may only last 20 minutes, but it's, some pretty enjoyable 20 minutes of gaming there that way, and and it's free. So in that case, fine. How much can you expect for free? You can expect a pretty decent amount for free. But fine, even for like the 50, 60 bucks they were asking for this game, there's a good amount of value, and it does play really well. As I got the shield, that does increase your defense. So I don't know if maybe the item case is making it easier for me or what, or just get better as far as doing like the combo breaks and things. And yeah, I do love the destruction just bashing into stuff. Which actually, that's something, since we haven't necessarily played a whole lot of, I guess, arena brawler fighting games that run like this yet. Yeah, we do get that destructive element going on, which is something cool. And honestly, I'll tell you this, is one of those things that when it came to tonight's show, first I said, I don't know how long we were going to go compared to last time. It's fine, last time we were going through the full aspect of the story mode. But for tonight, we're doing the stuff with the multiplayer and then showing off what the collection looks like, because why not? I said, do I have other arena fighting games on 360 to show off? Or even from original Xbox? And the answer is I don't think I do. So I was saying if I did, I probably would show off other ones. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of more familiar with some of them of the PS2. Oh, whoa. It looked like I clipped through the... I'll look back on video. It looked like Elfin clipped through the pyramid there. Right, there we go. Let's Wonder Wall him, or Water Wall him. I don't know, I guess got a waste on the run, and he's dead. Boom. Right in the sand with these. Okay. So yeah, there she does. She does the Sailor Moon pose. I do love that, as far as it. And fine, since I have a free case of that, I'll also put the picture here of Sailor Moon doing that. I got an achievement. Okay.
I may be small, but I'm big enough to win.
Okay, by the way, if you want to know what was that achievement I got, I'll go to the full and the achievements on this game at the end of the show. As you have that picture of Kitty Grade up there, as far as my profile picture for, or gamer pick, I should say, for 360. Duel Master is winning 5 duels against the computer in Battle Arena mode, and gives you a date if you're online with your Xbox 360 when you get it. I actually learned that a couple days ago when I said, wait a sec. I was playing my Xbox Series X for stuff, and including for what we're gonna do over the next couple of weeks. And I was looking at that and I said, I looked at the achievement stuff I got on this game. I said, it was like 640. So I've gotten like over 800 achievement points out of this game. What happened to the other ones? I looked and I said, oh wait, you gotta sync it by going online with your 360 for the purpose of it. Otherwise, those achievements aren't gonna show, because they took off achievement unlocking when you're offline on, fine, PS3. Actually, I don't know if PS3 ever had that with trophies. The PS4 doesn't have it, PS5 doesn't have it, Xbox One, Series S and X don't have it. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so let's pull Wilda out. Wilda, of course, is Subterra type, that being the ground perspective, or Earth. The strongest Ventus type, so that would be... Fine, that's not dark. No, that's the wind type. And then weak against House, which is the light type. So yeah, Wilda's cards that I unlocked. We got Earth Cannon. Wilda shoots out fireballs out of his shoulders, as well as Earthquake for combo attacks. Obsidian Shield to absorb shots, because Obsidian is a strong rock. And Earthen Armor, where you don't stagger from a combo break or attack. Start there. And also, by the way, if you do have like dual battles, you do have the other character shown in the other color, which I do like. Let's randomly see what's going on. Oh, okay. Guess we are gonna have that then. So, all right, never mind. And fine, let's keep it that way. Let's make it the same case. Let's make it a clone battle. So, Wilda versus Wilda. This is gonna be interesting. And also, unlike the main game, we're going to America. Well, fine. Like the main game, we're going to America. That's for sure. It's kind of a take on New York City here. But unlike the main game, we don't have the case of setting up towers for the purpose of defending or anything.
Bakugan Brawl!
Alright, there we go. So we got Wilda and his trainer, that being... Trainer? I don't know if it's trainer in this franchise. I'm thinking the Pokemon thing. But either way, we're in the city, we're busting each other, and we're busting buildings. And of course, with Wilda, the thing I love, hitting that X button when you're doing a dash, you do that rapid punch. And Wilda hits like a truck. That's one thing I found when it came to that, as well as the seeing aspect of the Natural Guard. I guess not the National Guard. But with Wilda's case, yeah, the shots I think Wilda has seem like they're maybe slower than other characters, at least from my experience. Okay. Yeah, this, thankfully the entire place has been abandoned already, so yeah, it's all set up for our building stuff and fine, busting the buildings. Don't worry, everybody else got out all right. Well, fine, they do because they show them in the story. They show like, hey, wait a second, one of those big things up there. They're like, run, it's Godzilla. I was like, no, it's not Godzilla, it's the Bakugan. The Bakugan came to town. They're saying, fine, we're gone, and we'll clean up our mess later, because they do indicate that. It's actually better than Godzilla, because Godzilla's like, fine, I'm just going back into the core of the Earth, and I'll be back when you need me. Fine, eventually when they need them, but fine, with Godzilla, the first case was, no, they're scared as hell of Godzilla. Fine, depending on the interpretation of that series, they are very scared, whether it's, fine, the original, or I know Godzilla -1, which came out a couple of years ago. They're scared as anything from Godzilla, really, thinking that, oh yeah, it's fine, because the original from 1954, it is a massive allegory for the dropping of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. And the idea of, like, what's the fear of, you know, him being created from a nuclear blast. Whoa. Yeah, fine, okay. The idea of that being that, fine, after the war and after the bombs were dropped, that being the case of the radiation still looming all over the place, and they thought, like, fine, what's the worst case scenario then if something was created out of that causes more of a problem? In this case, yeah, no Godzilla in this case, although we should show aspects of Godzilla. That being said, I don't think I want to do that without someone specific, and I don't know if they'd want to be involved in the show. I don't think I've asked him. Actually, whoa, okay, I looked like I went through that building, so I did go through that building, looking back at it when he got up. And that is actually the boyfriend of Nikki's sister. And the reason I say that is because he's a huge one on Godzilla. And when he mentioned that, as far as what it was, I said, I don't think I openly said, hey, you want to come on the show for a Godzilla game. But he loves Godzilla. And I'm thinking, well, if we're going to play something with Godzilla, I probably should ask him, like, hey, which do you want to have, and do you want to be involved as far as doing your aspect of that? I mean, I know he did say, he knows I do the show. I've shown him aspects of that. And he did say that, hey, he was kind of, he did want to donate a game at some point. I think he wanted to shown. I don't know if I asked him, like, hey, if he wants involved in this. It's not connected to Godzilla. It's Rayman Arena, which he has on the PlayStation 2, though it's on the PS, or it's on the GameCube, and it's on the, I think it's on the Xbox as well. Which is kind of a sort of reskin of Rayman 2, a little in the sense that it takes the aspects of that engine and turns it into a bit of a, like, on-foot racing game, but also a little bit of battle case, maybe a little like this, in its way. Now I'm thinking about it. I never played it, and it's something that we do have to come back to Rayman, because we played Rayman on the show before, but there's no evidence of it because I did it before we had consistent recordings of the program. It's one of those, I gotta be ready to kind of come back to this, especially Rayman 1. Rayman 1 is the one I'm not doing until I'm ready to do practice, but yeah, in that case, Wilda beat Wilda. So yeah, like, in a battle of Wilda, who wins? Wilda versus Wilda, who wins? Wilda. So that's how you win as far as that's a good job, Wilda. That being said, I'm gonna try and revive this, or restart this, and do another battle, but we're not gonna have a Wilda battle. Yeah, I'm saying Wilda too much, I'm realizing, but alright, fine. Here is Wilda. I gotta say Wilda now, because fine, gotta give respect as far as, in this case, we're gonna be defensive, saying we have the Obsidian Shield, and then no staggering combo breaks or attacks. Fine, we're gonna randomize, and we're gonna pick something else out. They're telling me I want to have Wilda battle. Like, no, we're gonna not do that. Okay, Max the Dragonoid, why not? Let's go. Let's see how this goes. And I'll show off the rest of them in order as far as the arenas, and then I'm just going to randomize from here. You hit the Y button to do a random. Alright, so yeah, let's get going. Yeah, I guess we're rewriting the story mode, saying, like, wait a second, Dan's here, but then it's also, it's Mir, yes, Mir, I believe, isn't it? If that's not right, I'll indicate, as I said, I don't know this franchise as well as other people, as has been the case. But fine, in the Vex's base, they said, like, fine, we defeated the Vexos. Now they said, let's just go anywhere and fight. So that's going to be the aspect. All right, nice break. Like we said, I am doing a good amount of damage on Max's Dragonoid, so there's something said about that. But yeah, going back to what I was mentioning as far as that, I don't know if he said he wanted to do Rayman Arena, but he did say he wanted me to borrow at some point to take a look at it. And I know he loves, as we mentioned, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection last week. I know he said that There's one game that's on that there's a PS2 version of that he loves. It's not in that collection as far as on the PS2, but there's one from, I don't remember which one it is, but whichever one, there's a take of it on the PS2. I think it's a sequel to it as is. And he said, I really like that game. Ouch. Basically, the concept like, hey, would he want to be involved that way, and would he also say want to go into something that he knows and loves? And that's usually the end. When it comes to my circle of people, and fine. Hey, Wacky Nicky have been on the show, so they can vouch. They know the idea of it. And it might be one of those cases where, fine, it's always the case like the sibling rivalry when it comes to Nikki and her sister. The case of saying, like, the thought, like, hey, are you good at video games? Like, no, there's something she's good at. I know that as far as Nikki's sister. Ugh. And also, like, I don't know her online name. Or, I don't know, maybe I did take it down. I don't remember if I did or not. Because if I did, I refer to it that way. Same as far as the case I was mentioning as far as Nikki's sister's boyfriend. Like, wait, there's actual names. Like, I don't want to give the actual name. Whoa. Fine, we'll activate the ability as far as not being staggered, but I think I need the shield above anything else, otherwise I'm gonna die. Yeah, this is close. This is gonna be close. Oh, crap. I got punched. Okay. But yeah, there's something to that as far as it, so that's either way. And honestly, for that, I guess this is a good aspect of saying, like, hey, what do you talk over as far as when it comes to something for a game like this? But also stuff that's kind of tangentially connected. Fine, we're not ignoring the Bakugan game on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, because, yeah, this is a really good game, and I'm very glad that I was introduced to it. The chat said, hey, I want to see this, and then kind of taking a look. And I'll say this, as far as, licensed games on 360, there's definitely stuff I would say like way worse than this one. I mentioned Yaris is definitely a game that's worse than this. The Rocky and Bullwinkle game we showed off on the Blizzard show from last time, that's worse than this. As far as those other arena battles based on anime, fine, there are tons of those in the PS2 and, fine, mostly in the PS2 era. I know there's the one based on Inuyasha that was from the people who made Bloody Roar made that aiding. Who also made Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. That's Feudal Combat, which is on the PS2. I'm curious to show it because I know the series, but the game itself is not that great. Only because it's so insanely simple. I mean, I can hit the square button and beat Naraku, the final boss of the game, without doing anything. It's like, wait, that's not how easy it is on the show. I was like, wait a second. They're chasing after him for dozens and dozens of episodes, and then I come in there, hit that square button, I'm looking on the internet over on the other side, and then he's like, he's dead then. Like, wait, that's too simple. This one is not that way. So maybe they should give him that to Now Production. Nothing against aiding, because aiding knows what they're doing in other cases, but that one, fine. The Naruto and the Bleach games they made, they kind of got that, but not with Inuyasha really enough. Hello everyone, hello Dolly Finn, so good to see you tonight for the finale of Bakugan, Defenders of the Court, as I am punching Maxis Dragonoid in the face to get a tie for the Battle Arena mode. Take a look at. This is the last part of it, basically getting all the Bakugan fighters going on. I unlocked all of them off screen. So I have a nice battle off as far as all of the modes for the game. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go into memories of, we played last month. She was on the show last month for the game. Other aspects of Bakugan, other aspects of anime, other aspects of arena battle games. Because I kind of mentioned that in the sense of games based on licenses. Because fine, we're going to have a game based on license actually next week. And technically the week after that as well. Sort of, kind of. We'll get to that as far as schedule's concerned. I have a good time going through this one. As I mentioned, with Suika Team Rogers recommended the game to us for play, requested it. Had a great time doing story last time, and now we're getting our fight on with all the Bakugan we unlocked off screen. Fine, we unlocked during the play, but also that came off screen, including Max's Helios. As yeah, this is gonna be a tough one with Max's Dragonoid because he is intended as one of the strongest Bakugan in the game. But yeah, for a game that you think doesn't have balance, it's like this does have pretty good balance to itself, you know? It still reminds me of Transformers. Yeah, you're right, and fine, a little extra time. That's the one thing I didn't mention. I was mentioning stuff as far as like Pokemon and Digimon and Beyblade. But yeah, the Transformers case is that, yeah, because they come out of like the orb that way, they transform from the Bakugan trap, as in the case of this Enterprise, as I got the ability there to have myself, you know, not stagger when I'm doing a combo. Yeah, it does have that element to itself for sure, for saying, you know, like the big honking creatures kind of just bashing into each other. And doing a lot of style and strategy, which I do really like how this game kind of does it. And we do have to do something Transformers on the show. Feel free to indicate what you want to see on Transformers. As far as the games of it, there are a good amount to choose from. I know that there are a couple based on Beast Wars. I know Electrus is a big one on that. I don't know if he's played the games. There's one that's by the people made Medieval, which we're going to be playing later this year for the Halloween block. There's also the Beast Wars Transmetals fighting games on... It's on PlayStation, I think, and I know it's on N64. It's not well received. There's Transformers, which is on the PS2, that's based on the Armada series. As unfortunately, Wield is going down. That was fun, based on when I played it. As far as other ones, I think it was War for Cybertron. It was, I think, one of them, I think that was the one that Platinum Games made. The people made Bayonetta. That's one I've heard really, really good things about. Right, fine, Wild is lost. And fine, right, the idea that, yeah, when they're beaten, they go back in the ball and they'll come out. Although it's not even like Pokemon where they go in the Pokeball and just come out of it. This one, they are that. The trap opens and then they transform into something else. So it is like Transformers, you're right. And then so the sound as far as that. Alright, so let's get going with more battling. And we're also going to show off all the modes, of which we have Duel, we have Destruction Battle, and Free-for-All. Alright, so next on our line. Actually, did I do everything with Welda? Yeah, I did. Okay, Mechanical Helios. Yeah, this was sort of something we unlocked, because this is one of the evil creatures, who's voiced by Roger L. Jackson, the voice of Mojo Jojo from the Powerpuff Girls, interesting enough. So I'll take him out for a spin. He's of the Vexus we ran into last time when we looked at the story. Yeah, in that case, you have the Beam Wall, which is a laser attack, and I did unlock all of the cards and all of the core energy upgrades as well. But I don't think the core energy upgrades take factor in the multiplayer. The Ultimate Fury for the combo attack, Heat Shield, and Field of Flame. But in that case, we're going to run this. We'll see random what we pull out. Hades, which is one of the also evil Bakugan. So in this case, for the purpose of this story, I guess the thought is that, yeah, you know, the Vexos kind of had an off-screen fight as far as what it was and said, fine, you know what, screw this, we're going to stop, you know, trying to take over the world for now. We're just going to fight each other. In fact, they're going to be so much of a case, they're stuck in the Earth's core, which is the end of the last part. We did the story. We're going to fight over there. So off we go. Okay, so.
Bakugan Brawl!
Right, and that is, yeah, that is, I think it is Shadow. Fine, Shadow's the name of the character. I think, I'm not the expert as far as the name, as far as it, but having said that, we got it going. Okay. So here's Mechanical Helios. And since we are, actually, I believe me to see this. Oh, yeah, get out of my way. Yes, knock Hades out of the way, which is right, because I am of the Pirates type, and go in the lava, you will not be damaged. Any other Bakugan type is going to be hurt when they go in there. Okay, I almost did the shield crack. Or fine, it's like Smash Bros. Do the shield break. Alright, so let's do a shot. It's unfortunately, yeah, the pillar got in the way. I do have the lock on. I can also turn the lock on off to make it harder on myself, but also, fine, when you're playing this way, you may as well have it on.
I let down my guard.
Alright, so in that case, hit the right bumper, and we got that all set.
You aren't even worthy to face me.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be allies as far as who Hades is being controlled by. Whoa.
Ability activate.
So let's do a shot. There you go. Or fine, we'll do the laser shot. Yeah, so yeah, the Transformers thing is in factor that. You're right about that, Dolphin. Going back to that anyway. In the case that, fine, like with Transformers, there were some pretty interesting games kind of coming around. At least this one, as you got the gate card. So I gotta be. Oh, did he get it or did I get it? I am close to winning, so far this is gonna be okay.
Ability activate. Ultimate Fury.
Alright, there's the Ultimate Fury. We'll take him out with it. Ouch. Fighting to him. We got him. Oh, that was weird, because usually some cases like that, they'll just hang on the ground as I got another gate card. Okay, fine. That's my gate card. So yeah, we're in a volcano and filled with hellfire, so that's what we got going on here, no question. Yeah, you're right. It is interesting to see, because I was also talking about this, ideas of games based on licenses and how, yeah, Bakugan, believe it or not, at least in my experience, seems to be one of the better cases of a licensed game of 360 era. Better than stuff that's based on licenses that I know better, to some degree. But also a case where there's a lot of unique aspects to this and some strategy to it as well. I mean, in some ways, there's a lot of things this game's doing is I destroyed him fast. Jesus. That I maybe underestimated. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, yeah, no, we got that. So, yeah, look at him with, like, the scope on his eye as well. So you also get the great character design going on as far as this as well, seeing with that. But alright, we're gonna go back to the select. I'm gonna show off the next set of cards, but I'm also gonna make this a little more interesting. I'm gonna say, well, what is Mechanical Helios weak against? I'll take the other two cards, which are Heat Shield and Field of Flame. So fine, let's get some in the water base. Let's get Dual Elfin out. So here's Dual Elfin. I'll have her cards ready to go. And let's go... In this case, it's showed everywhere. We're going to go... No, we're not going there. We'll go to the UK. And I guess then, like, some of these other things, there's, like, this world-faring adventure as far as we're going on, and even as far as, like, battling. But don't worry, everybody's gone.
Bakugan Brawl!
Alright, so yeah, Bakugan Brawl. So we're all set as far as that.
Round 1, brawl.
I'll say going back to as far as this game, I mean, of what I've played of it, I did really like it for what we did of the show and also for tonight. But also something that I am curious as far as looking at the other games in the series, not least of which because I was asked about them, but also because I did realize that there were some interesting things going on with them, including the most recent one, which was Bakugan Champions of Vestroia, which is, it was on Switch. It was from actually kind of early in the system's life, believe it or not. And it's by Way Forward. We're actually making the game we're playing next week. I'll mention that a little later as far as what are we playing of Way Forwards next week, which by the way is going to be on a Friday. I'm just going to mention that specifically. Not that I need to do a do a Friday next week, but I'm just putting it on Friday because, like, yeah, I kind of just want to have a Saturday off as opposed to Friday. Not that it matters. It's all the show of the week, no question, don't worry. But also, Jesus Christ, I'm destroying Elfin. Fine, maybe because of the gate card? I don't know. Fine, let's be fair. Let's try to do a shot.
Field of Flame! Ability activate!
Fine, let's use the shield.
Heat Shield!
Okay, it wasn't for lack of trying by Dual Elfin. Fine, send Dual Elfin into the water.
Round 2, brawl.
Yeah, we do have another battle. Here's the other thing. I could also turn off items. Actually, I don't know. Fine, I won't get the items. I'll let Elfin get them if she wants. And by the way, when it comes to the items, they will appear in intervals. Oh, you get it when you get close. Oops. Yeah, you can turn them on or off for the battle if you want to, as far as the battle arena mode. And also, they will appear either randomly on the map or in cases when you bust buildings.
Do it again!
So in that case, it pays to be as destructive as you want to be.
Stay focused, Helios!
Because, yeah, the house is going down and everything else is gone too. Fine, maybe the idea is that Helios is just strong. Oh, fine, that brings up one thing, which I don't... Fine, we've played fighting games before a little, and we've talked this. And maybe not as much as I thought, which is... Actually, you know, I think... I mean, maybe we brought this up briefly with Tekken 3, which is the only dedicated fighting game we played for the show so far.
Damage is unacceptable. The real fight starts now.
Yeah, so let's get the shield out.
Heat Shield!
And that is what's balance of the fighting game. Like, fine, this isn't... I mean, it is a fighting game and it isn't. It's more of an arena brawler, really. But it does have aspects of, you know, weakness chain, weakness order going on as far as what's going to be good as far as it. But fine, we showed last time that, fine, even if I'm weak against something, or weak against a type, I can win still if I'm strategic about it. Fine, in that case, I just decimated Dual Elfin. Fine, let's pick something I'm weak against. Like, okay, fine. That didn't work. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try one more thing with Mechanical Helios before we go on to the next character, because I want to see...
more exciting.
I'm going to put it on hard. I want to see something about that. See, does that... Because I do want to ask that, saying, is there a case where there's not a balance to this game? Because honestly, I don't know. This game is not as well documented as I thought. I'm going to turn off the items just to see this. Not that it isn't documented, but it's not as well documented as, I don't know, something like Smash Brothers or something like that. So I'm curious to see what that means. Alright, fine. Mechanical Helios, pull you out. Fine, let's pull Dual Elfin out again. And then let's go to Inner Space. Because I'd say of what I've played of this game so far, it does seem to me like it's something where if you like certain characters in this series, you can, from what I understand, of what I'm getting a sense of, pick your favorites and still have a chance to win. Not like, oh yeah, you're going to be destroyed. And this game also does have a handicap option, so you can also change health outputs. So you can have either 50, 100, or 150% health going on and divvy that out by player, so that you do have a case of balancing it out. Okay, so fine. What I'm noticing on hard, though, is that Elfin is moving faster and also doing a better job of dodging shots. So the idea of showing what does it look like, what strategies is the computer going to use for something like this, too. Oh, fine. Also, I guess they're better at combo breaks. Plus, yeah, when they're moving around a lot, and fine, Elfin moves around a lot anyway, whether it's the dual variants or the normal Elfin. Yeah, the idea that when they're moving around, that's kind of a thing to do, but also that that's where you're able to get a sense of what's the strategy of the fighter. Fine, you do understand that from the story. Oh, shit.
Activate! Aqua dive!
Oh, no.
Taking any more damage is unacceptable. The real fight starts now.
Okay, and yeah, when you get low enough as far as health, they'll say, like, hey, yeah, let's get going. If it's like the Mega Man X4 thing, time to get serious. But yeah, we are gonna get serious and miss that combo. So fine, let's take a shot. Okay, I don't know, did I hit him? Or hit her? It's fine, Elfin is female. Okay, I can, okay, if nothing else is telling me, fine, do the combo break. Would you time the left trigger when it's doing a hit on you or getting close to you as far as doing a beat? That's what you do. Well,
The real fight starts now.
alright, this is close.
Don't you dare lose.
Alright, so fine, we warned him not to lose, and he's like, fine, your wish is my command, master. But that was pretty close. All the other thing to do is like, hey, you know, since it is in inner space, I can say, you know what, fine, I'm gonna go over here. And also seeing, okay, how are they gonna handle from a distance? In some ways, I'm kind of also just curious myself, seeing like, what are they doing and how. Alright, so yeah, if nothing else, I guess that's what, okay, so that's what I'm seeing as far as what the main difference is that, fine, Elfin's moving around more, saying, okay, use shots, which is what Elfin tends to be good at, and also, fine, get out of the way so then I can't do shots, because that's usually the idea. Even if you're locked on, it's not a case where your shots are always going to hit if she's not in front of you. So if you move around, if she moves around a lot, and same if you do, you can avoid getting hit from shots. So actually, it does work the same way as far as how the computer's behavior works, and then also yours. And also then when you're playing against another player.
Ability activate.
In this case, also getting to that point where when you can use your ability cards, because when you take enough hits or do enough hits, the cards over there will get into power when the D-pad prompt comes up. Hit left, right on the D-pad for the one that's there, and you're all set and win. So that case also being strategic, saying, okay, fine, I'm able to do enough hits to get my combo cards in and then win.
Victory.
That being said, I had a lot easier time on hard beating Dual Elfin as far as not Max's Helios. Max's Helios is coming later. Mechanical Helios, I should say. So maybe it's a case like, what's my fighting style when it comes to it, and also what's the character that I tend to go well with. Fine. I guess with Elfin, it took me a lot more time to kind of get Elfin running as far as that. But all right, let's go to the next character. We're going to show off every character, we'll show off every mode. We'll start with the fights. Okay, so let's see. Ellico, this was a character from the story mode. We didn't actually see this character as far as being able to fight yet. You unlock it after you go through the story mode the first time, and then as you play through the second time, you're able to unlock the other ability cards for them. Yeah, Ellico, as far as what type he is... Actually, wait a second. He's... Fine, he's Aquos as well, but fine, he's going for ice element. So fine, water, ice, that's the idea of what he is. The same case as Elfin. Venom Claw, which is a poison claw that damages the opponent after it hits. Combo attack for that. Crystal Shield, and then Water Vortex. Let's hit that, and then we'll see what comes up randomly. Cross Dragonoid? Eh, why not? Let's give it a shot. Alright, we're going back to Inner Space. Not that there are a whole lot of arenas to fight in, but they are really interesting as far as where they are and what they have to offer.
Bakugan, brawl!
Yeah, I remember you also trying to trick our character last time, saying, hey, you want to go home? I got away.
Round 1, brawl.
But in her case, it was a trick, and now in our case, we're fighting with her. It's like, yeah, fine, we get to be the bad guy. And fine, even in the story mode, you can do that when you unlock. Like, okay, wow. That's a good dive as far as what Elko has. Whoa. There you go. So I have to do a break on them. All right, there you go. What's a shot? Okay, so it is kind of like a... So it's like dual water blast, sort of, but they're also kind of ice blast, based on what the description was going. But it also does like that kind of, I don't know, like the circular spin dive. Yeah. It's, yeah, Dragonoid's not going down without a fight. Or fine, Cross Dragonoid. There's Drago in there as far as the dragon here. Not confused with Draco the Dragon from Dragonheart from 1986, which does have a game based on Sega Saturn, and I think it was on the PlayStation as well.
Ability activate! Venom Claw!
He said, yeah, I missed with the Venom Claw, so... Actually, I don't know how that works as far as it, so I'll give it a shot as far as what that's going to look like. In the meantime, let's also use the, let's use this one. Okay, let's say, yeah, you're going to try and... Yeah, you're going to try and, negate it. Because, yeah, there's a strategy you can use, and fine, in story they use that, especially near the end. And in battles you can do that as well. Basically, if they use a ability card, pull your ability card out, and you can kind of counter it.
How dare you! Take any more damage and it's over.
And we're also seeing, like, fine, she doesn't treat her creatures... Oh, fine, I guess it's like the Pokemon thing, which is that you treat your creatures with love and compassion and all that stuff, and if that's the case, are you going to actually win? I'm going to die.
Venom Claw!
Okay, there you go. So I got poison on him. Oh, I am just on the edge. Whoa!
Activate! Laser Ice!
Oh, wow. This, if I win on this... Wow, that was a come from behind. Wow, that was good. I was like, if that thing breathed on me, I was gonna die. Wow. Okay, that was close. Yeah, if you do get stuff set up correctly, and also if you're able to be quick and swift, you'll be successful. Yeah, so this game, as I said, this does have a lot more depth than a lot of games like this, which is really interesting to think about. In other cases where it's based on anime. I mentioned the game based on, fine, Inuyasha Feudal Combat, that one in particular for the PS2, but there are other games that I know are going that direction. There's a game based on Rave Master that was on the GameCube that kind of played like this. There was... Okay, there's the Zatch Bell Momoto battles that kind of play like the Naruto, like Clash of Ninja games. Which, okay, not exactly a arena battle game like this. At least not the Zatch Bell in the Naruto game, or that Naruto game anyway.
Right.
But
Ability activate!
ones where...
Venom Claw!
Yeah, that was kind of a lucrative market, or even like a lot of games are pulling off of that, or fine, as I mentioned, pulling off of a game that's getting re-released in, at the time of this recording,
Ability card ready.
I think 3 weeks about, a little under 3 weeks. That being Power Stone from Capcom. I'm not showing the show, I want to, but I don't have, fine, I sort of have Power Stone 1. I have the Power Stone collection on the PSP that has it. I do have Power Stone 2 on the Power Stone 2 on the Dreamcast, which is a lot of money. But in a few weeks, they're re-releasing them in that Capcom Fighting Collection 2. Which has both the Power Stone games, though they are porting the arcade games. So they don't have, like, the item shop thing of the second game or the extra modes of one from Dreamcast. As well as a couple other things, including Project Justice, which is the sequel to Rival Schools. Rival Schools 1 hasn't been released yet, but they're really releasing its sequel. What is it? Psychic. No, is it Psychic Force? No. No, yeah, it is Psychic Force. I think is the game that is coming out for that as well. Though it's also on the Dreamcast. And also, I know Street Fighter 3 Alpha Upper, which I think was Street Fighter 3 Upper. That's coming back in its Capcom Fighting Collection. Oh no, Capcom Fighting Evolution. And 2 other ones that are in that I'm forgetting. Oh no, Capcom vs. SNK 2. I know that's one of them, and I think there's something else. I do have that pre-ordered for the purpose of the Switch version. So we can show that as far as it, but as I mentioned, back in the day, there were a lot of games that were pulling off of Power Stone. This kind of open area as far as fighting. I mean, I don't know if I'd say this is as good as Power Stone, but that being said, this makes up for that by saying, hey, we're going to be a little more strategic when it comes to certain things. And there really is a little more going on with this than even Power Stone, in the sense that you do have these ability cards that give you extra upgrades of things. And also the idea of blocking, because fine, Power Stone doesn't have a blocking mechanic as we're going against Nemesis. Which, am I? Okay, I'm not weak against Nemesis. This is going to be interesting. So let's go to Japan. Okay, so yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, as far as the comparison against Power Stone, this is kind of a different case than that, but also because of how they set this up, it's not what I'm looking at and it's like, oh, they're totally pulling a Power Stone. Instead of, hey, you're picking up items to use against enemies in a massive 3D brawling arena case. In fact, I mentioned there's a horrible one, that being the Powerpuff Girls Chemical Extraction. There's 2 pretty good ones based on Tom and Jerry. There's Fists of Fury, which is on Nintendo 64, and then there's War of the Whiskers, which is on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. I know there's one based on the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. It's like, really? And Midway made that one. It's like, okay, that was kind of interesting, I guess, to see that. And then this one, it's kind of fine. As I mentioned, there's a little bit of the element to that, but it's almost like one of the Godzilla games, like Godzilla Unleashed or Destroy All Monsters Melee a little bit. As far as like kind of how this one operates. It's a good one. As I said, I think this is an underrated one, honestly. Even if you don't know the series, if you do, you're gonna love it. I think. I got that sense as far as it when it came to our play of the game. Anyway, so let's do a bust. All right. Also, let me get my shield out. And also, the other thing is fine. Keep Nemesis close because Nemesis loves those light shots. Damn, they hurt. Ow. Yeah, so she seems angry, saying like, "Fine, you're gonna win, right?" She's like, fine. What's gonna happen if he does? If Eliko doesn't win, it's like, fine. I don't know what she does, but fine. It goes to the Pokemon thing of, you know, you have to treat your creatures with love, and if you don't, you're gonna be screwed. Which fine, Gary Oak found out the hard way. Although fine, the anime he doesn't really. Just fine. The anime, it's a case where fine, he doesn't really have that, you know. He doesn't need to come to Jesus moment, really. He just is more of a case of saying he kind of calms himself a little bit and then takes over the Viridian City Gym. In the games, he's like, no. He becomes the champion, you win, and then, well, they say, like, you didn't treat your Pokemon with love. It's like, I don't know if I'd necessarily say that's true, but then again, he then becomes, you know, the Viridian City leader that way, too. So, him kind of finding his way. Fine. In some ways, as far as the anime logic, as far as Gary is concerned, he was more just like kind of taking the piss out of Ash a little bit, saying like, "Hey, I'm ahead of you, and you're never going to catch up." But then getting a sense of like, "All right, fine." He then says, "You know, fine. That kind of isn't really even my focus." And this is like, that is my focus, but it's a case of him finding his path of what does he want to do in the Pokemon world, where's his connections lie with his Pokemon and all that. And he can say the same thing with Bakugan, really. As I said, if I'd seen more of the anime than I have, and I've seen a bit of it, as far as, and I think it's pretty interesting. I get probably more of a sense of that. Fine, I guess you do see that with the main characters with that, like with Muricho, with Elfin, and of course, particularly Dan with Drago. So you do get that, and fine, I guess that's the one difference, or one separation between Transformers, because I guess in Transformers' case, as the thing blew up over there, Transformers, they're just the creatures, fine, they're the characters that turn from other objects, but they're not controlled by people, they just have their own, perspectives about themselves. Whereas this one, I guess, kind of a half and half in the sense that, fine, they're going around as far as these creatures that come out of something or transform from something, but they are controlled by people. And fine, that's going to be the case when we look at Bakugan Battle Brawlers, which, Chad, there's no, I don't know, specific saying, hey, I want to see a specific version. I think I might look at the Wii version of that because, crap, I got light slashed. All right, so we got one more round. It's best of 3 based on how I said it. Yeah, because that one, it kind of goes for more of a strategy case in the way, I guess, the show kind of does, from what I've understood. And that one does have the voice actors from the anime, unlike this one. And it's the same people who made this. And they made it a year before. It's like, they don't have voice actors from the anime. But they have bigger names in this one, so it's kind of a half and half, a little. But also with that Wii game, unlike the Wii version of this one, from what I've understood, this one doesn't have like Wii motion controls. Oh, it would, but no, it doesn't. But Bakugan Battle Brawls, you basically can toss out the Bakugan trap that way, almost like it would be for like if you actually do it using the Wii remote. So you do Bakugan Brawl with the swing of the Wii remote to make that happen. So honestly, for that very reason, I'm kind of saying, yeah, kind of look at the Wii game. All right, there you go. So fine. What happened last time is I got too close to, ouch.
How dare you?
Yeah, the oil refinery. When the oil refinery blows up, do not be close to that, otherwise you're gonna get yourself hurt.
You're still going to win, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be close. Whoa.
Ability activate! Crystal shield!
Alright, so we got a strong shield. Let's get going. Whoa. Like I said, I'm kind of taken as far as this game. I do think it's actually really fun as far as what they're doing with it. Oh, but get away. Yeah, Nemesis, I gotta get close to Nemesis. Like, Nemesis knows, yo, stay away and do the shots. Like, no, don't let Nemesis do that. Oh no! Oh, I did negate it. Okay, so fine. Remember I said, you know, you can negate player ability cards? That's sort of true. Nemesis had to do the dash in to make the combo connect, but he got hit by my shot, and then I was able to get another shot off to win. Alright, so that was close. So in that case, there is ways to do it, but there's also ways to kind of avoid it. So yeah, the more I think about this, there is a lot to this, and it seems like it's very well designed. But then again, as I said, it's now production, and of what I played of their stuff, they tend to be really well designed. I mean, they made the 2 Klonoa games on the Game Boy Advance. They made Chuma and Fu on TurboGrafx 16, which is a game I quite like. And they also co-developed Sonic Riders, which is another one that I found pretty entertaining. Although, fine, weird things with controls on that one, but that's another case. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to vary this up a little bit. I'm going to show off, we'll start with Cross Dragonoid, looking at one of the other modes. Let's look at, guys, we're doing a lot of doing. Let's do a free-for-all. So fine, quoting the Smash Bros. Thing of free-for-all. In this case, let's make it really interesting. Let's make it so like we got tons of Bakugan on screen. Get 4. Unfortunately, no 4-player player perspective. But in that case, we'll run Cross Dragonoid, whose ability cards are Impact Wave, Wave Energy damages enemy in the path, powerful combo attack with Burning Aura, Fire Armor, and Fire Pillar, where she uses multi-directional fire. We'll take that, and then I'm going to random it up for everybody else. Let's see. So it's Cross Dragonoid against Hades, against Brontes, and against... There's Brontes again, but I'll save and pull something else. They really want to give me Brontes again, don't they? Okay, Nemesis. Why not? And for this mode, the main case as far as how free-for-all works is you're going points. So there's 4 Bakugan on screen, and as you go along, you basically beat each other to get points, and most points at the end of the time limit wins. Or I think also you can defeat the Bakugan as it is and win that way. We'll see. So yeah, Dan, let's get going. So yeah, this form of Drago as well, so let's get going on that. In this case, I could focus on a bunch of cases that... Okay, so it is on time limit. Alright. So I can not go for Nemesis. And since there are multiple targets, like in the story mode, you hit the right trigger, or the right bumper, I should say, to swap between them. Like, oh, I don't want to go against Brontes now. I want to go against Hades. Whoa. And you can do this on 2 players as well. I'm surprised there's not a 4-player variance of this. And honestly, based on the tech, as I'm getting myself paralyzed, so I have to hit that X button to get out of it. I'm kind of surprised that... Ow, they didn't try for a 4-player mode, or I guess, I don't know if they couldn't do it for a tech reason, but honestly, for a tech reason, this game seems pretty accomplished as far as itself, technologically speaking. So yeah, if nothing else, I'll say this about the game above anything else. Regardless of whether you like this game or not, or whether you think it's as much fun as I'm giving it credit for, or that fans give it credit for as well, Clearly now Productions did not half-ass this game. They didn't say, oh, we got handed a license, let's get anything out here because kids don't want to play it because of the license. They said, hey, we got something cool here, we got some ideas about how to make this thing sing, and they got it. And it is pretty cool as far as what they did. Whoa.
Ability activate. Impact wave.
Ability card ready.
Ability.
Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that. No. Oh, or I time it just right, so fine. When I come out of it, I guess I have a little bit of an invincibility frame going on there. So that, fine, that ring shot Brontes had, I live somehow. Okay, and fine. Oh, well, that being said, okay, fine. Let's see what happens. As soon as I get my ass knocked down, I have to wait for a reload. Oh, fine, I hit the X button to come back, so you do have like a 5-second case of it. So you do have infinite lives. You're just kind of going for points. But yeah, whoever CPU 2 is, that being Brontes, that's that. Alright, there you go.
Gate card open.
Alright, somebody opened a gate card. Uh-oh. Whereas Chasm 22, I always like to say whenever the terrains come out in Pokemon Gen 8, it's getting weird. Like, yeah, I guess it is getting weird out there, but yeah, look at it. It does look great. Very colorful, very stylish, and it does tune the color to whichever Bakugan picks it up based upon their attribute. I do love that. Ugh, I'm stuck. Yeah, this is kind of close on points, honestly. I only have a minute left. Whoa, uh-oh. The Brontes is the problem, so I gotta knock Brontes out of this. Like, okay, so fine. I'm gonna do a dash on Brontes so I can kind of just knock him down.
Ability activate. Impact wave.
Uh-oh.
Activate. Green beam.
So fine, it wasn't even Brontes doing that one, but... Fine, somebody move it ahead. That's Hades. We gotta take care of that. Yeah, with bonus chance. Hurry up. All right, because I think they doubled points. Yeah, you get double points during the last 30 seconds. So it does give you some opportunity to catch up. You're like, hey, I'm behind. I think you get more points if you bash, or you KO a Bakugan for that. So if I can get Hades out of the way, that would be really good. Oh, crap. Except Hades has got a lot of shots going on. Uh-oh. Oh, no, somebody got him. I don't know, maybe I got him. No, I don't think I got him. Wait, Hades isn't even the one winning. It's, well, time's up. Let's take a look who won.
Defeat.
Fine, we didn't win, but it was, let's see who won.
Good brawl.
Okay, so we got third place. So Nemesis won with 167 points, followed by Hades, then us, then Brontes. Okay, and one thing I'm gonna do, because I want to check this. I think it holds the difficulty over, because I set it to hard for the duel. Oh no, that is the duel. It defaults to the duel. I want to see something. Does it still hold that? Oh no, it doesn't, so that's normal. I'm going to turn off items. You know, let's try turning off items, see what that does. Okay, and we can also do 3-player. You know, let's give it a shot at 3-player. And you can also do 1-on-1, so we can take a look at that too. The same deal as before. Let's take a look at Cross Dragonoid. Let's take his other Bakugan cards, which are Fire Armor for deflecting shots, and the multi-directional Fireball with Fire Pillar. And then here we have... Fine, Cross Dragonoid. Fine, you know what? Let's have Cross Dragonoid the whole way. Why not? Let's have 3 Cross Dragonoids, see what happens. Which is the real one? It's a question of, yeah, which one's the fake one, which was not fake one, and then which the other one. So fine, if you love Cross Dragonoid, this is your lucky day, because you're getting 3 of them on screen at once. And actually, I think one of the things I should do for free-for-all is I should show Max's Helios, all 4 characters being Max's Helios. Just to have complete carnage as I'm off Xbox Live, but it's not a factor. Well, fine. Okay, it's not a factor now. Fine, this game doesn't have online support as far as multiplayer, which you didn't think it would. You'd think, okay, 2010, they'd have online multiplayer for this.
We got this.
Fine, the only one that sort of does is the PSP game, because the PSP game has an ad hoc option for local multiplayer, and you can kind of do like a tunnel case of itself for the purpose of the linkage, and basically kind of go online that way with that version. But how you could do it today, well, you sort of can, because I know you do that with the Dreamcast, I mentioned that. It's like, yeah, look at these 3 Dragonoids just all in one place. So now it's because, like, wait, which one's yours? Although, fine, you never really have a question, like, which one's yours when you're kind of doing this, because yours is always on screen, fine. The other ones are fine, indicated with CPU 1 and 2. Fine, they just ganged up on me. It's like, Jesus. But also, some of them do have the abilities going up faster. The shields tend to do that. Whoa. So I didn't even get the shield up because he punched me whilst I was doing it. Fine, let's shoot the fire. Oh, there we go. So fine, knocked them both out of the way.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Dan has the right attitude, saying like, fine, we're just gonna get started on this one. Whoa. Ouch. I got shot in the back by the other one. Okay, fine, I shot that one out of the sky, so that's good. Okay, and I get more points for doing a KO, so actually in that case, that's a good strategy. Nah, you got that one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, yeah, because I got 21 points, so yeah, I got tons of points on that. So yeah, okay, strategy is avoid getting yourself killed. So in this case, yeah, I just gotta keep hitting that X button. So it's almost like, fine, I guess, think of it, things of Activision, it's Call of Duty. Because when you play Call of Duty, and it's not a, I don't know if the Call of Duty modes for multiplayer have cases of running on live, say. So like, hey, if you die like 3 times, you're out. You have to wait on that camera. So you have that kill cam showing you what happened, how'd you die, and then you have to wait a couple seconds in order to respawn. So that's kind of like this game, a little. But in this case, you can also advance by hitting that X button quicker. Sometimes you might not want to, saying, okay, fine, they're in the way of something, so I might want to keep my distance. If I hit the one and the other one's hitting me from behind, it's like, yeah, look at that. Yeah, so much Dragonoid action going on here. Dragonoid and Dragonoid on Dragonoid action. It's crazy. There you go, yeah, so fine, the real one has to win. Okay, so that one goes in a circle that way, okay. Fine, that one's like, okay, fine, I'm not involved with those two. Those can just beat the hell out of each other, I'm okay with that. And that's another valuable strategy, saying, hey, you know, pick up the scraps, wait till someone's really weak, and then say, oh, I can take the KO for myself and get more points. But we have 30-second warning. So, points are doubled. In this case, I do want to put the shield up so I can avoid hits. Oh, there you go, and I got it off. Fantastic. Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, if I can keep this up, I'm gonna win. Especially that one dying like that, so...
Time is up.
Alright, never mind, it didn't die, so time's up. But we did win.
Victory.
Okay, there we go. Awesome. So yeah, even with 3 of them, the real one, or fine, R1 came out ahead of it.
Did you think I'm the #1 rated brawler for nothing?
Okay, so yeah, 135 on us, followed by 103 and 101. So yeah, close battle for second place, as is the case. Okay, next, we're gonna go to the Bakugan Select. Actually, I'll do a head-to-head. And then for the rest of them, I do want to do just 4 players on this, because it's... I love the insanity of it, honestly. So the Battle Arena, we'll go to Free-for-All. We'll do a player versus computer. And then... Yeah, so next down the list... Fine, we saw normal Elfin. Here's dual Elfin. And almost halfway through the characters, so that's a pretty good case of itself. Broken Heart. So yeah, she got Broken Heart, saying fire in the energy that does stunning and damaging. Aqua Dive for combo attack and layer look at Aqua Bubble and Water Sphere. So who's gonna be our opponent? Primo Vulcan. Alright, that'll be okay, I think. Yeah, because Subterra is not, fine, it's neutral as far as that. Fine. Subterra, the type of Will... Is Willa? Fine, his type is neutralizes mine. So there's Murcho again. Off we go. And I do love, as I mentioned, the mechanical stuff of how it comes out. They did animate that really well. Okay. Oh no, it's Vulcan, it was not Wilda. Why was I thinking Wilda? It's Primo Vulcan. Ah. But fine, Vulcan's kind of, you know, hunkering down, which I think is set, because fine, it's more of an armor to case itself a little bit. Ow.
We haven't lost yet.
Alright, well, fine, we just started Mauricio, so yeah, we're not done yet at all. Like, yeah, we've still got more than enough time. So honestly, I'll say this, I kind of want to put a 4-player case in the inner space here, because, yeah, it seems like it's the smallest of the arenas we have. So I'm curious, like, what it's gonna look like. Oh, fine, you have 2 other rooms, so I can go in the other place.
You'll win. Just keep your guard up.
Ouch. Just keep doing shots off. Yeah, I have nothing else to get my ability cards ready, so let's blast them.
Activate. Broken
Yeah, let's get the heart beam. Yeah, so it's like the water heart beam is the Sailor Moon case. I think they're paying attention to that. Whoa, there's the other one.
activate. Aqua dive.
And fine, as I mentioned, as far as like the Sailor Moon fighting game, I mean, fine, there's the one Arc System Works made for the Super Famicom. We didn't get that. I mean, I wish we did. Or as I said, I wish we'd get like the take on Dragon Ball FighterZ that way. But as I said, I know from what I understand, the people who created Sailor Moon, I think they said they didn't like having it licensed out, or they didn't like having it licensed out in America or something. Which is weird, like, yeah, why can't we get one of these things? Alright, but I did shoot him, so we're set. And he's gone, so now I gotta wait for him to respawn. But he's over there, so be careful. Whoop.
Ability activate.
Alright, so here we go.
Aqua dive.
Although fine, it's gonna balance out, because fine, I'm low on health. And I have items off, so at that point, as soon as he knocks me out, he's gonna get tons of points off of that. Although, honestly, I might want to let him get me now, so he doesn't get double points during the last 30 seconds. Yeah, case in point. Yeah, probably a good idea. And in this case, I'll kind of also let him go. Okay, so I think, looking at the respawn case, I think it is kind of, in a way, putting you in a random space. Although, as I mentioned, not like Call of Duty in the sense that it necessarily matters that much. Because fine, with Call of Duty, you're kind of going around different corners and things like that, or any shooter, really. So your respawn point makes more sense as far as that being something to it. And depending on the game, you can also know, like, where are the respawn points. Although I think, honestly, with a lot of stuff, you kind of can tell, like, where it is, unless they randomize or say... Well, no, not unless they randomize it. Unless they say, hey, it could be anywhere with... No, I guess if they do randomize it within this area, it's like, I don't know. I can respawn here, or I can just respawn here. Not like, hey, you know, there's a specific landmark you can get a sense of that with. Like with GoldenEye or Perfect Dark or something like that. Right, so, yeah, 30-second warning.
Aqua dive.
Yeah, I missed the Aqua Dive. He's just going away, saying, like, I don't want any part of this. And he doesn't want any part of that either, so he's smartly avoiding my ability cards. Yeah, so far, this is actually going pretty good. Break. He broke as well. We're all breaking. There we go. Time's up.
Victory.
Great job. He's like, yeah, take my hand. I'll help you up. So, Elfin's nothing if not helpful. Yeah, 149. That was a pretty big case of itself. Okay, so we'll do the next case of it, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back and I'm going to go with 4-player, and we're just going to stick 4-player the whole way. And I'm going to go with the inner space, because I want to see what 4-player is in there. Okay. Having a good time doing this, and also a good case of like a relaxing case of it, and also, yeah, the great high-octane stuff that goes with all the stuff we did unlocking. Okay, so for that, we have Aqua Bubble, and we have Water Sphere. So let's get random going on. There's Wilda. I was mentioning Wilda earlier. There's Cross Dragonoid, and there is... I mean, I can have dual battles as far as Wilda, but I want something else different. Fine, there's Primo Vulcan again. And there's Mega Nemesis. Alright, that'll work. Yeah, we were going the air space. I want to see this.
Bakugan, brawl.
Alright, off we go. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see what the size of this arena is going to be like for the other characters. Although, in honesty, I didn't necessarily pick the largest. Oh, actually, Okay, no. I guess, okay, maybe it's not as big, not as small as I thought. And I don't think this is a game where it changes the layout of the stages based on how many players you have. Or if there's an option to do that. I don't think there is an option here. You just select a level, that's it. Yeah, and it looks like it is the same size, so I don't think it's doing that either. It's not like, fine, because I know some shooters do it. I think the Battlefield games do. I know some real-time strategy games. I know Age of Empires 2 does that. Especially the definitive version from a couple years ago. That one definitely gives you an option saying, hey, if you're playing a game with, I don't know, 4 players, you can size it differently than if you're playing with 8. Because usually 8 players in case you want to have it. Or you might want it open and, you know, wide for it to accommodate everybody. Or you want it tiny as hell so yeah, no, there's fighting every second, basically. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go get some wood over here with my villagers. I run into, you know, the scout like very close as far as one of my enemies here. That I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting attacked. I gotta deal with that. It's like 2 minutes into the game, as opposed to, I don't know, 2 hours even usually when you build up stuff. Yeah, there's so many here. This is gonna be interesting to see. But also, that's the other thing. Is like, yeah, fine. Now, Will just sound like, yeah, Primo Vulcan's like punching Primo Vulcan in the face, and then Nemesis is trying to hang back, saying, "Oh, I'll just take pot shots from here." But also gets it. Yeah, you're not taking my kill away as far as it. Nemesis. Ugh, thank God. Let's get that set so I can also protect against shots. Because Mega Nemesis, the shots hurt very, very badly, and I want to stay away from that. Ow, but yeah, they're ganging up on me. Okay, in that case, I'm also in just close enough proximity, so yeah, Will took that shot pretty well as far as it being like a direct hit. Alright, so fine. I'm just gonna use those ability cards, like in the main games. Like, yeah, when they even say, like, hey, there's no reason not to use them when you get them, and also when they're useful. But there are reasons to kind of hold them and say, hey, when I'm in close proximity, fine. Yeah, you're close, I want you dead. Yeah, Elvin's holding on barely, but like, oh, crap. Yeah, you just knocked me out. I don't know who she's activating it on, because look, they're all crowded together. Oh, so, Jesus, I'm way out in front. Okay, crap. Okay, so, I didn't know I was doing that well on this. And also the music intensifying, like, yeah, last 30 seconds. Woo. Oh, you're doing an earthquake? I'm not gonna try and block that. Okay, there we go. I did block it just in time. Yeah, combo break. Yeah, let's get one more shot for the road. Okay, time's up. Alright, we won. Apparently that was a runaway. Damn. I didn't know it was that close, or was that not close?
I'm glad you're my partner, Elfin.
Yeah, 225. The closest was Mega Nemesis at 144. And then Weldon, Primo Vulcan pulling up the rear. Damn. You know, fine. I'm going to take a look at this on hard then. Because I don't think I was... Watch, if I was on hard on that, I don't think I was. Let's take a look. Yeah, I wasn't. Let's go to normal. Let's go to hard. Fine, let's do this again, and then let's get another character out. Alright, so next on the list is Magma Welda. So Magma Welda has the Magma Cannon, as well as the high impact for combo, and then the Steel Mutation for deflecting shots, and then no staggering. So that's good, but I want that one. Okay, Master Ingram, we haven't seen much of Master Ingram yet. We will see him soon enough. There's Dual Elephant again, except we're not controlling her. And then Hades. Okay. All right, so next we're gonna go. Yeah, Vexo Space. Actually, that's another one that's gonna be interesting to see as far as the size.
Bakugan Brawl!
All right, so off we go. All right, ready to go down, guys? All right, so this is gonna be fun. Okay, this is kind of a tiny arena too. Actually, this might be smaller than the inner space is. Yeah, this is fine. Here's the other thing. Also, I'll say this about with all these characters, as far as it's not as cacophonous as you'd expect. It's intense and it's kind of crazy, but it's not something that feels like, oh yeah, it's like nuts, or I'm not gonna be able to, you know, function. But sometimes that happens. Like, hey, it can just be a case of tons and tons of, I guess, visual and oral noise as far as what it is. But it seems like it kind of balanced well, so that I can still keep an eye on like where I am, where are my enemies, and kind of just keep myself going. It's like, yeah, but I don't have to watch from every end still.
Magma Cannon!
Just pull the magma cannon out. Yeah, I did shoot them sort of off screen. Uh-oh.
Activate! Aqua Dive!
But then I got aqua stricken. Whoa. Oh, I think you got all of them. Oh, fine, you got two of us. All right. How about this? We're close here, so maybe I can get a bunch of them in the blast. Oh, there you go. I think I got all three of them. Yeah, I think I did. Damn. Yeah, Master Ingram, you took my kill. You gotta die for that one. Fine, they're not dying. They're coming back. I mean, they just get knocked into out of their state and then they're returning.
You can do it. That won't happen.
So fine, that's the idea as far as what hard is. Right, because I forgot I put this on hard. I should remember that.
Magma Cannon!
Yeah, Magma Cannon, like, you're right in your face. Like, okay, I'll get my ass out of here. Whoa, whoa! Master Ingram, you want to go down?
High Impact!
Ah, I missed.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, break. Okay, broken. I got him. Awesome.
Ability activate!
Alright, shoot the card. Boom.
Cannon!
Okay, so they're in distance, so it's pretty close. Yeah, but I'm down. But even when you do go down, it does still hold your ability card. So I come out. Who's my target of choice? It's gonna be Elfin. Let's try see if I can reach Elfin from here. Yeah, you do dash far, but you don't dash forever. Unfortunately, I was not close enough. Whoa. Uh-oh. Alright, so on hard, they're using their ability cards more, which makes sense. Alright, fine. Elfin went down again. Whoa. Actually, yeah, this is a small arena in inner space. So yeah, come here for my small arena case. I'll come here for all Max's Helios's later, because I think that's worth showing. Alright, so yeah, you're hearing like ability activate going on constantly. Alright, so Hades, out you go. Okay, fortunately I got stuck with the broken hearts. Like, yeah, this is intense, and I do like that. I like the intensity of this as well. But we're at the last 20 seconds. Yeah, and fine. Ingram, I gotta be careful. Oh, yeah, it is Ingram. I gotta be careful. Whoa. Even the way the camera's able to still keep up with this. I mean, fine, it's going fast, but not in a case where I feel like, oh, I'm getting a headache doing this. All right, come on. Okay, so I got Ingram out of the way and we win. That was close to the end. Since I got him out, I was able to get double points.
Another easy win.
All right, good job. All right.
Good brawl. Promise me a rematch?
Yeah, well, we'll give you a rematch very shortly. Don't worry. We just need to get the other cards ready, and then we'll also get more Bakugan to fight. Okay, you know what? Fine. Just for the purposes, I'm gonna. Fine. We'll do this with Yeah, we'll do this with Max's Helios later, but I also want to see... Fine, Magma Wilda. Let's do all Magma Wildas. Actually, wait a second. In my case, I didn't change the cards off. I want to change them to these. Which are, by the way... No, that's Magma Cannon, Steel Mutation, and Earthen Fortress. So I won't get staggered from hits. So all those Magma Wildas, let's go to Vexo Space. That absolutely is where we want to go. Alright, so yeah, let's have another battle.
Bakugan Brawl!
And you can skip these cinematics, although in all honesty, they're not that long, number one. Number two, I don't think they necessarily get that old. Like, yeah, there's a good build-up before you do the fight. Whoa! There you go. Like, yeah, you're trying to get to me break. Okay, fine. This might also be the easy way to get the combo break achievement, which, by the way, is you get 10 combo breaks in a single fight. And you can get them in the multiplayer, as I'm realizing. Whoa.
You've got to guard and dodge if you want to come out.
Yo, so many of these Magna Wildas.
Stay on your toes.
Ability card ready.
Ability activate. Steel mutation.
Actually, this is pretty damn close so far. Whoa. I think it's gonna be when we get a knockout of some sort. That's when it's really gonna take off.
Earthen Fortress.
This card's also fine. I will not do staggering cases when I'm doing my combos for a real time. Because as long as that card energy is going up and down, like look at that. There you go. That's break. Whoa.
Ability activate. Steel mutation. Opposition is strong. You can do it.
Even though that shield's gonna protect me, okay, you bounce back the shot. Actually, I did not know it did that. It won't mean, it doesn't mean you're invincible, unless, fine, I'm not invincible doing this, but I don't get a knockback when I have my combo going for a brief period of time. There you go. I got taken out, but I took somebody else out, so let's get ourselves ready to go. Okay, come on.
Just like that. Ability activate. Steel mutation.
Oh, oh, stop.
Just like that.
There you go, there's another break. I think I'm pretty close to that combo break achievement. You do 10 combo breaks in the battle into the achievement.
Ability card ready.
The ability to activate, and we're gonna have no aspects going on this as far as, you know, being broken out of this. Yeah, that punch of Magma Wilda is amazing. Let's go quick and get a 20-way combo. There's so many Magma Wildas, they're all here in one bunch. Whoa.
Ability card ready.
Ability activate.
Our ability activated, let's go. Whoa. Especially here because we're at our 30-second warning. There's a break.
Time is up.
All right, time's up. That's close. I think I might have pulled that up. Let's see. Okay, I just missed it. So let's see how that turned out. That was close.
Good brawl. Promise me a
3
rematch.
points. Wow, look at that. CPU 3 Wilda just won. Okay, so yeah, that was really close. Yeah, that was interesting. That was fun. Okay, so let's take a look at next character down the list. Okay, next up is Max's Dragonoid. So yeah, that is the final transformation of Drago from the story. Yeah, because you got Neo Dragonoid, you got Cross Dragonoid later, and then when he's taken, we came back. Well, when we got him back later, it became Max's Dragonoid. So fine, here we go. They're shooting 2 fireballs at once with the burst fire, a maximum vortex for that combo attack. That's great. And then the lava barrier for shots. This one, which I haven't seen, I personally haven't found much use on that one, but we'll give it a shot. Maybe there's a context that it's going to be more useful in. All right, Master Ingram's there. Next is Wilda. And oh, that's Magma Wilda. That's different. Okay, so fine. There's the powered up version of Wilda and the normal one. Okay, well, I want to go back to the Vexus base just because. You know, no, I don't. Let's go to China. I said let's randomize where we go. But we'll go back there, especially as we go along. Alright. Yeah, you get the little more elaborate cases, like all of the Bakugan trap things come together, and yeah, look at that. This could be a massacre, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to be. Let's see. Okay. The Max's Dragonoid is very powerful. That is absolutely true. Yeah, so I mean, that's the other thing. I don't know if there's necessarily characters who are so insanely overpowered that, fine, if you were going to do this in a tournament play, it's like, no, you can't use them. Although, then again, I don't know if there's like tournament play for this game. I mean, there might be. So that would be an interesting thing, because they always talk about EVO, which is a fighting game tournament as far as things. We talk about games that often appear there. And sometimes that way, but sometimes other games. I know StarCraft 2 is a big case of that around as far as it. But as far as fighting games, we talk about a lot of Street Fighter cases, stuff with Smash Brothers and things like that. But it's always one of those things I sometimes wish I'd see, like, hey, something completely out of keeping completely. Like, fine, let's take a look at, I don't know, let's take a look at something like a Bakugan Defenders of the Core. Let's take a game that's totally crazy as far as the fighting game's like, would you ever do tournament play on this and see what happens? Yeah, so far it's going okay. Ooh, ow. Alright, so we're gonna be acting. Okay, I just must. You just missed me. Okay, I also just missed that by going right underneath it. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful, but yeah, that guy shot me in the back. I was like, yeah, that's a deed that can't go unpunished. There you go. Yeah, he just ran right into it. Alright, I'm coming back. Get that clock going, and let's get ready to go. Alright, Ingram combo time. You tried to hit me with 2 and you failed, and now I'm gonna hit you with the mine, and it's not gonna miss. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh no, the Wilders are teaming up. Oh fine, they're going after each other, so never mind, okay. They won't necessarily just go after you, which I do love that. They'll go after who's ever in the distance, or whoever's right next to these. Ow. There's a good use of Rumble. I didn't really mention that last time. So, oh, that's the other thing. When it comes to doing another part of the game, I sometimes think, would we not talk about the last time we looked at it? So yeah, Rumble. It does have a nice hit when when either you make a hit or when you get hit. Like, yeah, you feel the idea of what that's like. Yeah, good job. Like, yeah, no problem, Dad. Like, yeah, that's the idea. We're almost fine. It's not Peter Cullen voicing you. Fine. I was mentioning that because we'll have. Fine, he's not in the game we're playing next week, but that came up sort of in something going on to our games next week. As I said, I'll mention that a little later, but I will give you a hint. It is something of this era as well. It is something that is also based on a famous franchise. I mentioned it's by Way Forward already. And it's from a company who have not played a game in completion in over a year and a half, we realized. So, okay, we got to fix that, especially because I needed something to Fine, I needed a replacement content for us not doing Shadow Hearts Covenant's next part next week, which actually kind of was a benefit, honestly. Fine, for them, but also for me as well. Okay, I can pull out something else that way, and we'll still have that game going on. Ouch. Okay, if I'm sort of running away with this, but it doesn't look like I completely am.
Time is up.
Alright, time is up, and I was completely not even present. Oh, but I did respawn. Okay, we're nice enough to wait for me to respawn. It's like, okay, fine, you won, so get ready for your victory pose.
You show him, Drago.
Yeah, that was...
That's all she wrote.
Well, Wilda came the closest. But at this point, because of what that is, I think we do need to have another case of saying, hey, let's just have the same one all over the place. Because he's huge. Fine, he's large and in charge, and that's the idea of the story goes. But let's also make it a little more... I'm going to say I'm going to play around with the health thing. Fine, I'll play around with it equal. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to have the other ability cards. We'll have them equal as far as them all having extra health. So we're not going to have as many points going on from KOs. Let's go to our favorite place, of Vexos base, because yeah, this is because of how large Max's Dragonoid is. More of a chance it's going to be cramped. Alright. Also, I guess this is the idea that, I don't know, they're like, if there are 4 Max's Dragonoids, does that mean there's 4 Dan Kusos? I mean, I guess so. Also, yeah, the other thing I was going to mention, yeah, the loading is pretty quick in, although, and that's even if you don't... Fine, okay, as I mentioned, I did install this game to the Xbox 360 hard drive, which you can do, and it's only 3.5 gigs to install the disc to it. It does improve the load times a little, though honestly, the game loads pretty decently as is anyway. So it's not a case where it's that much of a, oh, you need to use this. Fine, it's not Sonic 06, it's not Duke Nukem Forever, it's not Power Gig Rise of the Sixth String, thinking of really horrible loading on 360. It's also not the loading of actually a game I bought a demo disc to show off the demo for the Blizzard Xbox Live show in November. So in that case, it's definitely better than that. Yeah, let's get our shield. Whoa. Where's CPU 3? He's over there. Oh, okay, so it actually does also make the health bar longer. Okay, that actually, I didn't know that. Fine, the 3 fireball thing. In the story, I didn't see much use to this. Oh, alright, fine, I guess it's useful there if I get him close. And then just hit him down. Yeah, but don't worry, I'll be back, Dan, so don't worry. Whoa.
Ability activate. Lava barrier. Ability.
Let's try this, because usually the way the fireball's shooting up, it shoots up. I'll do it again, because it looks. I thought in the story it basically was kind of just hanging in the air, and like, oh yeah, if anything gets close enough to it, they'll run into it and get hurt. But in the case of, yeah, if you just avoid it, you'll be fine. Or fine, if they avoid it, they'll be fine. So, alright, I want to build that card up again. That's the red one of the 2 I have here. Let's see, whoa, break. Okay. Alright, so that's good, is that, alright, so here you go. So, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get out of the way, because I want to see this. If I'm far enough away from this, fine. I want them out of my way so I don't actually hit them. So fine, that's far enough. Let's see what this does. Okay, because it shoots them out, and then if they hit them, if they're not hitting them now, oh, and then they explode. So, alright, so, okay, that helps me understand that attack. So, alright. You either want to shoot it when they're really close, or you want to make sure that they're going to be trapped by it so they can't escape. They can't escape those fireballs that hit them and then have them go. Or if they're close enough when it blows up after a few seconds.
Ability activate. Lava barrier.
That being said, I'm losing this one, as I'm realizing now. Whoa. And also, we do have last minute, so let's see. Fine, now we can shoot this. Let's see if this helps. They're in the corner, so yeah.
Activate! Maximum vortex! That's gonna leave a mark.
Okay, so this is close. Let's see what happened here. I don't know if I won. I did, just barely, I guess because of that last minute KO. Alright, that was close. So yeah, what was the final number on that? I'm curious.
Oh yeah! That was
Okay, it's
awesome,
182. It was, because I got the last defeat there, and then 168, 156, and 145. So actually, yeah, that was really close. Okay. That was good. Alright, so next up on the lists, we have Primo Vulcan. Yeah, there's another one of the enemy Bakugan. We have Rocket Punch, that fires hands to the opponent, and Mega Quake for a powerful combo attack, and will show off Clay Barrier for absorbing an Iron Skin later. Actually, in some ways, kind of the yin to the yang of Magma Wilda. So fine, let's take a look at you, and you know, let's also make this a little more interesting, saying that fine, everything have half health. So yeah, really tiny life bars, and fine, let's randomize. So dual Elfin. And then Brontes. That's a dual Elfin. Oh, fine, if we give me another one that's fine, that's another Wilda. Oh no, it's Wilda. So that should be good. Now where are we going? Yeah, effects of space, why not? At this point, it doesn't really matter where we go, because we've shown off all the arenas. Not that there's a whole lot, but not a case where I get the sense where it's like, oh, you're gonna be tired going to the same places. Because honestly, I think the key to this game really is, in some ways, the levels aren't really the point so much as it's just the creatures that you're fighting with or against. All right, so let's go. Ow, so yeah, all right, fine. Elfin has the shots that paralyze, so you gotta be careful on that. Whoa. And then, yeah, then Bronze is saying, like, yo, all of you on the ground, I'm gonna be the one breaking this up. Oh, fine. Primo Vulcan does have slower hits, so fine. He doesn't have fast combo speed. Oh, fine. Yeah. He definitely doesn't have fast charge-up time, and I think that does validate that when it comes to the upgrades of... Oh, I'm dead already. Fine, because I'm at 50% health for everybody, so... Shorter innings. Actually, wait a second. I think the shots are... Oh, okay, the shot is not even a shot. It's basically it's a close range, I don't know, like shockwave. Okay. So that's interesting. Basically, I gotta be close to what I have, and then let my shot out. All right, let's try the combo. Unfortunately, yeah, Wilda's on the not Wilda. I keep saying Wilda. No, it's Elfin who's on the ground, so he doesn't do much. All right, there you go. Missiles. Yeah, Bronda's got in the way of the missile. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think, Primo Vulcan, yeah, you're going down. Alright, so even the health thing, so yeah, it is a little bit of a handicap case, but it's also a case of saying, hey, everybody put on a low health, and you have, like, really short innings and more opportunities to get knockout points. As far as this mode's concerned, at least. I do want to show that combo. But yeah, I want to show everything off. Yeah, you bastard, get out of here. Yeah, for that, you're going to go down. So, okay, ability activated. Let's do a combo. I think I missed it again. Alright, Wildo, you're going down. Oh, it's Rocket Punch, because that's what it is. Alright, myself and Elfin are actually pretty close. Okay, in that case, Jesus Christ, that did tons of damage. All right, fine. I understand now why it's such a short range, because, wow, it hurts.
Ability activate. Drain beam.
Fine, you hit the drain beam that way, so let's... Okay. Break time. I said, fine, you have the thing that prevents breaking.
Bring it.
In that case, I say, fine, you know what? I can only punch you in the face. Whoa.
That felt good.
Alright, can I hit some... Okay, opponent's chance. I do want to hit with this thing. Because I'm dead, but I want to come back and hit something. Let's hit Bronte so we can get him.
Ability activate.
Fine, Bronte doesn't have, like, they're going off, so let's see. How about that? Okay, there you go. They're close. I should be able to hit something with this. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, at that point, I'm like, fine, yes? I don't know, did I hit anything? It looked like it died before I even had a chance to punch it down.
Ability activate. Rocket punch.
Okay, so, okay, yeah, so it did hurt.
Time is up.
My time's up. Who won? Not us. So let's see. Who was that way?
I'm glad you're my partner, Elfin.
Oh, it was Elfin. Okay, so there we go. Okay, let's take a look at your next case, and then we'll look at the other mode. Because there are 3 modes. The other one's Destruction Battle. And then we'll look at the rest of the characters as far as it, and we'll have other stuff. And honestly, I don't know if we're going to have that much more going on with this game. Because, yeah, we're looking through most everything. Although I think I'll also show off all the abilities I unlocked, and also the full aspect of the gallery. So, right, so there's Wilda, there's Max Cecilius. I don't know if I'm going to put Max Cecilius out for that now. Let's have Brontus again, why not? Yeah, and even Max's Dragonoid, I'm going to draw the line. Altair, we've not shown Altair tonight yet. But don't worry, we will. I'm going to go to the Oscorp. Because everybody's going to get ready to burn. Either by my hand or by somebody else's.
Bakugan brawl.
Alrighty. Actually, I don't think anything I have is, you know, strong on, or is a fire type, or is a Pyrus type, which is a Pyrus attribute. That being said, they are seeing the lava still, even though they're taking damage. This is interesting.
That was nothing. That felt good.
Actually, what happens if they die in the lava from damage? Who gets the points? Fine, I didn't get the point on that one.
Impressive, but it won't be enough.
So far, woo.
We're going to lose this if we're not careful. Impressive, but it won't be enough. I am losing this battle.
Alright, so I need to use this.
Activate. Clay barrier. Ability.
Alright, what's the ability here?
Iron skin.
Iron Skin, which kind of didn't do a damn thing because it died, but I know there's another reason to use it. Actually, I think it's like Wilda, where the case is that it prevents the accomplishments busted out of for a while.
Ability activate. Mirage strike.
Yeah, Altera's close to death, so if I can get him, I'll find somebody else got him. All right. So that's the other thing I'm noticing, that they're taking advantage of the fact that yeah, enemies are close to being KO'd.
Ability activate. Clay barrier.
Ability card ready.
I was like, wait a second, is there? Yeah, because you're seeing there, like, there's the barrier there, so there is kind of a wall around this arena. But first I was saying, wait, I wasn't seeing it when it was getting closer. I said, wait, does it expand out? But I don't think it does.
Ability activate. Iron skin.
Alright, so Wilda get. Okay, I got Wilda, so I got points. But yeah, Altair is way out in front, and I gotta change that quick. Yeah, you're in the right way.
Ability activate.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose this one. I don't think I've got a good set on this. Oh, I gotta take advantage of that final 30 seconds. Yeah, I think that helped me a lot. So fine, in that case I jumped from 4th place to 2nd place, but now 3rd place. I gotta get moving. Even then, yeah, that did a lot of damage. Alright, so I can take 2nd at least, which I think is where I'm going to end, or 3rd. Okay, 2nd. Alright, so I didn't win, but it was a good comeback attempt, if nothing else.
Never underestimate the Vexas.
Yeah, so there's Altair, so Altair won. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look at the next mode, which is Destruction Battle. This one is kind of in line with the story, in the sense that you do still have destruction of Vexus crystals that go on. This is one-on-one, though. And the only other difference here, by the way, is that you don't have round option, you just have the one round. I'll keep the items on, we'll keep the time there, and we'll keep it as normal. And then for this, I will also show, by the way, one round going on with 2-player split screen, just because of the fact I want to show how frame rate works on this game, which actually works really well. Alright, now we got Ingram. So Ingram is Ventus type, that's the wind case, the strong against Aquos, and weak against Subterra. As far as our cards, we have Cyclone Storm, which is energy shots from its wings, and a combo attack with Raging Tempest, and we'll see Wind Blast for shot deflection and Tornado Vortex a little later. Okay, so for this, let's take a random. What the hell, let's take a look at Hades. I'll fight in China. Yeah, having a fun time with this one for sure, as it is so far. Alright, here we go. And nothing else, we're also getting all the characters as far as running out, and I do like that. And Outdive, as you mentioned, loving the designs of the costumes as far as it, which are really cool as far as how they designed that. And it's fine seeing more because we're actually seeing them actually like doing the call out of when they call the Bakugan. Yeah. Right, because yeah, for this mode, what you do is you have the Vexus crystals. So you basically have to bust them, and based on how many you bust, fine, you get more points for busting them, and you get points for doing hits on them. I don't. Oh, and you also have the. What is it? You have the. You have the like the landmine hazard cases going around. I'm also curious about one thing, which is you get points. Oh wait a minute, you destroyed the last one, you bastard. So, oh, wait a minute, you share the points for that? Hang on. Fine, that's the other thing. I want to try and see if I can't kill Hades, and if that happens, if you go into an area that I don't think we saw when we played the story. Yeah, do I get more points for KOing him? Let's see, I'm gonna get close. If not, I'm gonna clearly get him.
Just like we practiced.
Come on. Yeah, you're going up that mountain, not anymore, you're not. Unfortunately, we got stuck in that landmine thing, which basically prevents you from attacking for 3 seconds. Alright, there you go. Okay, you do get points for KOing your opponents. Alright, that's good. Oh, so fine. Yeah, Hades is good at stealing all my tower destruction, so like, yeah, I'm gonna stop that. Okay, there we go. So yeah, now I did the same thing to you. All right, so that's good. In this case, it also pays the target where the crystal is. Like, fine, my stuff's gonna destroy the crystal. You're not gonna get the points, you bastard. So get out, get away. So he's still getting the points. He's really good at taking my points away from getting the towers. Actually, this is one of those things I kind of wish that there was the 4-player mode for this. Fine, 4-player mode for either computer players or for actual players. As is, yeah. Oh. Okay, so I got that one.
Execution.
Yeah, get out of my way. I want my crystal.
Ability activate. Raging Tempest.
Oh, I can't. Right, you can't. Oh, you can't combo the crystals. It's like the main story. Okay, it's a bonus chance. How much also of a boost does it give you if you bust one of these things before the time ends? Pretty good actually. Yeah, he took it. Did he take it? Oh crap, he did take it. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna win. All right, so he won by taking all my crystal destructions. All right, fine. Okay. So yeah, it's a different concept as far as what it is. Although fine, if you're playing the stages for the main story, you're gonna be familiar with how to do this. So let's try again, but let's take somebody else out as far as what the opponent's gonna fight with. And maybe Ingram's other stuff will help. Okay, in this case, you have to think a little differently as far as what cards you pick for this. You know what, Magma World will be okay. Yeah, let's go with the Earth's Core. Actually, that's gonna be interesting because actually, the Earth's Core, with the one exception, we didn't really have a case of really busting anything in there. The only thing we really had to bust was Abyss. So it was like there was one tower, but fine, it wasn't really that. It was going to the story. So I wonder where we're gonna put them in here. So actually, in this case, I'm kind of glad I selected this one, or that we random this one. All right, out of my way. Oh, it's just over there. And like in the main story, the Nexus crystals can hurt you if they touch you. Alright, so I think what I'm realizing here is that maybe Ingram's not that great when it comes to destroying the crystal. Out. Oh, whoa. Alright, I got him at least. I don't know necessarily if, like, hey, Ingram's a bad choice for this. So much, yeah, Will doesn't get in my damn way. Like, out of my way, let me take my crystal. So basically, alright, fine, I gotta knock Will out of the way. So as soon as the crystal's gonna get into a case where I'm gonna be able to cause tons of damage, do that, and then say to you, piss off, that's mine. So it's kind of like, so I mentioned the tower defense thing as far as the main game. In this case, you're defending it from the other players destroying it, because, like, no, I want to destroy it. And then I have a gate card, although I don't know if that's gonna help with the crystal destruction. And there's the vortex. Yeah, he's in that. So like, yeah, while he's gone, I can. Yeah, you're trapped in that. So now it's much closer. Or say, you know what? Yeah, where are you? Yeah, where do you think you're going? You're going down. So in that case, yeah, kill him. Get him out of the way. So while he's respawning, then I can take my time to bust this thing. Oh, where'd that come from? It's like, yeah, I know, I got the gate card. Okay, now things are starting to turn around. There you go. Actually, also that's the other thing. Is you get the attack power upgrades. That means like getting those also makes it so there's actually strategy to do that. Say, oh, I can bust these up faster than fun. Actually, yeah, I'm impressed as far as really having to think deeper for something you did in the story, saying you're just destroying those towers because that's your main goal. And now it's saying, oh, I got to think about how to destroy them quicker so I can get them those points. It's actually just really fun. He's getting in my way. No. I got that. So, all right, fine. Now I'm gonna run away with this thing.
Activate. Tornado vortex.
Ability card ready.
Ability activate. Wind blast.
In that case, also, yeah, steal his. Yeah, he did all the hard work for me, so just come and hit him once, breathe on the crystal. Like, yeah, those points are mine now. But also, because of the high output as far as what that is, I gotta be careful.
Ability activate. Tornado vortex.
He's over there, so. Is that good enough? Oh no! So fine, kill him. Like, yeah, get out of my way. I want that crystal. Now I can win. There we go. 305 to 210. Awesome.
Victory.
With me at your side, there's no way you could lose.
Yeah, especially the way I now am in the mindset about how to handle the destruction battle.
Good brawl.
Yeah, that was a good brawl. Alright, so yeah, that was cool. Okay, next up we have, yeah, Percival. We didn't show much of Percival last time, but now we will. Yeah, that being of the darkest variant as far as his attribute, was strong against the light attribute of House, but not so good as far as the fire of Pyrus. He has Zort's Thunder, which is searing bolts of electricity from your hands, Black Knight for the combo attack, and then Dark Barrier for shield absorption, and then barreling headfirst into an enemy. We'll do that in a minute. Actually, I was saying no on fighting this, but you know what? Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Actually, you know what? No, fine. Before we go there, actually, I want to go to Airspace. Because that's another case where we didn't really have much going on with crystals. Let's try it there.
Bakugan.
Yeah, so this might not be as lopsided a fight as it would be if it was just doing a duel this way. With a duel, I probably would have no chance with this one. Unless I really am careful. But if I don't care about what Max's Helios is doing, if I try to prevent him from doing it.
Defense power increase.
Actually, yeah, they're okay. Fine, these are placed down quite a. Fine, in a small area like this, actually, yeah, the way those mines are placed down actually makes it a lot harder. At this point, I'm saying, like, yeah, get away, Helios. I don't care about fighting you. Fine, we'll fight you and show you off later, but Jesus, look at that. Fine, he's a stun, so yeah. Also, fine, because of Helios' large size, that actually is maybe a bit of a hindrance. No, he didn't get that, did he?
I'll get you for that.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. So much so, I'm gonna combo him. Like, yeah, get out of my way.
Knight.
Yeah, but I'm not doing much damage, so this is not gonna go well for that. But fine, it's more the principle thing, saying, like, yeah, you took my tower. I'm mad at you. I can at least use my ability here, maybe.
Large thunder.
So yeah, maybe it doesn't matter as far as what this is. Like, yeah, just go get him. Gate card.
Gate card open.
There we go. Oh, that one's right there. So, like, okay, fine. That's where the crystal. Yeah, get back. Okay, this is interesting. What's over there?
Health recovery.
So yeah, the idea of just the sheer power of the Bakugan doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna win this. Just knock him on the ground, Liz on the ground, take the crystal. Okay, there you go. There's one way to beat Max Celio, saying, okay, I can't do it the actual way. Fine, let's combo him again.
Activate! Black Knight!
And fine, since I just want him out of my way, just get him out of my way. Just fire on him. Except, yeah, he's motoring all over the place. Ah. I'm still ahead, just barely, but I gotta be careful I play this. Oh, I got that right. Yes, I did. Okay. I know if I can KO him as well, I can also get points. So again, a lot of strategy, which you'd think, I don't know if I would have thought this game would have had as much as it does, but I'm impressed that it does. Yeah, he's coming back, like, yeah, he spawned right there. Like, get back, I want that thing. Yeah, my crystal, I'm getting that thing. There we go. Okay, so that's one way to beat Max Celio. You don't necessarily need sheer power to kick his ass. All right, great job. That was worth a try as far as saying, can I actually do that?
Don't feel bad. We're just on 2 different levels.
Yeah, that's true, and Max Celio is supposed to be the higher level, but not this way. Alright, so let's see what he's got with his next stuff. So there's the barrier, and there's Nightmare Charge. Let's actually just pick something. I'll take Elfin out. Let's go to America, why not? Yeah, in America, it was just like, yeah, what are these crystals all about? I was like, yeah, don't worry, we'll take care of them. It was like, we want to win our little game we're playing.
Bakugan Brawl!
Yeah, and whoever wins also goes and gets something from the hot dog truck over there, or the hot dog stand. Actually, no, fine. I'll turn this into the, fine, the Super Bowl Game Saturday narrative. This is the, fine, this takes place after the end of Shenmue, so Tom already came back. So it's like, first of all, how about a dog? It's like, yeah, sure, when I get this tower out of the way. He's like, what is with this tower? These Vexos are bad mofos, man. It's like, yeah, you're right. I agree with that. So fine, let Elfin deal with what's going on over there. Actually, I don't know if Elfin's necessarily that aggressive. Actually, wait a second. Okay. Okay, so that's another thing, because this is one of the larger levels. See, there are multiple towers. Okay, yeah, there are multiple towers, I think. But it seems like it means you're gonna have to kind of go a little further across the land in order to get something. In this case, she's like, fine, I don't want to get this one. You just go for another one. Then fine, Elvin doesn't necessarily know what to do with that. Elvin's like the frog out of water. It seems like Elvin's not liking the, I guess all the stuff that's going on the ground.
Ability activate!
I don't know, maybe we start fighting Elfin. Elfin's gonna be in a better case that way. Oh, fine, Elfin just running away. Oh, fine, there we go. That's because Elfin's seeing the tower. How about this one?
Activate! Nightmare charge!
There you go, so that's fine, like the drill dive. Okay, gotcha.
Way to do it.
Where's the other one? Oh, it's over there. Yeah, the purple on the radar is where the Vexus Tower is. The Vexus Crystal, say, is. Right, so far there's a massacre as far as Elfin. And just because Elfin, I don't even think wants to fight me at all. Whereas as far as Maxis Helios, we had no problem kind of getting him away. Ow. Fine. In that case, the crystal's causing me more troubles, being more antagonistic than my opponents. Which is something I did not expect to see happen.
Ability activate.
You know, they say the fish out of water concept. I guess the Elfin frog out of water in New York. It's like, fine, that's the new movie coming this summer. It's like Elfin in New York saying, well, what's all this weird stuff as far as the... I know the crystals, I know fighting Bakugan, but I don't know any of this other stuff. Fine, there you go. So, Elfin's gone away. I was feeling bad for Elfin saying, like, fine, I'm taking all this stuff, because... Wow, look at that. 394 to 93.
Time is up.
Wow, that's pretty lopsided.
We won before we'd even begun.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, don't worry, there's something over there at the showroom. You can go and see that. I don't know.
Don't feel bad. We're just on 2 different levels.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, so next up we have the powered-up version of Percival, which did show... Oh, no, fine, we'll say that later. Right, we have Nemesis. Nemesis' case is hitting from distance and using the light perspective, the House case as far as what Nemesis runs. Yeah, thin devastating beam of light. Yeah, the combo thing, not much combo stuff going on as far as Nemesis is concerned. But still, Nemesis can be useful. But especially when you're running shots. In that case, those just make this a little more interesting. Let's pull out something with a dark indication. Fine, let's pull out Midnight Percival, why not? Show just how devastating those shots can be. And we'll go to Egypt. Okay, so next...
Bakugan Brawl!
Right, that's, I think you're forgetting the names of the people. No, it's not Bear. No, maybe it is Baron. No, I think it is.
Get card open!
Okay, so fine. Minute Percival saying, let's just go after the shots. Or go after the, what is it? Go after the, towers. Yeah, smart move, because, yeah, so far you're winning. Yeah, I think we're back to, you know, getting my stuff out. But, alright, fine, shoot him.
Gate card open.
Alright, he got the gate cards. Yeah, yeah, look at the darkness all there. Whoa. I do like the wavy effect of that. Meh.
Sweet combo!
Uh-oh, stuck.
Ability activate! White Flurry!
Yeah, White Flurry, but I'm not close enough to the White Flurry to get it. Alright, so let's try the shot.
Burning Light!
There you go, my crystal. Yeah, Percival's like, yeah, like, what happened? He's like, yeah, you got shot. Yeah, so what you want to do when it comes to Nemesis, just use the shots. Use the shots because they will hurt a lot. Ah, crap. Oh,
I'm
destroyed.
not gonna lose!
Honestly, hitting the crystals with Nemesis is actually pretty hard, honestly. I realized that when I was doing the story. Because you don't have a whole lot of things that can quickly destroy him, so actually this might end up being bad for me winning. So honestly, Nemesis might not be a good choice here. As I say to, Percival, hey, you know, take this combo.
Flurry!
I keep missing the combo. I want to hit the combo as well. Show it.
Ability
Yeah, don't waste it. Fine. Take my scepter and just smash him over the head. That sometimes the simplest approach might be the most effective. There we go. So if you are going to do combo stuff, basically do the dash and then hit X button, because then you're able to do the slice in. Ah. There you go. So I do want to get that set. I think he's going to win no matter what I do. Alright, I do want to show that combo going. I don't know if I'm going to get there in time. This is going to be close. I don't think I'm going to hit him. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, I'm going to run the light flurry case again, just because I didn't get to show it. In fact, I'm going to do this battle again just to do that.
That wasn't even worth my time.
Yeah, that was close, though. That was closer than I thought it was going to be. So let's try this again. If you do retry, it starts the battle you already went with again. Under the same characters you have selected. In this case, I'm saying, like, fine, I'll just slice Percival down. I'm really cheap and say, okay, fine, you did all that damage on that thing. I can take your points. In this case, I'll take advantage of the fact that, yeah, he hasn't respawned, so I can go get it. Actually, he's far away, so either he's not seeing it, or he's saying, yeah, taking his time to get over here. Oh, or he's doing that. Alright, for that, you're getting comboed. I do want to show this combo going off. There we go. It's a good combo when you get it, although it's more for damage you do as opposed to number of hits. But I like that there is a differentiation that way, so it means that when it comes to how do you want to handle combos with characters, there are a lot of different ways to run it. And honestly, Nemesis is one of the more unique playing characters in this game anyway. That's one where you're pretty much reliant on the shots. But also, the shots are absolutely the way to go. Oh, in that case, yeah, fine. I just sliced him out. Like, yeah, he just faded from resistance because, yeah, he was dead. But even Burning Light didn't do much damage on that. Whoa. So yeah, thank you for hitting me into the. Oh wait, I hit him into the extra power. Or I keep him off in distance. Fine, I do enough damage to him to kill him. He can't get any more towers. Alright. Whoa. Yeah, maybe you can just kill him. Why not? Get some points off of that. Alright, so boom. There, 30-second warning. Uh-oh. Fine. If he gets another tower, I'm doomed. So I gotta get this.
Now I'm serious.
And now I'm losing. All right. So yeah, there you go. And I also did the slice on him and just went right through him. Yeah, fine. The battle's over. Yeah, sorry, Nemesis. Actually, that being said, there is one aspect of Nemesis I do need to still show when it comes to this, which is find the other powers that he has as far as the cards. So with Nemesis, let's take Light Shield, and actually, the Light Arrow might actually be more useful. Let's random it up. Let's... Okay, fine. That maybe is a little more of a fair fight. Nemesis versus Mega Nemesis. Probably wondering, wait a second, under a battle situation, that's probably not a good idea. But under a destruction battle situation, yeah, maybe that's going to be a closer battle than you'd think. And then soon enough, we're also going to get on the last row of characters. At that point, we'll have a little more to show, I think, after that. Okay, so this is going to be interesting, actually.
Gate card open.
Okay, I'll just the question, which gate card opened? Who was it for, him or me? I mean, this is going to be interesting, too, because in this case, even Mega Nemesis doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of... Okay, fine, I lied. Yes, he does have a little bit of oomph to... Oh, get that going. Yeah, in that case, we just have to wait for our stuff to turn up. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we kind of maybe hit it both at the same time.
Health recovery.
Oh, I see. You can just snipe it from a distance because that shot is so strong. Fine, that's what he did as far as my landmarks in the story mode. So fine, the computer's playing smart, saying, okay, fine, use the skills of the character they're running. Hey, who got it? Okay, he did.
Pulverized him.
Fine, how about this? Maybe this shot will be stronger. No, actually, yeah, it was. Damn. Okay, that's absolutely the way I want to go.
Gate card open.
Fine, open the gate card and use that. So yeah, fine. That ability card is going to be very useful because it does tons of damage. In that case, also, I'd find saying I want to just take a shot from him. Like, fine, he's shooting the tower, but I said, if I can get in the way, he'll hit me, not the tower, so we'll still have some time to get it. Also, yeah, you're destroying the buildings, I guess, because there might be something underneath that.
Hey man, are you okay? Your Bakugan's not looking so good.
But it's like, wait a second, you're talking just to Nemesis. Ugh. That same line he uses in the story mode when it comes to the player character. Fine, Popcorn Man, as we had him. Ouch.
I'm not gonna lose.
Attack power increase.
Okay, that actually helped. In that case, pick up those attack power increases just to make sure that I can...
All over if they
Sorry.
hit you again.
Yeah, I know. That's why I have a shield.
Light shield.
Perfect.
Ability card ready.
Ability activate.
Yeah, get out of my way. You're gonna go down, and the tower's going down, too. Ah, crap. Oh, this is gonna be close. Crap, I think I lost. All because that last tower. Sorry, that was too close. Fine, Mega Nemesis beat Nemesis. So fine, Nemesis won somehow, but yeah, it was the other one. But I was pretty close.
Woohoo! I win.
Yeah, but it was the same guy as far as running the Bakugan, so it's either way. Okay, next we have If I get to Max's Helios, I'm gonna save Max's Helios for the end. So what I'm gonna do is get more water and actually, no, let's just go for just arena battles for the rest of this. Fine, we'll do the free-for-alls. We'll do free-for-alls of 4 players. I will also show a head-to-head. And fine, we'll do that one last. We'll do Hades. Hades has stun missiles opponent, catastrophe, dark volley is a combo, and black sheath for generating the shield, and then shots become larger and more powerful on dark blaze. So we got Ingram, we got... That's Hades again, but actually, let's see, can we get something else? Magma Wilda and Percival. That'll work. Let's go back to the inner space. Yeah, we're going well, and yeah, showing off everything we have as far as the characters. That's going to be a good case as well. Oh, that's right, you again. Yeah, Spectre, I forgot about that. Or Spectre, as the game also calls him. It's like, yeah, him with the tongue thing. We get that again. I forgot about that. Fine, this is his Bakugan. So how does he play? Because actually, I have not played as the enemy Bakugan because I wanted to find the Vexus Bakugan. Except for Max Helios, because I want to get a little bit of a surprise maybe to show tonight. Ow. Yeah, we're also doing a lot of hits on everybody, so yeah, this card should go up pretty quick. You can get that combo break achievement just from everything I'm doing. Because I realized when it came to last month, when I was having like a bunch of fights, I got like 9 in the fights, like it's one off from the achievement. Just get what I have, and then fine, that's the other thing I'll do. I'll show the achievements off as well. Because they're not too hard to get. You just have to play a decent amount of it, but as Sugatheme Rogers mentioned last time, there's a really easy way for doing the unlocks of everything. So it actually makes that a non-issue as far as like, oh, you're gonna take forever doing it? No, you're not. But it's also not a case where it's like, fine, Avatar: The Last Airbender, The Burning Earth, which is probably one of the easiest games to get achievements out of. As you go in the training mode, you hit the square button, or the X button on the big PlayStation. Which didn't have trophies for it. Actually, I don't know if that game was even on the PlayStation. But anyway, in that case, you just keep doing stuff on hits. You're getting all 1,000 achievement points out of that within a few minutes, like 20 minutes. It might be the easiest achievement as far as, the easiest achievement completion on this console, one of them. To the point where people sometimes say like, hey, I'll just rent or play games that I might not normally play just because I want to have an achievement completion. Oh, there we go. Denied. I got it. I just had to talk about it enough, and I got it. Yeah, you do enough of those counters, you get 10 gamer score for that.
Ability activate! Ability activate! Raging Tempest!
Then I missed Raging Tempest, and that guy's hitting me in the back. And in the front. This is canonical that Spectre shouldn't be winning this, but I do want to win it because I'm running him now.
Activate! Catastrophe!
Okay, I just shot him in the face, so that kind of worked. I guess it's usually what happens when it comes to like the villains of a series like this, which is that fine, in a game, you can totally change the perspective and say you're playing as the villains, you can do the things that they were not smart enough to do and say, hey, I can win. I can shoot Percival with a laser. Or I can just combo him. It's like, yeah, come by me and you're going down. Whoa, got him. And then in that case, I'll do this to make sure that he goes down.
Activate! Sword
Oh, fine, he'll take me out. And they're gonna get him. Ah, bastard. So Ingram, and fine, and Wilda got Ingram. Okay, so I'm not gonna win. But fine, I got an achievement. I shouldn't be complaining. It's like, fine, that was my reward as far as this. Yeah, and Spectre lost as far as it, so yeah, he was last place. That being said, we do have to have another fight and
Good
see if we can
brawl.
get him to win.
Promise me a rematch?
Yeah, I guess so. Fine, let's have it sooner rather than later. How about now? Maybe I need different cards. Let's try the absorb shot, and then fine, these shots become larger and more powerful for a short amount of time. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. I need to use shots. So fine, let's see. Ingram, we got Ellico, and we have Mega Nemesis. And we'll go to the UK. So yeah, also change the scenery. That might be in order. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Maybe if he keeps doing the thing with the tongue, he'll be all right. Okay, fine. Let's try this again. It looks like the way the shots for Hades work is that it does go kind of in like a triangle. Oh, fine. Right, I'm dark. So, right, Mega Nemesis is kicking my ass. I forgot about that. So, fine, I'm weak to that thing. Yeah, the shot is really good. Yeah, except now everybody's beating me. So, like, yeah, they're all team up, including Ellico's part of our group. So, like, fine. He's like, yeah, this Spectre guy is real bad news, so he has to go. Like, Spectre and Hades gotta go. So, fine, Hades not having a good time, which is fine, canonical, if nothing else. Fine, let's do this. Let's have the bigger shots. Why not? Damn, that's amazing as far as the shots. Alright, that is a really good upgrade.
Ability activate.
Yeah, they're gonna counter your ability with my ability. As far as at least having a nice shield. Say, that sounds like a lark. Let's try it right now. Like, yeah. Okay, fine. Spectre's not, fine. There are no babies in this universe, at least as far as this game there aren't. So we can't actually do it. Yeah, just kill everybody. That's fine. Ow. So, alright, fine. Spectre shot. Oh, no, not Spectre. Ingram has shot in the face. Okay, fine. There you go. That'd be hilarious if Hades just turned on Spectre and just shot him. It's like, yeah, you're gonna die. But for all I know, maybe in the story that happens. No, we don't want that. Like, yeah, Mega Nemesis, you're gonna take the shots at me? I don't think so. Yeah, Elgo, back off. Mega Nemesis is mine. Okay, never mind, he isn't now.
Ability activate. Raging Tempest. Ability activate. Dark Blaze.
Yeah, that break did happen. It just was blocked as far as the camera. Although the camera, generally speaking, is pretty good. Also, by the way, drinking game tonight, don't try this, otherwise you're probably gonna die. Every time somebody says ability activate or,
Activate.
oh yeah, I was gonna say, or Bakugan Brawl, but fine. Bakugan Brawl is the easy one. You just say, how many battles did we have as far as the show? Yeah, ability activate, you'd probably be dead within the first, 2 fights. So yeah, don't try that drinking game at home. Or fine, if you do try it, use water. In that case, you'll be alright.
Ability activate! Razor Ice! Ability activate!
Oh no, I don't want that shot. Oh, I guess I killed both of them. Oh, we're gonna win. Awesome. So, alright, fine. Come from mine victory for Spectre and Hades. So, alright, there you go. Screwing over the canonical element of the story.
Victory.
There we go. Told you I wouldn't lose, and you do the tongue thing.
That's it? Really?
Yeah, you get the great laugh. Sorry. All right, okay, that was good. Okay, so yeah, as far as who we have left to go across, we have 6 more. We have Master Ingram, we have Midnight Percival, we have Mega Nemesis, we have Brontus, we have Altair, and we have Max Helos. We're ending on him. Let's go to Master Ingram. Master Ingram is also Wind with Energy Shots, and then Typhoon Explosion for the combo. And also Blade Tornado and Needle Storm a little later. Alright, so that was Mechanical Helios, or fine, that's still Mechanical Helios. Fine, we have a Helios. There's the old Ingram, we'll see how that goes, and then... Wilda. And where are we going? China. Yeah, so far I'm definitely having a good time as far as this, and as I said, also, I guess a good relaxing case as far as what this is. For this, but also just in general, it's like, hey, you know, kind of something a little more, loose. So you just kind of come in, just having a nice time, just doing some fights. And something we can definitely do going forward with other stuff, I would think. And in certain cases, when I can get that happening, I'll definitely want to show more aspects when it comes to multiplayer with it. Which I might have a way to do that later this year for something, maybe. I'm not going to necessarily indicate that, but there are some things that are percolating as far as our plans for this year. Some we've talked about, but other ones we haven't, based upon how schedules are kind of going around and also stuff I still have to see. This is having a good time as far as like doing the battling and also just hanging around as far as like the thing with the volcano here. Yeah. In this case, Master Ingram's just beating up on himself. It's like, alright, fine, the other Ingram is gotta go. Like, yeah, I'm the better one. Yeah, so much so like, he's the first one I took down. Yeah, Mechanical Heroes, where do you think you're going? That being said, I'm doing okay as far as this is. Whoa.
One more time. Ability activate.
Uh-oh.
Raging Tempest. Keep your guard up. You can only take a few more hits.
Alright, so fine, and I hit the lava. Also, I was even questioning this a second ago, saying like, wait a second, why was the view moving when I was waiting to respawn? It's because when you get knocked out, it holds your lock on. So at that point, it was moving as far as how. Fine, I think it was Ingram. I think I had the lock on. So at that point, just following him, and then this was because first I was thinking, wait, am I moving the left analog just to be able to control where I can come back to? But yeah, I don't think you can. Ah. He got me just as that went, so it's fine. Let's take the. Let's take that and, yeah. Send, Wilda out of the way.
Ability activate. Ability activate. Beam wall.
And I'm the only one not in on the fun because I don't have enough of an ability card to activate. Everybody else did except me. Okay, I'm glad that happened, just as far as showing that. Yeah, Will just punched me in the face.
Ability activate. Ultimate Fury. Nice one, Ingram. Ability activate. Cyclone Storm.
Yeah, now I can ability activate. There we go. Now I can get on the fun. Let's take Max Helios down. If I can kill him with this, I'll get tons of points. Yeah, there you go. He's gone. Awesome. And Ingram right there, so get ready to get shot. Oh, fine. He's the same affinity. So it's probably not gonna do much. Although, fine. I'm winning now, so like, yeah, me taking Max Helios out helped. Uh-oh.
Ability activate. Beam wall.
Ability activate.
Again with that. Okay, and I got Ingram as well, so yeah, we're gonna win. Awesome.
Time is up.
Awesome.
Victory.
Is that all?
Awesome. All right.
Good brawl.
Yeah, it was a good brawl. Okay, so one thing I'm also going to do is I'm also going to shorten the time. I want to see what that does for the purpose of kind of making these go and also seeing what does that do with making it more hectic. Yeah, I'm still on hard. I'm going to put it to 100 and I have the items off, so I'll just see how rapid fire this goes. Alright, so with Master Ingram, we got his next two right there, that being Needle Storm and Blade Tornado. Fine, let's try Max's Helios. His Mechanical Helios. And Magma Wilda. I'm not winning this. Let's go to Egypt. Actually, I don't think we've done like a 4-player case in Egypt. Fine, you don't in the story. So in this case, may as well show it off there.
Bakugan brawl.
Yeah, we're gonna have an uphill battle, especially with both variations of Helios. But we might still have a chance, especially if they are so focused on each other.
The battle's still early.
So the thing is, yeah, we're in Egypt and all the pyramids are here. It's like, yeah, fine. The pyramids will not fall. You can't destroy the pyramids. They're destructible environments in this game, but they're not one of them. Uh-oh.
Keep your guard up. You can only take a few more hits.
Yeah, and honestly... Actually, Wild is the worst of it as far as my weakness order. There you go. Trying to.
Ability activate. Blade tornado.
Yeah, no, Wild said, yeah, screw your tornado, you're getting punched. Oh, maybe this.
Activate. Needle storm.
Okay, I needled Max Helios. Okay, that worked. Actually, yeah, I do remember using that in the story. That was a great attack. Area, I guess, wants Max's Helios, or more accurately, find resistance to the biggest target. Oh, right, because we only have 100 seconds, so yeah, this is be really fast and furious. Fine, he's blocking. He's like, yeah, where do you think you're going?
Perfect execution.
Alright, I got him. So yeah, I took Max Helios down, so actually I might still win this. Who knew? Alright, ready to die something? So yeah, let's get that one, Mechanical Helios. Or fine, Magnum Wilda, because yeah, he gave me so much trouble. There we go, boom. Okay, and on points I did win. Awesome.
Victory.
Is that all?
Actually, yeah, that was lucky. So yeah, if you do keep your wits about you and there is a and you have a strategy that way, you can even beat
Want a rematch?
Cecilio's the strongest
Anytime,
Bakugan in the
any
game.
place.
I do like that. I like that there is balance to this, which you think it wouldn't have, but it does. So again, kudos to Now Production for the way they developed this. But let's take a look at Midnight Percival. Last time we fought, actually I'll show you who we fought. I'll put them up. We have Vorpal Blade and Dark Impact. Fine, last time we fought Max's Dragonoid and won, somehow. But I don't know if we're going to put ourselves through that. We're going to go after Nemesis. I don't know if that's going to be a good idea. Percival normal. Yeah, fine. Max's Dragonoid. Why not? I did Max's Helios as far as taking him down, so... Okay, let's go random. Yeah, go to America. And honestly, the New York stage is great as far as having a lot of Bakugan in the area. Hence why they put him that way in the story.
Bakugan Brawl!
Alright, so that's a cool intro, and yeah, we got the swords, so we're gonna start slicing things up. Alright, brawl time, let's go. If I remember, I'm weak against Max Dragonoid, so that's gonna be trouble. And fine, I'm weak against Nemesis as well. And, well, actually, fine, personal and neutral on, because it's fine, it's just the earlier version of Midnight Crucible. Again, doing okay. Charge up.
Better not go losing on me now.
Oh, yeah, except that Percival's getting me. We're fighting Percival normal.
Now that's what I call a combo.
Yeah, going so well so far. Ow.
I'll get you for that. Ability
Yeah, and also use my combo now.
Blade.
Okay, I sort of got Percival in that. Oh yeah, I guess I got them both. Hey, there you go. There goes the building. Awesome. Oh, this, yeah, you're guarding that, right?
Dark What's the deal? Quit letting me hit you.
I'm not letting him hit me. He's just there. So like, yeah, just slice him.
Nice.
Actually, I kind of like how short the innings for this are. Fine, I guess the matches are. It gives it a lot of tension that fine, I already had, regardless of how you have it for setting. Alright, first of all, where are you going? Fine, you might be my earlier version, but yeah, you're not the strongest. I am, and then I'm gonna take you out and get my points. Uh-oh, wanna get out of the way of that shit. Or still be in the middle of the combo, that works.
Ability activate. Dark
Uh-oh.
Maximum vortex.
Alright, I'm dead. Yeah, that should be happening as far as me against Max's Dragonoid. Either way, it doesn't matter, I won.
With this power, I can't lose.
Alright, that was pretty good.
That wasn't even worth my time.
Yeah, it was pretty lopsided. Alright, so the next ones of his are more defensive. I'm realizing that's the pattern here, which is that showing up the cards that are more about attacking, but then the shot deflection, and then the no combo break. Alright, so we got Mastering them, we have Percival again. You know what? I'm gonna not have Percival again. Alright, Brontis, because we'll see Brontis soon enough. And then, yeah, Neo Dragonoid. Let's have that one. We'll go in the Vexo space. Hey, fitting, because it is right in the subway system of New York as far as the story goes.
Bakugan Brawl.
Alright, bring it on. Alright, so this is interesting so far. You have someone who does paralysis attacks with their electric. That being, I think that, yeah, that is Brontis. Brontis does have that. And he's one of the only characters in the game that does it. Him and, it might be only him.
Better not go losing on me now.
Yeah, that being said, this is not going too well for me so far, because everybody else is getting more points.
Focus. Gotta focus.
Yeah, you're right.
Quit letting them hit
That, or I can also say, let's defend ourselves.
Activate. Wind spiral. That's the way to do it.
I'm saying, fine, let's not have combo breaks going on. That'll work.
Excalibur.
Let's get the shield up. Not that it's gonna matter, because if I get hit again, I'm dead. Oh, that's perfect. I can do a combo on him and not get it blocked. There we go. Alright, so he's down. Yeah, those last chance awards are helping. Well, it's also getting Bronzes pretty close. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gonna be close. Ouch. Ah, so close. 3 points off from Bronzes. Bronzes with the comeback victory. Yeah, sorry, but we did get our victory the one time, so at least there's that.
Good brawl.
Yeah, that was a good one, yeah. No question. And it was close. I do like how close these contests also can get. Alright, so next up, let's see. There's Mega Nemesis. Yeah, with the beam fire, same case. Actually, a more powerful version of Nemesis as far as what he's capable of, too. I mean, I guess Max the Dragonoid, why the hell not? Okay, fine, dual Elfin. Fine, 2 Max's Dragonoids and a dual Elfin. Alright, this is gonna be interesting.
Bakugan brawl!
I just love how they're, he's getting the pose going on with, Max's, Mega Nemesis. So it's not, is it Max's Nemesis? It's Mega Nemesis. I mean, at least I'm not weak to Max's Dragonoid like, Percival was, but still. I'm gonna have to be a little careful. Yeah, just get my shots off. That's what I really have to do. Stay out of the way and shoot. But they're realizing that. I mean, mine is not as far as. So he's like, it's like he's talking to himself. Yeah, they're ganging up on me. So yeah, I don't know if this is actually going well either way. Yeah, and then he loses. Okay, so yeah, let's get ourselves back. We need redemption. All right, like this might be the way to do it. Do the combo. I missed because Elfin, you hit him. And then Elfin took my kills. Like, yeah, fine. I should probably just go after Elfin now. Uh-oh. Fine, that was the shot. Okay, the shot did tons of damage. Alright, we did get a lot of points for killing one of the Max Dragonoids over there. I like something like it's one of. Or her in that case. Whoa. Yeah, because Elfin's so fast, that's also the case of it. Fine, as long as I get the hits going. Yeah, honestly, the shots, those are helping me a lot. Alright, there you go. Actually, I need to show the Sun Shield, so I probably should do that again. In fact, I think I shall, so let's do one more time. This guy just do the shots. Alright, yeah. So far doing way better because I'm realizing, fine, just stay back and shoot. So the idea that there's almost a long-range game to this, which is actually pretty interesting. Alright, so fine, there you go. I missed the Sun Shield again. I want to show that. Yeah, not after that, he's not. Oh! And now I'm a Max Dragonoid sandwich, damn. Yeah, I just want to show off that card. I don't even care if I'm dying or winning even for that. Perfect. Yeah, I'm close enough. It should be okay. Why do I keep missing this thing? In fact, you know what? I'm gonna restart this fight because I don't want to not show this. I usually wouldn't do that, but that's all I really want to do. I just want to show that card, and then we'll go on to other parts of this as far as the other cards he has.
I'm not gonna lose. Now I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm serious about showing that card.
Your back is not looking so good. It'll be all over if they hit you again.
Yeah, let him. I don't care.
I'm not gonna lose.
So in this case, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stay away from.
Ability activate. Aqua Sky.
Perfect. He's all on. Hit him.
Sun Shield.
Why do I keep missing this thing?
Ability activate.
Sounds like they don't want me to show this off. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll compromise. If I can't show it off this way, I will show off when I have shown off two-player. Fine, two-player with another controller. Like, fine, it's gonna be a stationary target. I can just pull it off on that. Okay, one more shot.
Ability activate. Sun Shield.
There you go, got it. Yeah, I don't care I lost. At least I got to show it within the last second. I just had to threaten doing that, and then the game said, fine, okay, you can show it.
I may be small, but I'm big enough to win.
Oh, yeah, Mauricio. Right, yeah, yeah, fine. It was either way. I was at that point, I didn't care about winning anymore. Okay, so fine. Running Nemesis' other cards, because fine, at this point, yeah, the Flood of Light, the light arrows, actually is going to be useful, and then also deflecting shots. Fine, Altair, Hades, and Alico. Let's go to Japan. We haven't gone there in a while. Why don't they want you to show it? I don't know. I think the thing about that attack, Dolphin, just to go into that, it just was hard to connect. Because the idea is that when you do the combo cards, they'll yell out their attack and they'll do a lunge forward, and they have to make contact with the enemy when you do it. And if it does make contact, the attack goes off, but if it doesn't, it misses. It's almost like the X-ray attacks in the modern Mortal Kombat games. We have to hit the first attack, and then you'll see the other things going on. This is kind of, I guess, the same way. Actually, this is right before Mortal Kombat 9, as it technically is. In 2011 came out. But in that case, I kept hitting it. It seemed like my aim was just off. It seemed like I was close, but then I didn't completely hit it. Even though I had a really large target as far as Max's Dragonoid. I mean, it's like the recording first case, but fine. You want to show something off in the show, and then you're not able to do it, but then eventually I did get to show it. I'll show this. This one means you have stronger shot out. Alright, there you go. Oh no, that's shield.
Hey man, are you okay? Your Bakugan's not looking so good. Now I'm serious.
And now I'm going to show this, because yeah, this is a strong shot. If I shoot him in the air, as far as what those are.
It'll be all over if they hit you again.
Yeah, it's probably the most useful one as far as Mega Nemesis is concerned, because, fine, Mega Nemesis is all about shots. let's get that shield up.
Prism barrier. Activate.
Uh-oh.
Windstorm.
Alright, let's launch that out.
Flood of light.
Okay, that's just a far shot. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. And that one, it shoots it kind of in a short distance based on where it targets. I got it. Okay.
Time is up.
All right. Who won?
Victory.
Oh, we did. Okay. How close is that? I wasn't sure completely where we were. I thought I saw that I was winning, sort of, but I wasn't completely sure if I was even close.
Good teamwork goes a long way.
Yeah, pretty good as far as that. Okay, so that went well. All right, now next up we have only 3 more. We have Brontes, we have Altair, and we have Hades. And I'll show off stuff with the collection and or stuff with the items that we collect and all that stuff, and then the achievements will be set for the night, I think. Roll attack continues to damage opponent even after it hits. Mirage Strike for the combo attack, and later we'll see Wall of Light and Invisible Terror. Brontes is... Oh, that is a light type as well. Okay. All right, Elico, we have Altair, which is shown in a second, and we'll have Wilda. And we're going... Because I was... Okay, close my eyes. Like, what are we selecting? Going to the U.S.
Bakugan Brawl!
Yeah, and he has a fabulous cape. I'll definitely say that for sure. Actually, I don't think we really saw... No, we didn't see him really much in the story. We only saw him very briefly. So fine, there you go. So let's take a look at Brontes. He was doing that run across with... Fine, the feet. I like the thing with the feet. Almost looks like sneakers, but also almost like they're... I don't know, like pickaxes or something. And they have a long reach. Fine, they talk about the idea like high kicks and stuff like Dead or Alive. They're like, yeah, look at those kicks. My god. Or Lee May in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. Going back to Mortal Kombat again.
Are you seriously gonna lose? That didn't even slow me down.
Fine, it seems like I'm a glass cannon though, because I'm not taking good shots. Alright, fine. That's my shot, which can also paralyze. Okay, so yeah, the charge shot paralyzes. Actually, that's very useful, and I think you might be the only character in the game that does that.
Activate!
Take a look at that combo. Yeah, kick him in the face. Like, there you go. I do like that design, honestly, as far as Brontes. I didn't really stop to look at it, even when we were doing the game last month.
Ability activate!
How about this?
Green beam!
Okay, that's just me shooting a beam out. Alright, there you go.
Nice!
Actually, doing like the spin kick is almost like Ryu in Street Fighter. You know, the Hakuga Extrusion! It's like, yeah, it's almost like that. I probably should edit that in for one of these. I'll edit it there when I do the edit for this in a couple of days.
Ability activate! Squall beam! Ability activate! Windstorm!
That being said, I'm not doing much as far as winning.
Time is up.
Yeah, I got 3rd place. Alright, so back in you go. Let's try again as far as another set of things.
As if you could beat the Link!
Yeah, you're right. Well, Wilda ran away with that one. Okay, I'll make this a little more interesting this way as far as... Let's make this a massacre. We have Wall Light, we have Visible Terror. So at this point I'm going to pick things that are it's strong against. Let's see. Sub-Terror. Actually, fine. Actually, wait. It is strong against Wilda. So fine, we're Wildaing it up. There's like 3 Wildas. And then go back to Japan.
Bakugan Brawl!
Oh yeah, gotta be careful with that foot there. It's like, yeah, you might cut into into his face, or fine, even worse, the cape. That'd probably be the more offensive thing. Like, yeah, fine, you can hit me in the face with this thing and puncture my skull or something with this. But then it's like, yo, you break that cape. Yeah, that was a $1,000 cape. You gotta go buy me another one. That means that there's, yeah, Will is still really hurting as far as what this is.
Are you seriously gonna lose?
I try these ability cards.
Activate! Invisible!
Oh, yeah, I can go invisible. Alright, that's useful. And they outlined it nicely, so alright, I can still see where I am, but they can't see where I am. It's fine, the wilders are confused, they're just beating each other up, why not? And this, whoa, back off.
You thought that would be enough to beat activate! Wall of light!
Fine, that's with shield. Fine, everybody has a shield of some sort. Which I guess, depending on how you play, it might be not as useful as some of the other ones, but sometimes that shield can come in handy.
I'm not losing to these people. Ability activate!
Okay, in that case, they say, yeah, screw your ability, you're going down. Oh, I'm dead. That one's dead too, so fine, we're not winning this.
Nice!
So in that case, I'm mad enough to blow up the oil refinery.
Get up! Nice!
Time is up.
Alright, so yeah, I like what I'm seeing as far as this, but as far as him, but fine, I'm just not good at him yet. But not for lack of effort.
I'm not the leader of the resistance for nothing.
Yeah, that's true, she is. Okay, so next up, I'm actually gonna show, I'm gonna do this a little differently. I'm gonna go with this as 2-player, but all I'm gonna do is I'll go free for all again. I'm gonna turn the other 360 controller I have over here. Just show what the frame rate looks like above anything else, as I also show off Altair. But at that point, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show off Altair. I'll also show off... I'll show Altair off at once. But fine. Windstorm, we have... Actually, fine. I'm not going to be able to get stuff going when it comes to just, 100 seconds. So fine. And then... Fine, let's go all Altair. Why not? At this point, I'm going to be playing 2 players on my own with, my own hand, see what happens. I'll just show what the frame rate's looking like, because actually this game is really smooth in 2-player. First I was thinking, well, if you have so many Bakugan on the screen, is it going to slow down? And is it going to suggest they couldn't do, 4-player mode on this? Well, I don't know. When you're doing 2-player, you do have, the character you select in the windows. In this case, it's the same case, so... Yeah, double the Altair and double the fun. So look at, yeah, where's the other one? So fine. Oh, that's the computer one. He's going over there. Like, wait.
Now I'm mad!
Now we're mad. We gotta fly around. Because, yeah, Altair flies.
Get ready for a world of pain!
And then this one's, yeah, where's... I want that fun. So, yeah, here we go. Yeah, look at all the Altairs just saying, hey, we're just gonna start beating on each other. Why not?
Get ready for a world of pain! I'm fine!
Okay, that one's going on. That's the shield.
Embarrassing yourself and just go home.
Alright, this is definitely interesting seeing this. But fine, the other computer players saying, like, yeah, what's going on with this one?
Now I'm mad!
Well, in that case, I can also take that one, do a drill dash on the, while running and doing the, X button hit. Fine, that one I can show. But the air crest, wow, that's like a all-encompassing attack. Whoa. Fine, that one I missed.
Activate! Windstorm! Too easy.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to show the combo card without doing another fight. Ouch. But in this case, the CPU is gonna win because fine, I've got one case as far as not doing anything. Alright, time's up. Then you should, yeah, both of them lose. Yeah, do a, by the way, do a vertical split screen as far as this. So it is pretty, pretty nice how they set that up, and it is very smooth. But fine, that was enough as far as proving that point. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go back here. I'll do it in one player. I'll show off the other ones I didn't show. Or fine, we'll go do free-for-all again. I'll show off the other cards that I didn't show, which were, in this case, I kind of split it up anyway, so it's kind of worked out the same way, which is, with Altair, I showed off the Air Blast, I showed off the Zephyr Wind, I didn't show Squall Fang. And you can't double up on Bakugan cards. But fine, in that case, I only really care about that one, so. Master Ingram, Wilda, Prima Vulcan, and then we'll go to the Vexus base. Okay, and then we'll look at Maxis Helios, because that's the big thing as far as this game, because that's the hardest to unlock. There we go. I do like the fact that Altair is the only one that flies, so it does give it a nice niche to itself, but also stuff that it does play nice, as I mentioned, almost like the Mothra case as far as like Godzilla, and also how Altair plays. Yeah, fine. Prima Vulcan is not letting us get this without a fight. Whoa.
Did I feel a breeze? I'm fine. Just watch.
I didn't really show much of Altair's shots with the shooting that looks like. Let's see.
Can't take much more of this. Zephyr Wind.
Yeah, let's try and hit him with this.
Squall Fang.
Crap, I missed it. But I do have some time, so at least I can get that up and show off the combo here.
Ability activate.
Oh.
Wind spiral.
In this case, yeah, you do have jumping with, okay, no, fine, you have ascending, I guess, with Altair.
Typhoon explosion.
But fine, it is kind of a jump, still. So fine, it doesn't, you don't play too much different, but fine, the fact that you're doing flight, uh-oh. Oh, Will is punching me. Not the other one already. Do the drill dash thing, whoa. Yeah, hit him. He's stunned. There we go. Yeah, look at that. I'm like pecking him to death. Boom. Down you go. Oh, and I think I might have won at the last minute. Yeah, did. Awesome. Okay, there you go. That was good. And one more. That is going to be... I'll show that in a second. Yeah, the one and only Maxis Helios. Now, how this works is you have to go through the main story again after you beat the game the first time like we did. And there are extra chests that are around the stealth areas. You pick all of them up, you get all the parts to get Maxis Helios is unlockable in the story mode and in the single player as well. So for him, he has some pretty strong attacks. Firing a massive laser with Mega Blaze, Burning Roar, which is a combo attack, and also the Flame Shield and the Inferno. To do that, and we're doing all Maxis Helios battle, we have to do that. Now we're going to the Vexus base once again, because as cramped as anything, I want to see the carnage. This is going to be fun. Okay.
Bakugan Brawl!
Okay, with all the powers combined, look at this. Yeah, definitely intimidating, but in this case, yeah, we get to control them, and then there's 4 of these things. Okay, so the story, yeah, one of these is going to destroy the world. Like, yeah, look at this. And they're kind of like hovering, sort of, as far as how they're doing, like, the slide around. So, yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Let's show the shot. The shot is, yeah, as strong as Max's Dragonoid as far as it being a strong hit on that. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, I missed him. Alright, fine. They're all in distance there, so let's laser him. Laser! He's like, yeah, they're all in distance and they're all dead. Fine, there's 3 of these and it's still a massacre as far as myself, and I'm on hard. Fine, I guess if nothing else is showing how my skills in this game are getting better, or just the case that, fine, Max's Helios is a truck. Even against other Max's Helioses, or Heliot. No, Helioses. Or the Helii, it's not Helii, I don't think.
Don't you dare lose.
Which one are you talking to? That's the question there. Okay, bonus chance, this is interesting. Let's do the combo. Alright, laser time. Boom. Oh, I'm knocked. Okay, fine. That's the burning roar. He's showing off what that does. Fine, it's not really like a combo per se, as it is just a roar out that hurts a lot. Alright, time's up. Which one won? Ours. Oh yeah, I can totally hear the Mojo Jojo voice out of Roger L. Jackson there. I don't think I actually heard his full voice.
Prince Hydron will be pleased.
Yeah, he will be. But it was like, I have to find those Powerpuff Girls. It's like, yeah, that's gonna be the case as far as like the tie-in as far as that. So like, fine, Max's Helios. Or I don't know, Mojo Jojo on top of it. I, Mojo Jojo, I'm going to be teaming up with Max's Helios to defeat those Powerpuff Girls. And then Max's Helios is like giving the same voice, like, why do you sound like me? Like, yeah, I don't know. But alright, let's take a look at... Actually, fine, let's look at this. Okay, fine. It says it is a combo. You know what? I'm gonna try it again. That being said, we're gonna not have all Max's Helios to get... Fine. Okay, new Dragonoid, that's fine. That goes canonical. Elico not completely... Fine, that does as far as Max's Dragonoid, but... Fine, that's another Max's Helios. We don't want that. We had our fun with that. Fine, Elfin. Why not? Yeah, let's try Inner Space. At some point, we'll play that Powerpuff Girls game. Well, okay, we'll play him and Seek on Game Boy Advance at some point because it's by Vicarious Visions. I'll show off Chemical Extraction because it's supposed to be... Oh, no, it is horrible. I played it on Nintendo 64. We'll play it on PlayStation. It's better on that. And Relish Rampage has voice acting, so there's that one. Actually, yeah, this is probably going to be cramped because honestly, this might be smaller in the sense that, hey, it's kind of crowded with like the, I don't know, the 38 hit combo, I was going to say, with the short hallway. Oh, fine, we got shield. Well, honestly, it's barely taking up any part of them. I'll try to. Not such a huge target. They're the one. Wait, did I hit him? Fine. You know what? I'm gonna do the last one as a one-on-one, just with a controller. I just want to see that.
Excellent. Do it again.
Fine. In this case, they're also just destroying each other. So, oh Jesus. Yeah, that laser is deadly.
Worthy to face me. Taking any more damage is unacceptable. Burning roar.
Ability activate.
Okay, I guess there's a dash off. Okay, I missed. That's fine.
Activate. Flame shield.
Okay, I guess I killed something. I mean, fair enough. This is what you get for going through the game a second time. Although, I mean, I don't know if it's not balanced as far as Max's Helios, because fine, I showed cases where I was able to beat him.
Ability activate. Burning roar.
Time is up.
Alright, fine, I'm dead.
Victory.
But I still won. Alright, so yeah, the last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a duel going on as far as this, because I want to show this thing of. Oh, I got achievement. What's that? Champion. You hit the guy button, get an achievement, you see what's going on. 30 times won against computer in Battle Arena. Okay.
I was hoping for something a little more exciting.
I don't know, I'll take an achievement, I'm fine with that. So yeah, there's definitely a decent amount of achievement unlocks. I was thinking like, oh, it's just gonna be the 2 off screen that I'll have edited in. I was like, no, it's actually more than that. So fine, we'll have a Max Helios battle with, fine, the thing I didn't show, which is that one. And 2P is gonna run Max's Helios just sitting down doing nothing, just because I always want to see this. Fine, let's go to inner space. Yeah, we'll end where we started as far as this. Now look over the collection briefly, and then we'll get achievements, and then I think we'll be done for the night.
Bakugan brawl.
All right. So yeah, two of those is more frightening than one. All right, so here we go. Just do this to get my combo up as far as it.
Stay focused, Helios.
He's like, yeah, which one is he talking to? Fine, Max's Helios can do a lot of damage on himself. Fine, it goes back to what we said last week when we came to Shadowheart's Covenant, saying, yeah, you're doing a good job on yourself. Like, yeah, definitely in this case, certainly am.
Never be defeated.
And also feeling the rumble, so yeah, it's getting even more of a Super Bowl game Saturday out of context going on here this way. So fine, there you are. He's staying still, he's a still target, he's not gonna do,
Burning roar.
there we go.
Don't you dare lose.
Fine, he's basically just doing that to him.
I let down my guard. Ability activate. Inferno.
Yeah, just burn him, there you go. But also because it's close.
I let down my guard.
Yeah, that's the other Helios talking, so let's do a charge up. Fine, even the combo potential is really high on Max's Helios on itself. So that goes to the idea of like clone battling when it comes to fighting games usually, but also a game like this, where it's kind of the same as far as what you're able to do to each other, so then it kind of evens itself out.
Activate. Inferno.
Right, that's the shoot the fireballs out, and when the fireballs do go out, yeah, they explode. And then lastly, the combo.
Burning roar.
Okay, it's just really hard to connect with that, but look at the damage that does.
Real
Good
fight
lord.
starts now. Excellent. Do it again.
There you go, and boom, we are done. There you get victory for the actual Max's Helios, and then the fakers in the ball again. So good job. Okay, so there you go. That is the idea of it. But all right, as I mentioned, we're gonna show 2 other things for this. That was fun. Oh, we're gonna show off the collection because we did get everything out of it. So may as well have the idea of what we got. For our full aspect of the traps, you got Neo Dragonoid, he's right there. And if you hold the X button, they pop out. Nice case of that. You do zoom ins and zoom outs. There's Elfin. As well as Percival. And Ingram next. You do unlock them for everybody. There's Nemesis, Wilda, Bump. And they do say as far as aspects, as far as what that is, like what their skills are. Hyper Dragonoid, the upgraded version of Drago. Dual Elfin, which is nimble before, but you have more of a wide area when it comes to her shots. Those are the ways popping out behind as well. That's neat. Fine, behind, to the sides, front, back. It's nice stuff. Kind of a small thing, but just it looks cool. It's like, wow, look at that. So those you're able to play with the toys in like a digital form. Mega Nemesis just pops up at the top. Yeah, look at that. It's almost like a party ball. And Thunder Wilda kind of just coming out like that. Like, yeah, ready for action. Brontes. Like, yeah, look at that. Like, hey, here I am. Blindingly fast. That's true. The charge shot's slow, but just stunning. And the only one that allows invisibility, as we saw. Hades. Good as far as multi-beams, do a lot of damage if you're caught. Altera, which flies in the air. Fast, versatile, and powerful. And then Mechanical Helios, that is the one aspect of that, which is Arrival defensively, has powerful combos and most devastating attack ability cards. Then Primo Vulcan, was about getting up close and personal. And then Elico, not capable of flying, but apparently one of the fastest in the game. Wired, who... Hey, was Wired even someone we were playing in the game? You know, I kind of want to go back into the thing for that. Let's see. If that's not something that's in the battle arena, I don't know. Oh, I forgot. No, I'm sorry. I feel really bad now. I can't believe I wasn't here for my own game. Oh, don't worry, Suika Team Rondage. So good to have you. Fine. No, you're not going home empty-handed. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you why. We're gonna have a one-on-one Maxis Helios battle. So good to see you tonight. Thank you for your request on Bakugan Defenders of the Core. We've been having a great time so far looking over the game. That being said, I'm gonna also go in battle options. Take a look at this. I'm also gonna turn this. I'll keep it on hard. Keep it 200. We'll keep items. We're gonna go crazy on this. We're having a great time. Thank you so much for making tonight's show possible and for the play of the game. And don't worry, we do have the recording still. You didn't miss anything. We've got everything going on with it, showing all of the unlocks. We got all the unlocks thanks to you, giving the perspective of how you do the unlocks for the trick for all the core energy. Got that set. All the Bakugan unlocked, all the ability cards, everything. It is all set. What I missed? Not too much. Fine, we just bashed the ever-living hell, really, about everything. I'll tell you what we're going to do. You arrived, really, I guess, at the grand finale in the sense that we're going to be doing Maxis Helios, also achievement unlocks, above anything else. That's really kind of what it was. Let's also go to Inner Space, because it's cramped as hell. You'll see, like, how 4 Maxis Helios go in here. And also the fact that the game is very smooth when it goes that. Did multiplayer? Was it fun? Yeah. I had a great time doing multiplayer. And a great reward also for everything we unlocked when it came to, you know, going through the story last time. Yeah, we'll have more going on, and we'll show that starting now. Or fine, more now. So yeah, let's have 4 Maxis Helios. Why not? Look at this. See, it's kind of the same way the main game is, so that's a good case. But what really surprised me, and this will also, I guess, go a little in my final thoughts a bit, just as far as it kind of made me realize more than even last month we did the story. I mean, I saw this in the story as well. And look at, Jesus Christ, 55-hit combo, damn. Look at that. So yeah, you were timed for that. I didn't get a combo that high when before you stopped by. The fact that this game does have a lot of strategy, and it's more balanced than you might think it is. And it has a lot of variety as well to itself. So, in that case, it definitely impressed me that way. Find more on... for more this time, because I've kind of peeled the layers back on top of what we did last month with this game. So yeah, it has good stuff as far as story, as far as what it goes, whether you're a fan of the franchise or not. If you're not, it's one that might make you a convert. I can speak to that. And also a case of saying, like, well, they're just going crazy on this. And then saying, like, fine, I'll back up. They're going. Let's just get the shot running. And fine, they pop up in the items and they die. Fine, when you have items on. That'll show every mode as far as, like, there's only 3. As far as what they are. But they do give you a lot of variety, and all of the Bakugan you collect is fine. We're turning Inner Space into a hellscape. Look at this. With fire tornadoes and everything all over the place. It does have a lot of depth. I keep coming back to that. Depth and strategy that you would think for a game like this wouldn't necessarily have. Would just be a case of fine, it's fun as far as a spectacle arena brawl. But the answer is, it's more than that. And I really like that. Yeah, you just did the multiplayer. Did it feel good? Yeah, it did. It is a lot of fun as far as it. And a nice extra as well. It's like, yeah, you have a good story campaign going on, but also it's like, hey, let's just go around with your friends or even solo. It's not like just go against the AI. It's like, let's just beat things and kind of get your skills built up, you know? It is. Or did you do the second story mode? I did that off screen. And the reason I did that off screen is because mostly it's the same. The only difference is that you get the extra chests that go. I guess you know this. I haven't played this Team Rondos, but if you correct me if it's not right. as I'm also going to try and see if I can't hit this again on live targets. Whoa, but ability card activated going on like all over the places on this. But fine, you're just opening the extra chests that they add for the second story mode. The story option is the same, so I said fine, I'll do that off screen. And also since I did have to do the unlocks as far as the upgrades anyway, I said I'll do that. And fine, that's the other thing I'll also do. I'll show off, what is this? I'll show off the unlocks I got. Because I unlocked everything. And it was your trick as far as maximum core energy through that last section of the game that made that possible. I said, I don't know if that's been well documented with this game, so I'm glad you did document for us, indicate that, say, hey, that's how I got to unlock everything. Easy way of getting to the It's a Long Road Ahead achievements. We'll just go through over the achievement list, or fine, the ultimate trophy list as far as the PlayStation 3s. We got Max Helios there, like, yeah, where you going, boom, you're gone. And a bonus chance in the free-for-all means you get double points in the last 30 seconds. Yeah, what's your favorite of the multiplayer modes, Sweet Team Rogers, is the one you played? I like this one because it lets you go 4-player as far as, like, creatures on screen. I wish there was 4-player for multiplayers. Wait, you bought all the upgrades? Sure did. I will show you that in a few minutes. Is we'll go through duel and destruction battle, and then I will show off. I'll show that off. I did do that. You did grind the stuff. I'm impressed. It's not too bad of a grind. That's another thing I was kind of surprised by when it came to this. Because sometimes you think, when you hear the word grinding in a game, you're like, you're thinking Tony Hawk's Pro Skater the way I do, some case, or you think, oh, I got to go through stuff like that. But honestly, with the perspective you gave, which just to remind everybody again, in the last stealth section of the game, you basically are able to go around, you pick up the core energy there, you go back to Marucho's plane, and you rinse, repeat for as long as you need to in order to get more core energy that you need to unlock everything. And it didn't take me that long. It took me about, maybe an hour? Not too bad, honestly, specifically. Free-for-all is my favorite, and that's most chaotic. Yeah, that chaos of it is actually really, really fun. So actually, I will also show the other ones. But yeah, I've been playing a lot of that. The way I did it, just to give an idea, and you'll see this also on the playback. The way I handled this is I said, all right, I'm going to show all the modes off. We did show off all of the Bakugan. I went down the line initially, going through a row here, or a column, I should say, and then said, okay, we'll run duel, but then I'll also say, hey, we'll look at free-for-all, and we'll look at destruction battle, and kind of just going around and looking across all that stuff. So, is there any, okay, you know what, Sweet Theme Rondo, since you're here, is there any matchup, dream matchup of Bakugan you want to see in this game? Feel free to let me know, and I will let you have it that way. That's the other thing also, it's like, hey, it's fine you come by whenever you come by. There's like, also, like, if you come late, I don't ever leave anybody going home empty-handed, or staying home and being empty-handed. You requested the game. I appreciate that, I really do. And I'll let you have your aspect to it when you come by. It's like, it's either way, you know? Hence why we also do the show that way. And it is recorded, so everything you saw from before is going to be there. So, yeah, that's going to be the idea. And thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you again for this request. I had a great time playing it last month, of course, but also tonight. Matchup? Yeah, I don't know. Who do you want to see fight as far as in a duel? Because I have everybody unlocked. I have every single Bakugan card as well. That's the other thing you take into account. You're like, hey, I want to see certain matchups. I want to see certain cards going on. Me and my brothers did a classic matchup. Okay. Feel free to indicate what that is, and we can relive that here. Bring it out to the world. That's the other thing. You're kind of bringing this game out as far as to others, because, like, hey, if they didn't play it, it's Neo Dragonoid versus Master Ingram. Okay, let's do that. So, Neo Dragonoid. Okay, so start. You have preference on cards you want as far as Neo Dragonoid and Master Ingram. So we have Dragon Fire, we have Dragon Rush, we have Dragon Shield, and we have Fire Spirit. You have preference on the Bakugan cards or the ability cards you want to run for the purpose of this. I'll take that into account as well. We did go through the purpose of unlocking all of them, so yeah, we're going to show them all. First two. Got it. And for Master Ingram, he is over here. That's a great team up. First two, as far as Drago, as you mentioned, or Drago, I should say. We have Wind Spiral, we have Typhoon Explosion, we have Blade Tornado, and we have Needle Storm. As far as Ingram, we need both Russian combo cards. That would be Typhoon Explosion and would be Wind. Okay, what's the second one? Because there's what? Yeah, it's Typhoon Explosion's one of them. Because that's the combo card. Because that's the blue. There's the green, which is the shield, and then there's Rush combo cards. Is that Needle Storm? I think that's the one. Let me see. Edge shots. It's Needle Storm. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure I'm giving you what you want as far as it have that set. So, all right. And also location. Okay, I'll also let you go this way. Where do you want to go? We did show off all the areas as well. I mean, we showed them in the story, but we also showed them for the purpose of the multiplayer as well. Anywhere you want to see this dream matchup, or your family matchup brother and you, as far as it specifically, where do you want to see us go? It is your choice, and I do appreciate that. That's the other thing. Oh, we're going to America. All right, so yeah, let's go to the USA. Go to New York City, baby. Good case, and also, yeah, it is good. It is, I think, the biggest area in the game, as far as arenas, I think. There you go. Here's Dan. Bakugan Brawl. You do get that going on here for sure. Nothing like the good Detroit Brawl. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true as well. So there you go. So yeah, let's have it going on. All right, here we go. Round one. And you do have 300-second time limit. Fine, you set it to 100, 200, 300, or in duel, you can also set it to unlimited. And you set it to easy, medium, hard. I shoot my shots at Master Ingram. Yeah, destroying buildings. So unlike in the story where that's a bad case, so like, oh, you're going to get Doc core energy, that is something that's not a factor. And it's also worth pointing out, since I did go through the story anyway for the purpose of unlocking everything, I did also make sure that, fine, I got tons of core energy going that way, so the second time through, it's like, oh, I can at least fund upgrades as I go along, and then at the end of it, it's like, okay, fine, I can get the about, I don't know, million or so that it took for running the other way, which is not as bad as it sounds, honestly. It's not gonna take that long to really unlock it. But the game is so much fun, you probably want to A, go through the story again, number one, and number two, unlock everything to have the full suite for the multiplayer. And A, on PS3 and 360, you get trophies and achievements respectively for the purpose of going through, so why not? Okay, that was a great camera angle, as Ingram said, fine, I'm gonna run away. Fine, he's running. He's like, he can run, but he can't hide, I guess, for now. And you know what? I'll take that off. We're gonna bust buildings. Can I bust the buildings? Like, fine. I don't know. Like, now I'm turning this into Rampage, the Midway games. Like, no. That's not quite it. Which I've shown that before, sort of, kind of. Showed it in the Midway collections we played so far. So Midway Treasures 1 on the PS2 and 2 on Xbox. And we haven't shown the newer ones. We haven't shown Ultimate Destruction. We didn't show Through Time, which is on the PlayStation. We didn't show Rampage 2 Universal Tour, which is on the PlayStation, and was on the PS4. Boom, Brawl complete. But it's best of 3, but you can also set it to be just one match, or you can set it best of 5. So your choice is yours, and that's a great case of itself. As yeah, flying around. Whoa. But you're right. It is exciting. It is intense, even when you're just doing a one-on-one. I said I would have liked 4-player for this as well, though. Fine, 2-player is still a lot of fun. It's also very smooth. Now, this is one of those cases where, yeah, fine. I think we can. I think we should be showing other games in the series as we go along. Of which, I guess next we show Bakugan Battle Brawlers. I guess, unless I don't know. Do you have a preference of what other games as franchise you want to see? Actually, for that matter, do you know if Champions of Vestroia on the Switch is any good? Yeah, that's by way forward. Just playing the game we're gonna do next week, or on Friday actually next week. That came out on the Switch, I think in 2020, I think it was. I never played it. If you ever indicate that, or have to think on anything else. Also, by the way, I think you mentioned as far as you want to see Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance. I think it's on PlayStation as well. Do you want to see both of those? Champions of Vestroia is garbage. Really? I'm kind of surprised. I mean, it's way forward who made that, who made Shantae. I would think, well, maybe there's something interesting to it, but don't buy it. Unless you want to see it as a bad game case, if you want to see like the April Fool's Day show, and it's like, okay, no, it's not good. Fine, I guess with Digimon Racing, going back to that one, it's a question of like, what is it like? And for the April Fool's Day show, I'm not saying like, hey, that means it's a bad game, you should show up for that. It's like, a question like, is it good? Maybe it is. Who knows? Champions of Vestroia, I'm surprised, I guess, only because for the developers. Well, I don't know, it was like around the time of, I think it Needle Stormed. Ouch. So fine, yeah, we got knocked down, so yeah, final battle. Actually, what does Champions of Vestroia play like? Does it play like this? Or is it more like, I don't know, like the strategy case with the Battle Brawlers game is? And if you don't have a preference, I was thinking doing Battle Brawlers on the Wii, unless you're thinking like, hey, you want to see it on something else. Feel free to indicate that. Is it maybe in the case going back to the Way Forward thing, like, I don't know, that the era of River City Girls 2, because I've heard, I've seen Ed Wagnicki and the Medics playing River City Girls 2, like, especially on the Switch, it's really bad. You'd be shocked. So maybe it's a case like, hey, Way Forward, fine. Not every company hits a home run every time, as far as it, and fine, I guess with Way Forward's case, fine, I got the notes of the game I'm doing next week for that somewhere, as far as like other stuff they've made. Okay, fine. There was Ping Pals on the DS. I hear that was horrible. I think like Trying Game Monthly gave that like 2 zeros and a 1.5 out of 10, I believe. It's new gen Bakugan, and that's not good. Digimon Racing is a Mario Kartish case, in that you digivolve on the race and get faster because of it. Okay, sounds really interesting. And Digimon Racing, what is that, Game Boy Advance? Because I thought there's more than just Game Boy Advance. I thought there was also on the PlayStation. Because we could show both of them. We could also show, we could show both of them at once, as far as it saying, like, hey, I can swap off tech as we're going to do the combo. Yeah, it is. I had to work tomorrow, so have a great night. So I've been signing off. A great show. Thank you so much, Dolly Finn. Fine, I'll mention what we're doing next week. We're doing DuckTales Remastered next week. That's, although we're doing it Friday. That's going to be Friday, May 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the Way Forward game we're going to play. Ouch. As I'm getting myself killed, I was like, fine, I can't take that lying down. We're going to have a rematch. Nice. Okay, so you're looking forward to that? Well, thank you. I had to figure, like, what am I going to do for the purpose of, what is it?
Good bro.
The game we're going to play for next week, because initially we were going to do Shadow Hearts Covenant for its next part, but Kazan22 had another case of it. Although I have another game I'm fond of, except PS3 games. Oh yeah, I do have PS3. We can run PS3. What do you have on suggestions for the thing Rondo's indicated? I do need to build a PS3 collection as far as stuff on it. In case where, hey, it's really good on that. I don't know. Would you want Battle Brawlers on that system? Or anything else? Feel free to go into it. Because honestly, the only game on... What do you think about this? Really? Yes. However you want to do it, it's your choice, or whatever you're thinking as far as that. We appreciate any case of that. Yeah, as far as PS3, think about this. The only game actually, I don't think I've shown anything native on the console yet. Fine, anything native that's not a re-release of something. The game I have, fine, I can put down facts for is Defenders of the Core, which you mentioned the PS3 version being your element. It seems like it's kind of the same as this one. Honestly, Defenders of the Core seem pretty comparable across all the consoles I looked. 360, PS3, even Wii, and even PSP. I was surprised PSP had, was as close as it was. Digimon All-Star Rumble, what is that on? Oh, is that PS3? Because I know there's Digimon Rumble Arena, it was PS2, and I think it was GameCube as well. Ow, I'm getting myself beaten. But we're gonna win. Even though I'm letting my guard down. But yeah, sure, what's it on? It's PS3? Okay, yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that. We'll definitely put down the master list and take a look. Ah! It's, from what I understand on Digimon Rumble, on the earlier ones, it's kind of like Super Smash Bros. A little bit, am I right about that? In fact, we haven't touched Digimon in this show yet either, so that's something to go into. Fine, we looked at Pokemon, we're looking at Bakugan now. We'll come back for Battle Brawlers. And fine, if you want to see Champions of the Story to talk about how horrible it is, I won't say no, we can't show it that way. It's like, okay, fine, you can. But fine, we'll do Battle Brawlers as far as next case of Bakugan, I think it's a fair case. Not as good as the other Rumble Arenas, but it's way better than it looks. Okay, sometimes that's a thought. I'll have to talk to Nocturne. I think she might have played Rumble Arena on... She might have played on the PlayStation 2 as far as the first one of those. Or, well, wait. No, Rumble Arena 1 was on the PS1, not the PS2. I think its sequels were on the PS2. Or the sequel was on the PS2. I think. Dear, correct me if that's not right. But fine, in terms of that Master Room's case, I can't dally anymore. Fine, I'm winning. But I'm not going to be, resting the laurels on that one. Boom. Okay, so there you go. Alright, final battle. Yeah, fine, this is a Soul Calibur thing. It's like, fine, fine, Soul Calibur-ish like case as far as Bakugan this way. It's more of an arena fighter, kind of like this, I guess. You tend to be looked down upon with an okay roster and great variety of modes. I mean, okay, let's talk about this. You mentioned this last time. You said, I like, I guess apparently janky arena fighters. Or fine, but arena fighters, are they looked down on? Fine, because I mentioned that earlier, because there are a lot of games I've seen that have, I guess, an element of something like this. Stuff that's based on anime. I know there's Inuyasha Feudal Combat that's on the PS2, which isn't as deep as this. You're like, really? This is gonna be deeper than that? It is. Fine, that game you can hit the X button, or the square button, and beat the game on its normal difficulty without looking at the screen. This one you can't do that with. You have to be a little more. There's more going on here that makes it more interesting. Actually, I don't know. Would you count something like Power Stone as an arena fighter? Because people love that game. It's getting re-released in a few weeks. So you bet I have already pre-ordered that Capcom Fighting Collection 2 for that. And the other stuff that's in there, especially Project Justice, because we're literally kind of like $400 for that on the Dreamcast. Oh, well. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm in trouble, so I gotta be careful hitting him. Especially anime arena fighters, generally extremely imbalanced characters and dumb mechanics. Okay. Well, actually, then what do you think on the balance of this game? Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this game is actually really well balanced. I'm kind of shocked. You'd think that, wait, when it comes to, we showed this last time, when you have cases of characters who, they're like weak against another, like, oh yeah, if you have the strong character, you're gonna win. But honestly, I don't know, I get the sense that it's pretty well balanced. And even because of some of the modes, just because you pick like Maxis Helios, I had a case I was doing the Destruction Battle, as far as that, against Maxis Helios with Elfin. I won, because I said, fine, I'm just going after hitting the towers. Although that's a different mode in Melee, I get that. Even with that, also Rumble is still enjoyable. I mean, okay, that's interesting, that idea, like, what does imbalance look like in that? Is that the reason why when it comes to stuff like that? Because honestly, if that's the case, like, this is kind of bucking a trend, really. I guess what I guess is a trend. It's fine, I guess maybe then, as I mentioned Godzilla with Destroy All Monsters Melee, which is kind of in the ballpark of this, sorta. Billy activate, you're going down. Oh no! Oh no! Crap. Damn, that was close. Fine, I'm not gonna let that stand, I'm gonna try once more.
Defeat.
I don't have this on, I don't think I have this on hard. Though if I do, that would explain an awful lot.
Want a rematch?
Yes, we're having another one.
Any place.
Cause yeah, that fine. Going back to the Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee thing, that's something we're fine. It's pretty basic, just beating up on people. But I never thought, yeah, I should have used the fireball. Yeah, you're right. I kind of, as soon as I was dying, I was like, yeah, that's why I realized. It was in that moment I realized I fucked up. Yeah, you're right. No question. It's like, fine, fine. Third time's a charm. I'm gonna make that happen, and I will get that going. But all right, fine. To answer, I never really got a sense, like, is there like a backlash on arena fighting games? I guess with that, like, you mentioned idea of what is it? Anime based. Maybe that's it. Maybe because it's based on that, thought that, hey, that means that because of the license, they have an excuse to say no, it's gonna be just basic. Yeah, use that because there's no range on attacks and Ingram. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I realized that when I was showing off Ingram earlier. So in that case, basically, hit from distance and use the fireball. But yeah, in that case, now I'm doing what I shouldn't do, which is getting too close. I mean, maybe that's it, because I was talking earlier, the other thing I guess I mentioned before you jumped on, I was mentioning ideas of games based on the license, which is what is cases of games based on it where, fine, fans like it, number one, but also that it has maybe something going on to make it break out from people who don't normally go for the series, or haven't, or in my experience, just never played anything around it. Because I hadn't played anything with Bakugan until we got to this. So at that point, oh no. Yeah, fortunately, okay, good. I blocked the Needle Storm. I'm glad about that. I saw that, I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, fine, this place is going down. Yeah, fine, the lock-on is useful until, you know, the buildings get busted. Or until you say, like, fine, I'm jumping over the building. Ah, crap.
You can't take much more.
You're right, I can't. Here, break. I also did get the achievement on break on show, so I'm glad about that. Whoa. Ah, crap. But it's best out of 3. Let's do it. Yeah, we're not ending the show until I beat this, which I can do that.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look as far as Digimon All-Star Rumble Arena. All-Star Rumble Arena. Yeah, I'll look for it on the PS3. Because actually, I don't know if it's on anything else. I don't know why. I get the sense it's only on the PS3. Correct me if that's not right. Also, dash backwards more often to run away. Yeah, like that. Which honestly, I, in some ways, haven't had to do that. But maybe now I have to.
I'm just getting started.
There you go. I know also be better. I'm getting better on the combo break, so I'll definitely get that sense. Now, at least it's because I got the achievement for that on the show, but also just because, fine, the timing. You're being able to get that set. So, fine. If nothing else, I'll tell you this saying, because I'm, fine, going into what you're saying dash backwards, avoid it, shoot from distance, because, yeah, Ingram doesn't have range. It shows, I think, what I was indicating earlier, and fine, because you know this from playing this, is that, oh no, you're counting my card with your card. So that's one thing. The fact that there is a lot of depth to this game, you think, no way a game like this would have that, but you realize, no, it does. And fine, you're saying, compared to other games like this, saying that, oh yeah, there's not a balance on those games. Fine, this game there is. Yeah, there's something, it must be something with Now Production. They clearly know how to make a game. Of the stuff I've played of theirs, even going back to Chu-Man Fu on the TurboGrafx 16, which I think is an underrated game for sure. It's kind of a puzzle game, it's not like this. And they make a lot of different stuff that's also very varied in terms of the genre it plays. I mean, they could have developed Sonic Riders, for God's sake, which I did not know until I actually started playing this, when I was getting ready for the show. There we go. There you go. Boom. Okay, so that's one. So yeah, one more and we win. If nothing else, I'm getting close to the end each time. The final round. No screwing around this time. See, that's the thing about this game that I find really interesting. The fact that this could just be something for fans of the series. Well, fine, fans of the series are going to love this. Fine, you're proof of that. No question. You're just saying, like, I love this series and I love this game. I think even uninitiated, fine, people who don't know this, I think they can be impressed by all of the strategy that goes to this, all of the abilities to unlock things, all the variety of the modes, even like the 3 as far as multiplayer, the stuff with the story mode. All that. I think there's a lot of value here. And so in that case, I do think there's like a diamond in the rough of that era specifically. It's like, yeah, a game from 2010 this way that I totally missed. And was like, yeah, I think it's totally worth the pickup. Whether you know Bakugan or not, I'd say definitely give this game a shot. It's fun as far as playing solo, but also with other people as well, you know? You know, in that way, it's maybe, I said this earlier, it might be one of the better licensed games on the 360. Fine, on the PS3, as I bust that building. Yeah, I'm not as aware on the output on some licensed stuff on PS3, specifically stuff that's only on the PS3. But that being said, like, yeah, this is good stuff. I think it's better getting than some games I showed based on licenses on the Delicious show last year. I played this over the Rocky and Bullwinkle game. I played this over, I mentioned Yaris, I'm showing that later this year. Yeah. I was like wonky fighting games, so it's a double bonus. I didn't even have to know it until I started to love this game. And that's, okay, so that's interesting here. The idea that this got you into the series. See, I don't even know if this game is as wonky as you're saying it. Fine, I don't know, the thought that maybe it is. Oh no. I thought I got mine off. But like, alright, fine. I don't want to lose this. Yeah, we are getting started. Come on. I'm just sitting here and wait. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, fine, I don't know. Maybe when you say wonky fighters, you're saying, like, I don't know, compared to, I don't know, Soul Calibur or Tekken or Virtua Fighter or something like that. I don't know, I've heard people say, like, Virtua Fighter's wonky in terms of its physics. Or stuff with Tekken. Ow, no!
That's what I'm talking about.
There we go. Shoot.
Activate. Dragon fire.
Got him. Ooh, that was lucky. That was close. And that was intense, and that's the other thing. I love the intensity of this game, too. I said, I don't... See, it's funny. I played a lot of fighting games, including on this system, and in this era of system.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. There is a polish to this that
baby.
it kind of disarmed me, you know? Oh, we did do it, and we won. It just took me a while, but I got it. I'll just show the battle of the tower, and then we'll look at the unlocks and the achievements only set. Yeah, wonky like Sonic the Fighters. Okay, actually, that's a good comparison, actually. That's a very good comparison. Because, yeah, we did play that one for the show as well. Well, I'll take a look at the destruction battle. Fine, now let's try and repeat what I did earlier. Let's, Well, you know what? I'm taking Wilda, and I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll keep that. Fuck, we're pulling Max's Healers. Like, how can you win this? I'll show you how I'm gonna win this. Let's go anywhere. Fine, back to America. Okay, but I know what you mean on Sonic the Fighters, because there is a style about how that game feels. Even compared to something like Virtua Fighter or Fighting Vipers of stuff that AM2 made as well. Yeah, good old Wilda. Fine, for the purpose of this, it doesn't matter I'm going against Max's Helios, because fine, I'm gonna do... It shows the strategy of this, which is that... Fine, there's Max's Helios. I can kill him. It's like, no, that's not my focus. My focus is saying... If I can bust this first, yeah, I get the points. Oh, fuck, except he gets the points now. You make that set, and then he's like, "Fine, you're acting like that, trying to deny me my crystal." Or I can say, "Fine, I can do like camping in a first-person shooter, saying you're gonna do that thing to the crystal. No, you're not. I'm going to try and get you paralyzed off. Yeah, destroys crystals a second. Well." Fine, in that case, no. I was like, yeah, I just got that one off. So yeah, a lot of strategy here is like, fine, you know what? Max Helio, fuck off. Get out of here. I was like, I could handle this fine as far as what we got here. Oh crap, we both got hit.
Ability activate. Earth cannon.
But sometimes it's also really close, because it looked like, yeah, it looked like I got it, but then it was like, he got it.
Now that was a solid hit.
Yeah, that it was. Whoa. Okay, but I know what you're saying. That's a good distinction saying on Sonic the Fighter, going back to that one, because, fine, it's not like Virtua Fighter. Fine, maybe that was my problem when I got it. Fine, he clearly got that one. And that is, maybe when I first played it, this is clunky as hell compared to Virtua Fighter. Maybe that was the problem. I'm comparing it to Virtua Fighter, which maybe I shouldn't do. Fine, I kind of then compared it to Fighting Vipers, and fine, I don't know. You ever play Fighting Vipers? It's also an AM2 game. Ow.
Stay on your toes.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm trying to be a show off and it's not working well.
Ability activate. Earthquake.
Okay, fine. Get out of my way. When he goes, gonna take that for myself. There we go. They also take advantage of the last 30 seconds. Yeah, Will does strong basic punch, and the dash attack is low damage. So yeah, good idea. You're right. Whoa, get up there. Okay, yeah, get him away. Yeah, I can kill her. That's the other thing. You can also kill them to get points. So in that case, it does give you a little bit of an idea. Oh, wait a second. Where is it? That's the other thing. Yeah, kill him. So he's dead. I get points for that. He comes back. I hit that in time. I'm resetting. We got the 30-second warning. So at that point, Yeah, knock him out. There we go, get that and get tons of points. So fine, now I'm ahead, almost ahead.
Gate card open.
All right, there's the gate card. Yeah, we didn't really talk the gate cards last time. All right. There you go. Time's up. So, okay, fine. I was not blowing smoke saying, hey, you know, I can defeat Max Helios doing this by being strategic. So it does, you're saying right there, it has the case of thinking like, hey, what do you want to attack with? Will does strong punches standing still, but dashing, it's not as strong. And in that case, saying, Max Helios, you're going to destroy that, knock him away, and then punch the crystal yourself and get the points. Which I do love that. It's awesome. And I'm definitely going to show you, as I mentioned, the fact that I got everything unlocked. So I'm going to duck into the story mode briefly. Because correct me if this is not right. I don't think that the core energy upgrades apply in multiplayer. The cards do. As you have Popcorn Man, here's Popcorn Man. So I'm gonna briefly go into inner space, pull off a battle, and I also have the S ranks for some of the stuff. You get S ranks on everything. There's an achievement for that. Yeah, good luck. Let's go here. Yeah, great one. Okay, thank you. Let's try this one. Okay, I'm gonna start the battle. We'll do this, but also, fine. There's the remnants of all of the stuff I got. So let's take a look at everything we have. So fine, here are all the Bakugan. I will show this off. We'll show everything we unlocked. So fine, we got all the cards. Those are all set. Did Popcorn Man do the Helios Ditto on the final mission? Yes, we did. I absolutely did. So okay, going through that. Yeah, I did do that. Got everything here. So here are all the upgrades. We're going to go through every character, show that. May as well. Going the whole way. We're doing the show. Got the shot boost, shot max, health boost, dash boost, special card boost, and last resort for Neo Dragonoid. Next, we have Cross Dragonoid. And we did hear this a lot. Fine, I heard this as far as the footage it took getting the unlock of the achievement for getting every upgrade. Holy heck, that's a lot of money. And it's because of your suggestion. You said, here's the trick to use this. Just do that as far as the end of it. You're right. Yeah, you're rich. Yeah, look at that. Look at all that core energy. Although, fine, at this point, the only thing you really need to use core energy for then is saying, hey, we're going to build the strongest holograms now out of everything. As your shot boost, shot max, health max, dash max, last special card max, and special or last resort max. So yeah, as I said, you mentioned, like, hey, go the whole way. It's like, that was a good idea. Fine. It was better than my other plan. My other plan was working decently to start, which is saying, hey, you know, we're going to show off, I can just grind the last battle, because you do get the most core energy out of that. But then it's like, wait a sec, I had to play through the game anyway to get a Max's Helios. And also the fact that you get a decent amount of money off of that, but not as much as this way. You can buy a lot of 3 holograms for that one, and we're going to have to do that. I'll definitely do that, but I will show off everything we got. Showing off the full action as far as that. Fine, that's probably what I should do, is like buy every one of those. So we'll do that in a bit. But as I said, I do want to show everything here, because like I did say, like, hey, we're going 100% on this game. We're going 100% on this game.
I can use core energy I've collected.
And I did hear, of course, the lines like each Bakugan has different ability cards. As you pick one that fits my Bronx style, and I use core energy I collected to upgrade my Bakugan's abilities. You hear that all the time going in here. It was like, yeah, it's kind of like a good case, like kind of coming home, you know? So everything's set as far as all of the abilities for Dual Elfin as well. I'll show that as far as each character, because like, hey, it works that way. So Ingram, you mentioned Ingram normally. Also, remember the mission you beat a bunch of times? Why don't you go back and say hello with the Broken Boy? Yeah, I agree with that. Which mission was that one? Actually, hang on, fine. I'll show the thing for that. What mission was that I... Let me think about that.
I can use core energy I've collected.
Oh, right, it was the one in the... It was actually in the city, right. So, fine, I'll do that. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to... I'll look at the next thing on Ingram, we'll go there, and then I'll look at the rest of them, and we'll take care of the place.
Each Bakugan has different ability cards. I should try them out. I can use
okay, so there's all the stuff for Master Ingram. So fine, let's go back there. It was in America, I believe. So let's oh wait, hit the Y button. Yeah, because if you're in a battle in inner space, you can go and do that. So the mission that actually, wait a second, was that the one? I think it was. It was the business district. This is the one, I think. Is that right? Feel free to correct me if that's not right. Not that I don't remember, but there are a couple that I died at a couple times. So I don't know if this is the one you're talking about, and then we say, like, let's just max out the holograms. Why not? Okay, so next we have Percival, and also, like, hey, dude, who do you want me to run as far as this?
Ability cards. I should try them out, and I can use core energy I've collected to upgrade.
So Percival's all set. Actually, fine, it's probably quicker if I just hit B button and go back as far as everything. There's Midnight Percival. There's all of his upgrades as well. I'm pretty sure it was either the Rescue of Wilda. Oh, you're right, it was the Wilda Rescue, which was also the part that gave me the problem on the test play, or the one with Hades and Elko. Wait, was this the one with Hades? No, this wasn't the one with Hades and Elko, was it? And hold on, I showed off him, did I not? Okay, so the Wilda Rescue was. Oh, fine, let's take the Wilda Rescue then. That was back in, yeah, because it's based on areas you go. That was in Japan. We did the dock. It was the dock, I think. Wait, was it dock? It was that or the disposal? No, it was the disposal site. That was the one. Actually, we could see. Yeah, this is. I think this is it. Right. No. Ooh, was it? Fine. You know what? I'll just duck into this to see which one it is. And then I'll exit out as far as when I see which one we got. It was, I think, either this one was the first one. Or the second one, I should say.
Bakugan Brawl!
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we haven't seen Pago. It was this one. Fine, I'm not going to fight this, because I'm going to show off the character stuff first, or find the ability stuff.
Protect your landmark.
Yeah, you're right, this is the one. Okay, I'll show that off in a second, so let me go back to Inner Space. We'll do this after I show off all the character upgrades or everything I got. We'll run that one. So it was this disposal side. I should have known because it's the one I have a B on, or find the lowest rank. Okay, fine, so we'll do that one in a bit. Right, because on my test, as I mentioned last time, I did use Nemesis, which I thought, okay, fine, ability that'll help. Fine, fine, attribute that'll help. But it turned like, no, it doesn't. But in this case, yeah, since I'm all maxed out, that should help it out as well. So it's like Mega Nemesis is all set there. Actually, I don't know. Do we pull out Mega Helios for this one, or Nexus Helios for this one? Is that the thought? We just decimate this entirely. Yeah, feel free to indicate what you want to see as far as this one, as we have, there's Wilda. Fine, we're gonna help Wilda as far as this mission again. We have Wilda completely upgraded. And we have Magma Wilda also completely upgraded as well. Yeah, look at that.
Each Bakugan has different ability cards. I should try them out and decide which one fits my each Bakugan.
Yeah, I do like the idea, like, hey, we keep hearing this, like, yeah, he keeps saying the same thing, but honestly, I don't know, I don't mind it necessarily. There's other cases you think, like, hey, it'll be annoying, but honestly, no. Yes, obliterate this mission and take revenge. Okay, you're right, that's something we do as well in the show. We will take our revenge on cases that go, as we also have, yeah, Brontes, who, I like Brontes how he runs, but I'm not good at using him, honestly. He's really, really fast. I love the design as far as his feet, and also the kicks he does. And there's an edit I'll have when I do the upload of this in a couple of days that I think is going to be interesting to have. But yeah, all of his stuff as far as how his fast charges, and also his shot being the only one that does paralysis. I think it's the only one that does paralysis. Right, fine. In that case, we're going to have Nexus Struck. I mean, Nexus, no, Nexus Helios. I'm not saying like it's saying Maxis something else. No. Yeah, Brontes is just bad as far as running this. Oh, bad as far as, like he's terrible as far as fighting. Yeah, I mean, of what I noticed, he's fast. I like the hits, but it's also something that I kept missing with the hits. You'll see as far as on the playback, no question on that. And I like that shot, but it's also something that I didn't win with him, so maybe that's the thing. As far as what it is. But that being said, fine, you only get him when you beat the game. So in that case, I guess it's like a bonus. There's not much damage on him, no health, moves slow, his cards don't work. Actually, no, fine, let's take a, fine, I'll look at, Altair once more as far as that.
energy I've
because I have everything set as far as that. Fine, let me take a look at Brontes just to get a sense of that, so we can completely dissect that.
try them out.
Actually, no, fine. Let me go back one thing because I want to see his stats.
Ability cards. I should try them out.
Right, because his health is really low. In fact, yeah, he does have the lowest health of any Bakugan in the game. His power's not that great. His defense is good, but you could have fooled me because I kept dying with him. Speed's good. Let's see, hang on.
Each Bakugan has different
Okay, because he has Drain
I
Beam.
should try them out.
Right, because that's like a poison thing, which is fine. They show that in the story when we had that, saying, hey, Brontes hits you with that, and you take damage, you get hit by it. The Mirage Strike, which is the combo. The Wall of Light, which absorbs shots. Although I don't know if that's like a recovery case. That'd be useful with something like that, if the Wall of Light recovered your health when you got hit with it. Or fine, when you took shots with it. And then the invisibility. That's the other one, as far as what's unique. So there's unique stuff, but the cases where, fine, he's not very effective as far as what it is, but fine. His abilities are decreasing stamina of dashing, green ability cards last longer, green ability cards. So they're emphasizing the green ability cards in this one, I'm noticing. As well as battle power-ups, charge shots, and then charge shots charge quickly, but there's still a bit of a wind-up or find a cooldown when it comes to the shots. It's kind of a question. He's just made to be that support character in story mode, really, if there's any type of team match. But no, there isn't. Yeah, you're right, there isn't. Yeah, there isn't like a team case of that as far as this.
I should try them out and decide which one.
Well, not intentionally, I guess. Okay, so fine, let's look at Hades, and fine, there's Max Aurelius. I mentioned you go through the story mode again to get him.
Each Bakugan has different abilities.
Let's take a look at, yeah, all that stuff. And we did show the cards before, but also show the upgrade of what we got.
To upgrade my Bakugan's abilities.
Shot boost, shot max, fast charge max, special card max as well. See, that's interesting, the thought of like, hey, you know, going back to Brontes once more, the fact that he's kind of created something more for the story and said, okay, you play as him, but then the case that do you want to play as him? Did you look at Vulcan? I think, let's take another look. Yeah, we have Rocket Punch, Mega Quake, Clay Barrier, and Iron Skin. And we have Combo Boost, Combo Max, Health Max, Block Max, Combo Card Max, and Last Resort Max. Okay. So that was his, and we did look at that. We looked at Altair. Actually, I did look at that, right? Right, because I looked at his cards, and then I also looked at the fact that, fine, he's flying, sort of. But there's also a case that it's kind of, sort of for show, but something that is kind of interesting to think that. And also that drill dash thing, that's useful. Or it was useful when I was showing a little earlier, as far as the case with that. And fine, there's Hades. We did just show Hades. Fine, but I'll show Hades once more, just to be complete on that. Yeah, we have all that stuff as far as Hades, and then next is, of the other ones, Mechanical Helios. So you can unlock Helios normal, so there he is, as far as what he has. There's Beam Wall, Ultimate Fury, Heat Shield, and Field of Flame. And upgrades on Shot Boost, Combo Max, Block Boosts. Yes, they emphasize the block case on him as well. Special Card Boost, and Special Card Max. So those red ability cards would be a big case of that. He's pretty busted, but who's the most busted? Is it Maxis Helios? I don't know, fine. You know, I guess, the balance case of this game. So yeah, feel free. Who's the most... Fine, what does the balance of this game look like? Is it as balanced as I think it is, or is it not? And also, who is the least balanced, I guess? I would think it's Maxis Helios because you have to go through the story to get him again. As far as it, fine, you go through the story twice. But still, fine, there is Maxis Dragonoid. Fine, goes the story as far as who he is. But yeah, who is the one? Well, we got all his stuff, and it is Maxis Drago. He's considered one of the best alongside Magma Wilda. Okay. So fine, tier list. What's tier list in this game really look like? So it's Maxis Drago right here, and then Magma Wilda, who is right there. Yeah, we'll find Magma Wilda's defense is maxed out. Health is really high. So that helps. And okay, I get the idea that health and defense are maxed out for Maxis Dragonoid. It goes with story that way. They do a lot of damage, have insane combo cards, as well as great balance. Yeah, that's true. Even the one on Maxis Dragonoid, I'll go back to him for a second. The one I thought I didn't know if I'd get much use of, Volcanic Blast. Volcanic Blast actually was pretty useful. And bottom tier is, fine, you mentioned one of them. You mentioned it's Brontes. But who else? If I was gonna guess, I'd guess Nemesis only because I like that you focus on shots with him, but he's not easy to use. I don't know if that's right or not. But feel free to indicate what that is. Or, I don't know, maybe Elfin. I also think Elfin's kind of useful as well, but in some ways, but more situationally than, say, a lot of the Drago takes, like Wilda, any of the takes on Wilda that we got. Or, of course, fine, Maxis Helios. That's the big case, so he's top. Fine, that's top as well. You mentioned, fine, it's Maxis Dragonoid, and it's, Magma Wilda right there. If I also show up Maxis Helios, because fine, this is where we have to go through the game to collect again. Mega Blaze, Burning Roar, that's really hard to connect with, but when it does, it is very powerful. The Flame Shield and the Inferno. And his upgrades are Shot Boost Max, Health Boost, Health Max, Shot Defense Max, and Combo Defense Max, and we'll run him in a sec. It is, as far as low tier on this game, it is Brontes as we indicated, but also the Aquos Bakugan, which basically is Elfin and Dual Elfin. That would also be Elico. Yeah, because Elico is more, because it's water, it's also kind of ice a little bit. I'm not really emphasizing that too much. Brontes can't be used properly as indicated. Brontes here. But the Aquos Bakugan do little damage. That's true. I have noticed that with Elfin, the idea that, hey, it's not about doing damage, it's kind of about being fast, swift, and I guess emphasizes on shots. And they have underwhelming gimmicks, particularly Elico. Yeah, fine, with Elico, let's pull Elico out for a sec. Because some of its ideas are interesting. Because fine, it also has like a poison thing. Actually, Brontes says this as well, saying it does some poison damage, but not for long. And fine, Razor Ice, which is like, okay, that's kind of cool. It's an ice thing. Fine, it's combo attack like a lot of characters have. Then the Crystal Shield and the Water Vortex. That's kind of like what Maxis Drago has, but I did notice when I played as him, it was something that was a little more situational on what I want to, how I want to run that.
I can use core energy I've collected to upgrade my Bakugan.
Right, but also a little above that though are, let's see, Hades is the triple beam. Hades is right here. Yeah, I like. That's the thing about Hades, that the shots are good, but it's also the case they're kind of going in all directions until you use this Dark Blaze, which makes the shots go almost all across the screen. But it's outclassed normal versions of Nemesis and Drago because their stats aren't high. Okay, so let's see. There's so that's Hades stuff. The Nemesis is okay. Right. There's Nemesis. Okay, because yeah. And honestly, Mega Nemesis, the thing is, those shots are amazing as far as it. So actually, it does have a good use that way. And you mentioned the unevolved or the unupgraded form of Drago right here. Fine, we start with him. Fine, pretty balanced. Fine, they emphasize what the specialty is. The specialties usually have speed, balance, shooting, fighting, impairment. Okay, so that's what it is. Brontes and Elico are about impairing the opponent. But interestingly enough, those are the only characters of the game that do that. Actually, fine, it's kind of, now I'm thinking about it, almost a bit lopsided what characters have those skills. Actually, now's a nose in this. There's only 2 impairment characters in this game, those being Elico and Brontes, so not a whole lot of a variation really on either one. Also, mid-tier would be Cross Drago, right, or Drago right here. The Percivals. Percivals are actually pretty useful as far as how the story went and also in the fights we did tonight. Master Ingram, yeah, I learned that the hard way as far as a little earlier, as far as how useful he can be. Balance and equal on power, that's true. I would say that for sure. And they have interesting play styles. And also, the other thing on Ingram as well. The opening intro of this game, which I did play for the start of this, I'll play it also when we go final thoughts and over schedule and all that. You do have, yeah, Drago and Ingram during the intro as far as this. You have to wait a while on this version for it's faster on the Wii and the PSP. I don't know if it is on PS3, as is the case. Thank you for indicating that, because I wasn't sure like what this looked like. And honestly, I said this before, I appreciate your input, Suika Theme Montage, on this, because I don't know how well documented this game really is. So the fact that you have all this information about it, I really appreciate that. High tier, by the way, being Mega Nemesis and Altair. So fine. Altair right there. Oh, really? Okay. and Mega Nemesis, who is right here. Because they have great shots. They're professional campers, that's true, you're right. Camping is Nemesis' middle name, pretty much. They're only held back by their poor melee stuff, and then Max's Helios right here. Despite being really strong, is too big. Right, because that's the other thing. I said earlier, I said, I want to have a Max's Helios fight with all 4 of them in the smallest area I can get a sense of. But fine, it makes him a big target. Fine, Max's Drago is a big target too, but not as big as Max's Helios. So that's an interesting thing to say. Like, fine, this is the character you go through the game twice in order to unlock. And fine, stat-wise, he is the strongest. Fine, he has stronger power than Max's Drago, but he's not as fast. And I guess as far as strongest stuff, fine. Master Ingram's the fastest character of the game. And fine, Ingram himself is also amongst the fastest. Prima Vulcan is full power, or full health, as is Max's Drago. Defense on both of them is insanely high as far as being highest element to that. Defense and then power. Power, I think it's them. Like, nobody else is maxed out. Well, wait, nobody's maxed out. Is that right? Okay, so fine. There's no max power in anybody in this game, which is interesting. I also forgot to mention normal Ingram, but he's on par with Master Ingram. Fine, there is he. Yeah, there is kind of a closest to them, which is interesting. And then top tier would be, yeah, did you mention Max's Drago being one of them? Yeah, feel free to go on that as well. And I guess, fine, you said we want to run Max Helios for that. Feel free to go into that as it is before we pull him out. And I'll get my revenge on this because that'll be an interesting case of it. Fine, we did win last time. Mechanical Helios, that would be right, because we didn't talk about him, so thank you for indicating that. The Wildas, who are right here. Yeah, Wilda's very useful as far as what I played, I would agree with that. Max's Drago, right over here. And Vulcan, who is Prima Vulcan, right here. Because they have insane damage. True, I agree with that. Streaming good attacks, overall solid on a game where rushing with melee is a great step. That's true, but fine, that's really the emphasis above anything else. Yeah, I like the emphasis on shots as far as Nemesis, both variances, and even like kind of the run and gun strategy, I guess, of Elfin that way, but the game is more designed around his melee. Which, if nothing else, gives me a sense that, hey, there's a lot here. I don't know if they'd ever do another one of these in this style, but it's one of those things that I can imagine them really kind of elaborate on that even more than they already got really well the first time with this one. Something said about that, and thank you for providing that, because it gives a good perspective on this. But alright, so for this, let's see, what are we going to pull? I'll pull the laser, I guess. I don't know if I want the flame shield. Fine, we got a bust, so, I don't know if I want to use Burning Roar. Maybe I'll use Burning Roar, why not? Unless you tell me, no, don't use it. And fine, I wish, gee, I wonder what I'm going to upgrade. By the way, hitting that A button is not doing anything. It's because, yeah, everything's upgraded. We're all set, but fine, we're not all set because now they have all that core energy. I suppose we should probably put maximum hologram towers here, just to show what they all are, because I don't know if I emphasized them all enough here. But yeah, fine, you have the variations of the fountain, the variation of the smokestack, the variation of the factories, the solar panels, the, I guess, ancient statue, and then the hot air balloon. It's all right for this one. Let's see. So fine, we got Wilda here. So Wilda is a Subterra, which weakens the solar panels. So we don't put solar panels. Also, it's sunny as hell out there. Fine, so it makes sense to have it out there that way to build it up. But no, not in this case. We're not going to use it. I don't think it's a good idea. Also, Altair and Mega Nemesis pull off because their shot's ridiculous. Altair because of size, except for the PSP version because basically a sniper shot. Okay, so they change how that works on PSP. And Mega Nemesis because he has a really fast projectile. Okay. Actually, that was interesting thinking about that on the PSP because honestly, when I looked at that version, I was kind of surprised with some of the stuff that, A, how close is this one? And B, what you're saying now, which is that because of the way they designed that one, it kind of does have a difference in terms of how it plays. But, all right, fine. If we're going to be running Subterra here, we want Ventus is... I take away the symbols, and I do in the instruction manual here. Fine, to start, let's have we're going to have the hot air balloons. Also, there's darkest after world. Yeah, you're right about that. So in that case, we need something to bust that off. So fine, we do need light eventually, so... I don't want light now, so fine, I'll keep that close, because remember, Wild is going to pop up there. And then put that over here, so fine, we do have the solar panels coming up later. So I think that's probably a good idea. Like, fine, just put it out in the water. That'll work. And we have level 3, so we're in good shape. And, like, before we have our landmark, we'll see how this goes. Alright, this is gonna be interesting. Alright, let's fine, Bakugan Brawl! And there's the 6,000 core energy. It's like, yeah, it's a drop in the bucket. We're fine. Okay, so let's have another shot of this. Okay, yeah, this is fun. Here we go, the return of Popcorn Man. Like, yeah, because he hasn't gotten a whole lot of play. There we go. With all their powers combined, he's not Captain Planet, something better. He's Maxis Helios. Alright, let's see how this goes. Okay. Fine, there's a crystal, there's our factory. You got a pretty wild hot air balloon. I was thinking because Wilda's strongest Wilda. Fine.
Please free Wilda!
Fine, I'll try and practice it. Fine, they are level 3. Actually, I don't know if we showed much about level 3 when we did the story, honestly, you know? I think Wilda's as good as versus the hot air balloon, but maybe Wilda's not gonna last long. Maybe that's the other thing, saying like, fine, if part of our revenge here is saying, hey, you know, we're gonna do this, maybe flaunt the idea saying, hey, you know, you saying, well, let's put something else against. Alright, it's fine. Jesus Christ, that was a massacre. Okay, fine, you were not kidding. So fine, in that case, there we go. Yeah, because we didn't really show off much on the level 3s. Fine, let's show the other one. Fine, look at that over. Let me take the lock on. So fine, there's our solar panels. In that case, like, yeah, fine. Just take in the sun rays. There you go. So fine, Maxis Helios is on a vacation. Yeah, look at that. Just kind of crawling around the harbor there. It's like, hey, let's just walk over these things. Oh, right, I forgot. Yeah, those things are shooting at us. But yeah, they're not going to be a problem now. I shot someone with the charged laser. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're firing our laser, boom, and it's not doing anything right now, but that's fine. We've got time. So yeah, he's just having a nice time out. Fine, it's like we had this with Shenmue when we went through that, because we're going to the harbor that way. But yeah, imagine if this came around, like, took the Mad Angels down. Alright, so fine. Here we go. Here is the, what is it? The crystal. Okay. So there's the other crystal, but of course, as you mentioned, yeah, the darkest cases are coming up soon enough. Try to get the sweep 20-hit combo with the laser for the S rank. Oh, that's how you get the S rank? I'll give it a shot. I don't know if it was taking too long doing that. Fine, if I did, I'll try it again. We'll see. Alright, 22 hit. There you go. That went well. I don't know if that's gonna be... Let's do that. Let's also run the other shot.
And now for the final event.
Oh, you're here.
Are you ready, Hades? Bakugan Brawl!
Actually, I can try this again. I'll try and see if I can get an S rank. Why not? Because that's how to do it. Actually, have you gotten all S ranks in this game? Actually, question, have you platinumed this thing on PS3? Oh, right, he's there. Like, wait, hold on. Yeah, because he's over here. It's like, fine, he's on my hot air balloon.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, massacre.
Man, they broke your hologram tower.
Okay, fine, they focused on that. I was like, fine.
Vicious shooting
They're like,
attacks.
yeah, they don't believe in solar energy. Fair enough.
If you're in trouble, using ability cards can really turn things around.
Yeah, you're right, I can. Let's do that.
Activate! Burning Roar!
Oh, so then he shoots, you motherfucker. Alright, fine, he needs to go down. But I want to get him first because he's over there. Like, I'm under the ground. Or fine, not under the ground. I'm on the water. Oh, it's gonna blow up.
That was one serious explosion.
Fine, he's hitting me in the back. I'm like, oh yeah, hit me over there. I was like, yeah, I need a back rub today. It's been a long week. Ouch. Oh no. Well, okay, what am I worrying about? I have full health. I'll be fine. Unless I really, unless I'm really, reckless. And so far I'm not, but he's also saying, like, fine. That was one shot, Jesus. Oh, here we go, let's finish this. Boom. Alright, so that was easy. But I don't know if I got S on that one. I think I might have taken too long. I don't know if I destroyed too much around the area. Fine, that's the case. Fine, this is probably how you get S rank. You probably just use this. Alright, so there's the clear bonus. 28. Oh, you get S for... Alright, because you get S on each thing. S for remaining health. Penalty destroy buildings. Is that gonna dock me? Let's see. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, S rank. There you go. That's how I did it. I did get all the S ranks. Usually fish for combo card with a character that is sent to combo, or just use the laser. Or yeet the laser. Good point. You're right. Fine, that is the strongest laser in the game. Alright, but there we go. We did get our revenge. And fine, parts of that stuff were destroyed. Yeah, remember back a month ago, I was like, yeah, you know, they're destroying your hologram towers. Like, yeah, not anymore, they're not. At this point, we're all set. And by the way, when you do get that... Fine, we get all S's on an area. By the way, you get the little gold medal. The ones I got, just to give a sense, I'll show that at least. And we'll show the achievements, and then we'll be set. Fine, I got the Japan disposal site. Although, in all honesty, I didn't go back to this after I got Max's Helios to do all these, but I may as well, honestly, as far as that. I got on the China Mountain Village and the China Wasteland. I got the 3 for the UK. I got the Egyptian ruins here. I got everything on US except downtown. Because fine, when I did this, it was when I went through story. Including here, we got the B running Max's Percival on Max's... Oh, no, not... Fine. Is Max's Percival? Fine. With the variants of Percival going after Max's Drago. And then, fine, I did Earth's Core because I grinded this so much as it was before you said, hey, use the other method. And they're like, yeah, perfect. Okay. So that's that. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the guide button. We'll take a look at the achievement list of this. I have the picture from Kitty Grade as far as my gamer pick here. Okay, so here are my other games as far as stuff I have running. So let's take a look at the achievement list. I've gotten a lot of them already. I've gotten 39 out of 44. And these 3 were from the show tonight. This was off screen. I'll go on that in a second. As far as the ones I don't have 500 more points in the Battle Arena Destruction battle. Basically, you do one of those, basically run as long as you can for the purpose of running that and get a whole lot of points. 250 in free-for-all. I thought I did get 250 off of that. S rank for every battle in story mode. Let's see. 10 perfect combo breakers in single battle. Right, okay, okay, fine, because there's combo breakers and then it's 10, alright, because it's combo breakers and then it's perfect ones. I believe is when you hit the left trigger right when they attack, like the first hit, I think. So doing 10 of those in a battle, that's 20 points. And then defense, which is you deflect opponent's physical attack 5 times in a single battle. As far as the ones I got, we have the stuff to go with story, including Wet Feet for falling Dane's destruction in inner space. Destroy the Vexus Crystal in the first level. Save Dan and Marucho as far as the first encounter with them. Throw the Bakugan when you're in the stealth areas as far as collecting the items and the core energy. Purchase an upgrade for a Bakugan of any kind. Do a 20-hit combo, that's Grandmaster. Kidnap, save Elfin from Shadow in story mode. Illusionist building the hologram tower when you get the ability to do it in story mode. Mr. Crazy Pants, invent the hologram towers and then use them to beat the Vexos. So basically put that out when it comes to the case of it. Best way to do the destruction battle free-for-all achievements are run 360 seconds with easy difficulty set and easy on the CPUs. Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. As far as, and honestly, this is for a game like this, it's not going to be too bad, especially when you unlock everything as far as it. So I could definitely get the full 1,000 on this one. There's not going to be a bad one to do it. And one that, actually I'll say this as we go along. This is a good achievement list because it's a good mix of stuff you do in the story, but other stuff that's based on skill and not so insanely tough that you're going to never do it. I mentioned probably the most infamous game on the achievement list of 360. I'm going to show that because I have it. And I think I played it semi-recently. Right, this game, Dead or Alive Extreme 2, which came out in 2006. I have 1 achievement. You have to get all the swimsuits for characters, and it used to be a case when 360 store was up. You could buy the swimsuits with real money, which has been like hundreds of dollars, which is what Dead or Alive does nowadays with the DLC for like the season pass and things like that for Dead or Alive 5 and 6. But in this case, you basically have to get all of the swimsuits that each character has. Then you have to get them with other ones. You have to make 2 friends and get all the swimsuits for all the other characters, including the Venus bathing suit, which all the girls hate because it's so insanely skimpy. If you don't get their affection level up maximum, you give them that, they'll throw in the trash, but sometimes they'll throw in the trash anyway. It's like, yeah, you're not getting that. And then basically do the complete collection as far as everybody. I don't think there's really anything in this game that is not that. You have to do that for every single character. And then the secret one, which I don't remember what the secret achievement is in this. I'll indicate below. And it's not like... Right, I hit back button. It's not like on the Xbox One, Series S and X, or on PS4 and 5, where you can give a sense like what are the hidden achievements for that or in trophies on those consoles. So fine, it's not as nuts as that. The fact that I even have one is quite a statement. Because fine, we said last week I never got an achievement out of Elden Ring. And Kazan 22 and Crusader 64, it's like, you've never gotten one achievement out of that game. It's like, how? I was like, I skipped the area where you could go to get an easy one at the beginning of the game. But that being said, fine, going back to that, we have Mr. Crazy Pants, Treasure Hunter, which is getting items from the item box, you get 10 of those. Getting Ace, okay, Ace is the dude, yeah, he doesn't trust you, so might him in the story. Same person with Vault in the story. I'll be on my way. Is there a YouTube link? Yes, there is. It is in the Twitch window. Or if you do go to twitch.tv/CaptainDtrag, if you go to the About section, I believe I have a thing set for that. At least I think so. Let me just check it quick. But thank you so much, by the way, Sweetie Theme Rondash, for making this game possible and for adding so much to our play. Also, I do want to, I guess get set. Oh, wait a minute, it's right here. So there should be a link to the YouTube site, but you know what? I'll tell you what I'll also do. I'll do you one better. I can definitely get you one right away, just to make sure. Let's just go here. Yeah, as I said, I do have a link in the YouTube in Twitch's window, but just in case I don't, I will get this in Super Old Game Saturday. Yeah, we do all our shows. We got tons of shows, and of course, we'll have other stuff going on. So let's go here, here. And when you go over there, you'll also see we'll get a video on demand uploaded. Yes, every show we do nowadays is uploaded right here to our YouTube site. Because as I mentioned, it's always the case that I've said this before, people sometimes say, hey, I want to see the show, but I can't either be here for the time that you're at, or cases where I might miss the show. Like, I don't want to miss the show. It's like, well, you don't have to miss the show, and you won't miss the show. You basically get the best version of the show, really, because we'll have everything we had through the stream, but also in case where if there's, like, issues with tech or something, I can work around those sort of within reason. And also cases where there's extra stuff. There's also going to be interesting edits. Fine, you don't like Brontes, but fine, I'm going to maybe make Brontes look more badass than he deserves to look, honestly, with one of the edits I got planned. Those go up, by the way. We do the shows usually on Saturday. Next week we're doing Friday. And they go up usually by Wednesday. Usually like Wednesday afternoon, night is when the upload goes. But yeah, all of our shows are up there. They go back to October of 2020 of the ones we have recorded. And other cases where, yeah, you'll always be in cases seeing, like, what are the games we have, other stuff, things as far as link lists, as far as things, stuff you provided as far as that, and other stuff. And as far as the other things on the achievements, Power Hungry getting all 3 of the stuff for the power-up types, B ranks on 6 story battles, save Ingram and Nemesis from Link. Didn't get fueled by Mylene's issue, or Mylene's trick on you. Rescued Wilderness, so don't cross Drago. That's the achievement we got for doing that during the play, but that's there too. Field Link, stopped the earthquakes, built the hologram tower for each attribute. Got to Divis for Vexos. Defeat the ultimate foe and pay the ultimate price with Specta, as you mentioned. Defeat Spectre's right-hand man, defeat Vault and Link at the same time. 100,000 core energy collected. Yeah, I busted that like crazy. Defeat Mylene and Shadow at the same time. Get into Vex's headquarters. Get every metal figure in the game. Rescue your friend at any cost by completing the story mode. Fine, this is completing the story mode of 50 points. Then get an A rank on 12 battles in the story mode. Get all upgrades to 6 different Bakugan. That's 6-pack. And then the last couple are open every gate card once. Get every ability card in the game. So that's full deck. So many choices getting every Bakugan in the game. Which is all upgrades for Bakugan Long Hard Road. That is the case of that one. And tonight, the ones I unlocked this on my audio test for tonight's show. It'll be edited in for the VOD next week, as well as find the ones we got live on show, which are Duel Master, Denied, and Champion. Duel Master being win 5 duels against computer in Battle Arena mode, 10 Combo Breakers single battle, and with the Champion by winning 30 times in the Battle Arena mode. I have 900 points, only 100 more, so actually not too bad. We're getting a full achievement completion. Oh, there's some time in it. Probably should just do that. It's not bad. It's pretty simple, but not too bad of a case. So, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the main menu. Fine, I'm going to save. I think with that, that's just going to be our show for the night. But thank you so much, Sweet Team Rondage, for joining us. Thank you so much for the request of Bakugan Defenders of the Core. I had a great time playing it. I will go into final thoughts on the game when I get stuff set about going to, what is it? The title screen, because I'm going to let the intro play. Alrighty. So with that, that is the end of our play of Bakugan Defenders of the Core. Final thoughts on this game. I think this is an underrated gem on the 360, but also, as I mentioned, it's on PlayStation 3, it's on Wii, it's on PSP, and it's on DS as well. As far as the experience I had with this game, I had a great time. I don't know much on Bakugan, honestly, as far as it... Fine, now I sort of know more, but this game was actually a pretty good primer of that does have a lot more depth and a lot more going on to this than you might think it was. You might think, oh, it's a licensed game, you're going to be buying it because you like the license. But honestly, this is one of those really good games, even if you don't know the license very much, but you like arena fighting games, I think you're going to have a good time with it, but also find some unexpected depth. I really, above anything else, I was really impressed, above all else, that this game has so much going on under the hood, and so much strategy, and so much unique gameplay mechanics. I wouldn't have expected it. I wouldn't have expected a stealth game out of this. I wouldn't have expected a tower defense game out of this as well. I never would have thought, oh, I would have wanted that. When playing it, well, actually I did. And yeah, I'm really impressed with this game for sure. Another winner by Now Production. Next time we come to a game of theirs, I don't know. I do want to show Chu Man Fu for TurboGrafx 16. I do have that on the TurboGrafx 16 mini unit. At some point I will show that, I think. But yeah, this is a fun one. Like, if you love Bakugan, you probably played this already, but if you haven't, for love of God, absolutely give it a shot. And even if you don't, I think it's a lot of fun. It's good for single player as far as going through story, but also just as far as CPU battles, or just saying, hey, I'm going to be having a beatdown with my friends or family, however it is. It's good stuff. And it's not expensive on any console you get it on. As I mentioned, I picked it up on 360. It was about $20, $25. It's about that much on PS3, and same case for it on Wii and on PSP. I think it's a little less on the DS. It's impressive they got that running on the DS, but I don't know if I necessarily recommend that over the others of what I've seen of it. But in my case, I played it on 360. It's pretty comparable against it on PS3 and also against it on the Wii. PSP, I'm surprised is as close as it is. But yeah, that's another impressive thing that Now Production, they made all of them. Made all 5 versions of this. And they said, you know what, we're going to also get stuff set as far as that and say, hey, we got something cool. Actually, one thing I forgot before I go into Final Thoughts, or to more on Final Thoughts. I want to show one thing that was mentioned last time that I didn't show off. Because I was a little stymied by this. I will give a record of this, if nothing else. I'll show it in a sec. Except, yeah, I know I gotta go in the different menu. No, we're not accepting changes. I'm leaving. I meant to go into... Let's see, where is it? It's in collection. This is the one part of the game I did not show, which is unlock codes. It's worth pointing out, if you have an unlock code that came with Bakugan toys, you can enter it. The thing about this is these codes are online, but you do get a limited access usage of them. I'll show one being entered, though, for the purpose of this. I will enter HX V6Y 7BF. These came with the toys as they were, so you could use this and get an unlock code for a nice thing. But except in that case, I guess it was not a valid code, so finally put in one of the other ones I have written down, which I did find online, but if you do try and put these in, or if you put more than one in, it's like, yo, you're locked, and I think you either have to go get it in the story, or cases where they only limit you based on how these are, so you can't just completely, spam these things. So if you're like, hey, you want an easier way to get core energy something? Yeah, okay, I got Vex's passes. So yeah, by putting that one in. It's also inconsistent as far as what they are, and it does a save on your profile, and then I believe it's also something where you try to do an unlock code. I think you might be able to put another one in. I'll put one more in. I'll put in, no, not N. H-U-A, or H-U-U-H, 8-S-T, 7-A-R. Yeah, I said, complete look at this game, that's going to be the idea. Okay, we got core energy, so fine, you can unlock this, but this is limited use. And I believe these codes change for certain things as far as what they give you. And they'll also tell you, by the way, when you try to do this again, they'll say, like, hey, yeah, all special rewards are already unlocked. Enjoying the story in Battle Arena, you have to go get them, and I think you are limited based on 2 for a save file, I believe. From what I could tell from my off-screen stuff, I did recognize that was something that was kind of weird. But you can use that sort of, kind of, but don't count it as a permanent thing. Just do what Sweetie Team Rondo's recommended. Go to this story mode, get to the last stealth section before you get to the final 2 boss battles. Get all the core energy there, go back to Marucho's plane, lather, rinse, repeat, and you're going to get all of the core energy you need to get every single upgrade. And it won't take you that long. Basically do what I do, which is pretty much have another thing going on, or basically be editing the video. Like in my case, I watched the whole video again through to make sure that everything I said is set. If I say something wrong, I put down below saying, no, I said this wrong, here's what it really is, or whatever else. So at that point, kind of let that go whilst I'm doing that, so not too bad of a case. Yeah, with that, I'll say, as mentioned, this is a nice diamond in the rough, and I'm really glad we found it, and thank you so much to Sweet Team Raw Dodge for making the request, and bring it to us, bring it to me, but also, bring it to me, but also bring it to all of you out there. In a way, kind of giving a look at this game that I don't know I've seen it yet. And honestly, based on what I played, it definitely deserves that attention. And if you're liking what you're seeing, as I mentioned, like $20-something on any console you want to pick it up on, PS3, Xbox 360, Wii, PSP, DS, as far as those. We're pointing out 360 version. You do need the Xbox 360 to play this. It is not backwards compatible on the Xbox One or Series X. But that being said, it is a good game. A very good game. I actually really had a good time with this. And next time we come back to Bakugan, we're going to play Bakugan Battle Brawlers. We're going to play the Wii version, I think. Because it does have motion control that factors into stuff as far as the battles on that one. Actually, the Wii version of Defenders of the Core, from what I realized, doesn't. It's mostly just taking the PS3 360 controls and putting on the Wii remote and the nunchuck, which is good if you don't want to waggle cases, but I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't have an option for that. And now, Production, they did make the Battle Brawlers game that does have it, and also has the voice cast from the anime as well for that. And we'll definitely look at that. We'll definitely also have on Master List Digimon Racing for Game Boy Advance, I guess PlayStation. Might do that as the April Fool's Day show, only because, I mean, I don't know if it's good or not. Maybe I got a laugh at that when it came to, I'm laughing to death when we did Twisted Metal. The thought that, hey, think like, oh, it's a joke, it's whatever, but maybe it's okay. So who knows? Maybe it's another diamond in the rough, and that's what I love about doing this show. Sometimes, and why I take the viewer requests, I say, I want to see what you have to say and what you want to play, I guess is the idea of that. But also the thought that sometimes you find something you might not expect. You might think, oh, this game can't be good, as far as you think, oh, it's a licensed thing like a Mario Kart take on Digimon, perhaps. Or maybe something like Bakugan Defenders of the Core. You go, no, there's maybe something to it that's really good and really interesting. Or something like Digimon All-Star Rumble. So definitely take a look at that. I'll definitely go on the Master List as with all these other stuff. Yeah, I had a really good time, definitely, for our final look at this. And yeah, shorter than I expected, but yeah, given it the complete look, because yeah, this game definitely drew a complete look. As far as our look at Bakugan to start, I'll come back to the franchise full short in the future. And I mean, if you do want to see Champion to destroy it, just like, this game's awful, that's what Sweet Team Ron is telling me. Like, that might be a good case of saying, like, yeah, this game is terrible, but also saying it's based on the new series that I guess Sweet Team Rogers isn't fan of, as far as maybe that, but also gets it fine. Way forward fucking something up. Usually the question of, do they? And next we're going to show them not fucking something up. Fine, they fucked up River City Girls too, that's for sure. Even the poor medic said, God, I regret buying this. Even Edwax said, like, yeah, you know what, I can't defend this game. I defend Pokemon Gen 9 to the hills. This is more polished than that game is, I'll tell you that right now, as far as it being more stable, as far as itself. And you don't need a new system to upgrade its power, unlike that game, because Switch 2 is going to give the boost that it needs, and it's been needing for like 3 years. But that being said, even he said, oh, these loading times are awful, the way this is handling, technically speaking, on Switch, but even on the other systems, like, yeah, not good. And I think Way Forward then kind of pulled back and said, okay, we're not going to do this that way as far as it. But that being said, like, even if it is a case that you're like, hey, this game's not good, you want to see it on the show, I'm not going to say no, we don't show it just because it's a bad game. We want to put it in that context, kind of riff on it. That can be a fun case for sure. So if you would keep that coming, and any other requests coming for this. But I had a great time doing Bakugan Defenders of the Core, and thank you so much for the request. And with that, I think we're going to pivot into the schedule. And one thing I'm going to do actually for the schedule is we're not going to see the intro again. Take our leave of Bakugan Defenders of the Core. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to go to my games. You're playing on 360, so I'll be able to have a visual representation of what schedule's looking like for a couple of months. And then we'll have a case of that. Because, next week's show is now I'm signed into Xbox Live with my theme of Sonic. It was for Sonic 06, but it has other stuff in the games list that's going into stuff of Sonic Adventure as far as stuff like that. Yeah, next week's show is going to be, as I mentioned, it's going to be on Friday. It's not going to be Saturday. It's going to be on Friday, May 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Not because I can't do a Saturday show, but because next week I want to do a Friday show. I'll have my Saturday off as far as it specifically, but we always do a show a week except when I can't, and in that case I have something planned usually for the purpose of that. I'll get into that later. Because we have that next month. Yeah, but next week, Friday, we're going to have our first game by Way Forward. It's not going to be Bakugan Champions of Vestroia. It's not going to be Rouge City Girls 2. Not going to be Shantae. It's going to be DuckTales Remastered here. It is the Xbox 360 version I have, but I'm going to be running it on my Xbox Series X because it's backwards compatible with that, and the Xbox Series S and Xbox One. It's a remake of the 1989 platforming game from Capcom for NES. I'm not good enough at the NES version to show it for a show, but the remake I'm good enough at. I was able to also pull this out quick enough after we had to cancel next week's part of Shadow Hearts Covenant. I said, it's not easy for me to pick a game quick because I said I need to pick a game, A, that I can do quickly, that I know I can handle, B, one that I think is interesting, C, one that fills a niche of some sort, which in this case is first game Way Forwards, first Capcom game completed on this show in a year and a half, and also a game based on an animated series, like with Bakugan, as is the case. I said, this is going to fit the bill. I love me my DuckTales going back to the 1980s, but also the new one's pretty good. This is based on the old one, though. As a lot of the voice cast that unfortunately has since passed, but they were involved in the game, and we'll have our celebration for that as far as everybody involved who was alive at the time, which is most people, including Alan Young, the late Alan Young. He was 94 when the game came out, or 93 when the recording, I think, happened. Yeah, he used to Scrooge McDuck, and of course there's Huey, Dewey, and Louie, voiced by the late Russi Taylor as well, and we'll have all that stuff going on. And it's going to be like watching the TV show, even to the point where I'm going to have the theme song that's in the game that I get a content question, not a strike on the YouTube site. I'm surprised it was not a strike because it comes right out of DuckTales, the movie, The Quest for the Lost Lamp. Is that the name of the movie from 1990? It is that version. I want to check. I said, do I have to mute mic on that or mute audio? Not technically. I'll just have ads on the video. I'll take that. I'm surprised that Disney's not cracking down on that one, but either way, or the rest of the soundtrack, I thought they would, as far as even the original stuff of the game, which of course I'll mention more of this next week. That being the works of Jake Kaufman, who's redoing the music from the NES game. But it's the other reason I'm running it through the Xbox Series X is that we can give a preview of the NES version, because I have the Disney Afternoon Collection, which is available on Xbox One and PS4, and of course plays on the later Xbox and PlayStation consoles, and it's on the PC as well. It does have the original in it, and it has a couple other games as well. So have a nice Friday night celebration of Disney Afternoon stuff, starting with DuckTales Remastered. Definitely looking forward to playing this game next Friday, or finding this coming Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, we're going back to Saturday. We're going to be playing Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed again. We played this game about 3 years ago. Actually, no, 4 years ago. Further back even than that. We're doing a Super Bowl game Saturday Second Chance. We're also running that through Xbox Series X because it has a 60 FPS mode when you play on that. It uses the frames per second boost that Xbox Series X has on certain games. That's one of them, and it makes it the best console version of the game you can buy, or the best version of the game you can get is on the PC, if you can, because there's extra characters that are only in that version, and are not in any of the console versions. But I got the second best case of it, and I can kind of mitigate one of those missing characters, which is actually Ryozuki from Shenmue. He's in the PC version, but not in the console version. But since there's avatar support for the Xbox 360 edition, I have my avatar set up with the Ryo Hazuki jacket from the first Sonic and All-Stars Racing game. So we're going to have that going. And getting set for Sonic Racing Cross Worlds coming out later this year. And Mario Kart World is coming out in about a month. It's like actually less than a month as it is now. So getting that sense as far as your kart racing case and returning to that game and also having the mic tech right this time. I can't make the same mistake I did last time in that it's not physically possible for me to make the same mistake I made last time, which is I have the Samsung G-Track Pro mic I use for the voice audio and all that. But also, I used my old tech. I didn't switch the microphone to that one, so I had my old crusty tech, which is how this show got its humble beginnings started about 5 years ago. I can't believe how time has gone, honestly, with that. But I said, now we got that going. We're running at 60 FPS. We'll go more into it. I have stuff on voice actor discussion. We're going to go deep into it even more than we already did last time. So you're definitely not going to miss that one on May... Did I say 17th? Yeah, May 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that is our annual May compilation show. We usually do this either on Cinco de Mayo weekend or we do it on Memorial Day weekend. Start Memorial Day weekend. We're going back to that this year. I don't know if I'll do this as a Friday show. I might push it up that way. It'll be either Friday or Saturday, the 23rd or the 24th. I'll give you an indication. Probably when we do Sonic and All-Stars Transformed of where that's going to stand. Or if not, I will... You know what? I can give you an indication by then, I think. We're going to be doing Title Legends 2. That's for the PlayStation 2. We're going to play it. That was on the Quest of Electverse. It's also going to be the viewer request for May. For that one, we got a ton of games we're going to look at. I believe it is the biggest classic game compilation looked at so far in terms of volume of games. We got stuff like Alpine Ski, and Darius Gaiden, and Space Invaders 95, and Puzzle Bobble 2, and Kiki Kai Kai, and Violence Fight, and Poochie Carrot, and Liquid Kids. These are all real games I'm mentioning the names of. You've never heard of them. I've never heard of a lot of these myself. But yeah, we had a great time playing Taito's stuff last year with Title Legends 1 on the Xbox, playing the PS2 version of its sequel, which also has 3 unique games that are only in this version. And we'll get to that when we play that in a couple of weeks. Then at the end of the month, we've got Super Mario Brothers. It's celebrating 40 years this year. Cannot believe it's been that long. I will be playing the game, running it through the Switch with the NES game, going through the whole game. We're going to celebrate the game that basically saved games. Like, we probably wouldn't be playing games the same way if not for that. So definitely going to be tipping our hat to it. So much so that I'm also going to show off Versus Super Mario Brothers, the arcade version that came out the year after in 1986, as well as a look at Super Mario All-Stars on Super Nintendo, seeing what happened when they tried to 16-bitify Super Mario Brothers. And also look at when they made it for the Game Boy Color with Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, which is a great version. And when I'm hoping for a Switch Online expansion, not expansion pack, you don't need expansion pack for Game Boy Color. Switch Online release, Nintendo, call me, please do it. I would love to see it. I think a lot of people like to see it, and it wouldn't be released because there's a lot of nice stuff unlockable in that. We're going to show those off as a little bit of preview after we play the full game of Super Mario Brothers. Looking forward to that for sure. And then we get to June. We're in June. Our itinerary is looking as such. On June 7th, our second chance is going to be Rez for the PlayStation 5. We played Rez actually right over here, and I like being on 360, so I have a visual representation. Played Rez HD. I had problems with mic on that, where it goes hissing. In fact, just to be avoiding that, I'm unplugging mic now, briefly. Yeah, if the audio went hissy on this video, for some reason, that will fix it. But sometimes it also goes back to being hissy just as far as on time. I don't know. I think it has something to do maybe with my PC, maybe with stuff with mic. The newer mic I have also has problems with that, where it just happens. I don't know what's going on with that. But I said, fine. I found a way around it. We do mic pulls when there's a stoppage in action or talking. Also gives it a break as far as being able to drink a bit of water or something like that. Rez was the first game I had that happen on. I played the video back. I was crushed when I heard this. Like, this sounds horrible. What happened? And I spent the last 2 years trying to investigate what's really going on with it. And I thought I had a breakthrough of it, but then a couple weeks ago I had it happen again. We did the Zelda kiosk demo show, though after we showed the kiosk demo, so I felt better that way. But when I first wanted to see Rez the first time, I felt like, I know, I'm fine. I guess it wasn't my fault, because if I didn't know what was going on, I would have taken action during the show. But since I didn't, I said, okay, I got to figure something in this. And I always said to myself, I want to come back to this for fixing that show, because I had a great time. I love playing Rez. I love this game. But I said, we can do a better show. And that's what Second Chance is all about. We get a second chance for all of you. If you missed the show for the first time, I mean, it's on the YouTube site, yes. But if you also want to be here live for the show, because people said to me that, it's like, hey, I'd like to be here live if I can, but at least we have that option as far as, being able to show the show as far as the video on demand case. I said, yeah, that's a great idea. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at Rez Infinite on the PlayStation 5. It has a lot of stuff that Rez HD on 360 had, but also has some extra stuff. It's going to look really, really nice, even more than it already looked for this on-rails shooter music game hybrid. It's awesome. If you've never seen Rez, you're going to enjoy watching it again, and I'll definitely enjoy doing it again. Actually, same weekend we did it 3 years ago. So, looking forward to doing that on June 7th. June 14th, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the next part of Shadow Heart's Covenant. Crusader 64 and Chasm 22 coming back for that. We're going to continue our adventures with Yuri and the Gang, starting Disc 2. For another marathon part. Hopefully it won't drain us like the last one did. But still, we had a great time. We wouldn't trade that for the world, as mentioned, or I mentioned in the edit of that. Then the week after that, we're playing Road Avenger for Sega CD. We've not played a Sega CD game on the show for quite a while, but not because I didn't want to. Because my tech was out of line. My Genesis was not working, so I couldn't get my Sega CD running. I'm still having issues with my 32X. I gotta look into that. But Nocturne helped out a lot last year as far as that, and I appreciate it because, yeah, I have a working Genesis now. We can show this great FMV QuickTime button game where you're driving around in your car in first person to steer left and right, to do turboing, to do braking. Our wife was killed in a car crash after our wedding, so we got to go and get the gangsters who did this. And it might be the best FMV game the Sega CD has, which is saying a lot. Because, yeah, there's stuff like Night Trap, there's stuff like Time Gal, there's stuff like Revenge of the Ninja, and some other stuff, too. But yeah, it's really interesting. And it's the first appearance of Wolf Team on this show, and of Renovation, who published it, in that Wolf Team is the team of Namco's now that does the Tales of games. This is one of the earliest ones, and I'm going to give you our perspective, our full tour of hitting the road for the summer. And then actually the week after that, I am hitting the road as far as it, so I will not have a show on June 27th or 28th. But on the YouTube site is exclusive. I'm going to have uploads of parts 1 and 2 of The Wolf Among Us. That is actually fun. Because I'm playing 360, I can reference the game I'm actually going to show in terms of this when it's on the system. So that is... yeah, because I have it on the 360. It's... where is it? Right here. We're playing the Xbox One version, though. I recorded all 5 parts of the game. They're going to be in 5 parts, 1 for each episode of the game. Parts 1 and 2 are going to be on the YouTube site on Friday, June 27th and 28th, as far as the Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, going up there as a direct premiere. I have to do that also, by the way, because episodes 1, 2, and 3 of this game have visible nudity I cannot get away with showing. Now, people say, stream it anyways. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk this show getting turned off in any way. But I said, I want to show this game, I love it, and I will definitely show you more as far as it, for something you can watch on your own time that way, and you're going to still get a show that week, actually, technically, too. So, that'll be coming up that way, and then in July, we're going to have, let's just get some stuff set on this one. We have Devils of Demolition starring Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to do on July 5th. We also have the next part of Shadow Heart's Covenant that's going to be on there July 19th to 26th, so Chasm 22 saying he needed. The second chance for that month is going to be... actually, I probably got to take a look at what the second chance of the month is. But as far as what the viewer request of that month is, it's going to be Space Invaders for the PlayStation. I know Alec first wanted to see this. I've made him wait long enough on that one. I do need to start practicing that game a little more. Not that's long. We can do it in a show. But it is a remake of it from Z-Axis, the people who made the Dave Mirra BMX games, and also made Thrasher Skate and Destroy. And it is an interesting one, a really good remake of a great game from Taito. And we're definitely going to have the love of that one in July. I also want to actually look and see what's the viewer request, not the viewer request, the second chance I had for July. Because I was wrestling with this one earlier this week saying, what the hell am I putting there? Let me take a quick look. And then we'll have the element going on. But also, it's the case, like, fine, we go the schedule. I'll go the whole way because I want to give a sense, like, what's coming up. Let's see. Yeah, I do have the schedule all set out as far as on my phone, as far as everything going on, just to give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of how the show works. I just think, what are we going to do as far as that? Right, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have another second chance as far as that, because we're going to one every month this year for 5 years of our show. We're going to be looking at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles again. We played it a couple of years ago on 360, which is, where is it? See, this is also why I went back here. Like, remember, fine, this one, the one that doesn't have a picture, and not this. I might show this for the delisted show. I'll get into that in a little bit. We show this way, but I have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection on Switch that has it. I'm also going to toss in the NES version. We're going to play the arcade game again, because like 40 minutes, I can beat that real quick. But the NES version, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, that one I'm going to toss in as a little bit of a bonus. See what happened when they put it to 8-bit. You might not want to miss that. And more elements of Konami. We haven't had a Konami game dedicated. Well, fine, since Edward played Sparkster on his first try and beat it. But either way, we got that. And then in August, we have Shadowheart's Covenant again. We have Toe Jam and Earl for... actually, do I have the thing for that on here as well? We're not playing it through this. Yeah, I do. Toe Jam and Earl, the first one. It's jamming. AJ42 wanted to see that for Sega Genesis. We can use the Switch Online expansion pack port for that. Because it's 1-to-1. I got the controller set for it. I got to talk with Nocturne on how we're handling the end of Croc, Legend of the Gobos. We're waiting on the HD version's physical release, which is next month from what we're told. This is something that I did find out. There are button codes to the Saturn version if we do want to show off those extra levels, but it's also something that at this point we went in too deep as far as saying, hey, we want to get the remake. We want to show the remake. But if it is one of those things you said, hey, I can just do the code in as far as that and we just show the remake off as well, we can do that. I'll talk with her about that because I got to get a sense of what's going on with her. Our second chance of August. I'll think that one. I also might be starting Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights that month because I'm going to actually have a couple of shows I'm going to have to adjust around when it comes to September and October. We will have Shadow's Covenant in September. I'm going to be off on the 12th and 13th of September, so the parts of Wolf Among Us 3 and 4 are going up then. Second chance, I might have something for that going the first weekend of September. I think we're starting Medieval, so Halloween Block's going to be kind of scattered around. And actually, Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, I might do that in one show, or I might do Medieval in one show. Scooby-Doo was on the request of Dolly Finn, and Medieval was I'm Laughing to Death's request. Because they're short enough, I can do one of those in one show, and I might do an earlier show for that. Because October 4th, I cannot be here, so I'm going to have Wolf Among Us' finale going up then on the YouTube site. And then as far as the rest of October, we'll have the end of either Medieval or Scooby-Doo, whichever one I indicate that I can do in one that I'm not doing in one show. Finale of Shadow's Covenant probably that month. Mega Man 7, we're doing the second chance on that. That's Elect versus Case, Elect versus Choice, by the way, of what weekend he wants for that one, which is basically any weekend in October going to that. We talked about that before. So he doesn't miss it because he loves Mega Man 7. I love Mega Man 7 too. Nocturne will be on board with me for that, to show off the multiplayer and also to be there for that and also have experience on Mega Man. And I'm going to be controlling Mega Man 7 myself using the Wii U Virtual Console port because it's direct tie to the Super Nintendo game. That'll be on either October 11th, 18th, or 25th. That is Elect versus your choice. So feel free to let me know either next time you're on the show or in the comments below, and I will take that going on. It's like, yes, I know you wanted to see that game. That's what we do. We want to accommodate the people who come to our show. We really appreciate that. Myself and all the guests and everybody in chat, they love that interaction and what you have to bring. And so in that case, I owe you that much as far as saying you got a game, you're not going to miss the game. And also, even if you do miss the show, the recording is there for you as well. Then Halloween night, we have Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. That is the request of Elect vs. Well for the viewer request of October. And yeah, can't celebrate Halloween better than with the Castlevania game, right? So we got that going on as far as a new one. Then in October, we either have the end of Shadowheart's Covenant if we know them apart, or something else on November 8th. November 15th is the 20th anniversary of Shadow the Hedgehog. We're going to take a look at the expert mode. I don't remember what it was called for a second and see how is it 20 years later. I did not like this game when it came out 20 years ago, but maybe time has made it better. Maybe the perspective where Shadow the Hedgehog as a character is better now. Maybe where Sonic is better now. But either way, we'll have that going. Then we have the annual Disney Game Show on November 22nd. That's going to be for Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo. And the week after that, we should feasibly switch these shows because the 22nd is the 20th anniversary of the Xbox 360. But fine, we're going to have another Delisted Xbox Live showcase show going on. And some of the offerings we got on tap for this that I know we are going to have the one game I know that AG42 really wanted above anything else that he said I forgot on last year's. Penny Arcade on the Rangeless Precipice of Darkness, Episode 1. We also have the Fancy Pants Adventures. I have a demo disc that has that. I have Sega Rally Online Arcade. I have a demo disc of that one. And anything else that we didn't show last time that does include stuff that might be backwards compatible with the Xbox One consoles, but the rule is still going to be the same. You can't buy it on the 360 anymore. And I also am going to institute, you can't buy it on the Xbox One Series S or X if it was back compat. So that would mean, as a quick example, fine, one game I know I'm going to show because I think I should show it again, Knights, and we'll play this for a full show. I'm going to use the Saturn for that one to show this. This is backwards compatible, but they did delist that on 360 last year. They forgot to delist it on the PS3, so if you want it, rush to your PlayStation 3 right now and go get it. But that will be also in the line. Also, I guess I owe Dolly Finn NBA Jam on Fire Edition because I made her play NBA Unrivaled last year. As far as that, so fine. I'll be nice that way as far as it. And some other stuff here. I got to think about some ideas, but although chat will say this, I'll tell you what I'll do as far as this is going to be the last announcement for schedule. I'll say, hey, I'm looking through anything that's here that's either a demo or stuff that I have a complete game of which Age of Booty is one of those because that's something that you can't buy anymore as well, or 1942 Joint Strike as far as that. But anything you see here that you cannot download anymore on any of the Xbox consoles, that was specifically a digital download, so something like Bakugan would be out of the picture, but of course that's how we got to doing the show as far as this. Feel free to indicate that I'm going to show Bangai-O Missile Fury. I'll definitely show that because I love my treasure stuff. So something like Bastion, that would count. Something like Bionic Commando Rearmed would count. 2 would not because you can download this on the Xbox One, Series S and X still now. I'll also show Black Knight Sword. That's from Studio 51 or he's involved in it somehow. Anything you see here as I go through, feel free to indicate stuff they might have pulled away that you can't get on the 360 system or on the other Xbox consoles later with their back and pat stuff. You want to see as a little bit of an element for our annual Thanksgiving feast of gaming. We always do that. Feel free to indicate what it is down in the comments below on our future shows. We will put that on the list. We'll show them off. And I'm going to show Exit. I want to show that from Taito as far as speaking to them again. And other stuff like Fez. Fez would count because Fez is something that we did not have available on the Xbox One. Shockingly. They didn't back and pat that one. And Five Vipers would also sort of count because they... Actually, wait. Actually, I don't know if... Wait, no, I don't actually know. No, they didn't delist Fighting Vipers. I thought they did. We have shown this before, but still... Hey, that or something like Final Fight Double Impact. That would count too, potentially. But yeah, anything you're seeing here that would be going to stuff like that, hey, is digital release, fine. This is a demo of Harry Potter for Kinect. I think I'm going to show Haunt, because I do have a Kinect, is by the people making Parappa the Rapper, as an example. But anything you see here, they're like, hey, we should show this. I love this game. I wish it was around, or maybe it is around on another console, like a modern system, like Mark of the Ninja is, for example, we showed last year. Or Marvel Blast Ultra is, and that's on the PC. Feel free to indicate that. We'll definitely have a look over. We'll definitely talk about it. We'll give a little bit of a preview, and I think we'll have a really good time, as we always do with our jam-packed game show. Even weird stuff like Platypus, which they still have a version that's not Xbox 360. It's on PSP. It was originally on PSP, as an example. But anything else here, we can do Res again, as far as that, potentially. I sort of did this already as far as a YouTube exclusive case. I have to do this shit. I'm sorry. The people made NBA Unrivaled as far as Rocketman Axis of Evil. But, yeah, anything you want to see that maybe is here that they pulled away, feel free to indicate. We will look at it. And we definitely got some cool stuff that is going to be planned there. And other stuff maybe you want to see. Maybe I'll talk around my circles as well. Say, hey, there's a game you love as far as download stuff. Like, yeah, I'd want to see this. Even if it's the case, like, yeah, it's not good. I'll be okay with that. Definitely show. As long as I have it or I have access to a demo disc that I can get it on. Like I mentioned with Sega Rally Online Arcade or with the Fancy Pants Adventures, yeah, it's going to be an indication of that. But all right, I think with that, we'll end here with Yu-Gi-Oh! Just feels like, fine, it's anime-ish a little bit as far as what we had, but that's going to be the idea. So I think with that, that's going to do Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight. Thank you so much for watching the show. Thank you so much, again, to Suika Theme Rondosh for making Bakugan Defenders of the Core requested for the program. We'll definitely come back to the series and other stuff you want to see soon. I'll let you know when I get to the point of being able to get some of those stuff obtained and or scoped. I'm not going to necessarily put a timetable on it, but I will say, like, keep those requests coming. We will get to them. I promise we will get to them eventually, even in case we're fine, it might take some time. But I'm not forgetting any of the requests you make. And I definitely am always thinking, like, how can I get some of these requests out? I know I got some stuff that's been kind of hanging, like Blaze Blue Calamity Trigger and Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. I know those are going to be endurance matches, no question. And Persona 3 FES. But I do want to get to those games. Even cases where I think I might want to do some preview programs, particularly on all three of those. But that being said, we will get to those games, I promise. We're in this for the long haul. I'm in this for the long haul. And it's because of all of you in the best channel on Twitch. You absolutely are the best channel on Twitch. I thank you so much for your support of our show and for joining us every week. All right, so with that, thank you so much for watching the show. Have a great rest of your weekend. A great week coming forward. I will see you on Friday, May 9th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for DuckTales Remastered for the Xbox 360, but we will be running it through the Xbox Series X. We might have some extras that are going to go along with it for you. And may as well just have the picture right there. Setting. So yeah, this is what we're going to have next week. I'll see you then for it. Have a great rest of your night, and take care, everybody.